which our drivers will have to master for 161 laps up and down the mountain.
Yeah, the third generation of supercars on the iRacing circuit around this legendary Australian track. Very, very interesting here today in these cars. They're super, super tricky to drive. They have a lot of tendency to slide wide in a lot of these corners, and this track is just so unforgiving.
Unforgiving to say the least, but let's quickly talk about where we've been, where we still have left to go in these iRacing special events. Always a journey through global motorsport across disciplines, across cars, and of course across tracks as well. Next up is the iRacing Petit Le Mans to kick off the trio of events in October. Martinsville MX500 always being a fun one, culminating in the iRacing Formula Ford Festival. But many a special event in the earlier part of the year were focused on endurance racing, but often in, let's be honest, easier cars to drive. The GTP and the GTD machines, we get to focus on these Gen 3 supercars, which, you know, lots of power, no driver aids necessarily, and around a track like the Mount Panorama, very, very difficult to survive with a clean car through the end of the race.
Yeah, this is one of the most brutal races, even in a GT3 car. It's super easy to run wide, touch the wall, pick up a bit of wheel damage, pick up a bit of bodywork damage, but these cars are so, so tricky to drive around this circuit. They have no driver aids for these drivers here this evening, and what I still think is quite a long endurance race when we really think about it, and it's certainly a challenge just to make the end of this one.
About a 6-hour broadcast is what we're expecting, around 5.5 odd, maybe a little bit more hours, depending on the weather, which we'll be very curious to see how that plays out, of course, with the dynamic iRacing weather system in play. Yes, this is a team event, so you need a minimum of 2 drivers. Maximum of 16 would mean you'd come down to pit lane a bit more frequently than you would want. Stop and go limit, I don't think we'll be talking much about that because you hit the wall, and that is your track limit often here at Mount Panorama, but 50 incident points and every 20 after that, and we have a field of around 26 supercars in this top split. And of course, that's the great thing about these special events. There are plenty of splits, plenty of time slots as well. I've already seen someone pop into chat and say they just won split 2 in the previous time slot, and they did have to deal with the rain, Will, which you've been keeping an eye on the weather forecast. Well, we could be in for a little bit of a sprinkle inside of the opening hour.
Yeah, small chance of rain, currently sitting at about 20%, but we need to see how that develops. So we'll be keeping an eye on the radar through the opening course of our stint of commentary with myself and Arjuna. And yeah, just ticking down through qualifying now. Expect the drivers to be on their first laps. They'll get a few laps at it to set the fastest time. Remembering that here at Bathurst, if you tap the wall and get a 0x, that is your lap invalidated. So need to stay clean, need to stay away from those walls.
We found that out the hard way, I think, you and me, in terms of hitting the wall. This is Matthew Levine in the number 4 S4S racing car. Of course, with Ian Bell's face plastered on the bonnet as he flicks his way in through the chase, onto the brakes. Now, what will be one of the key passing opportunities, you'd have to believe. Haven't seen a qualifying time on the board just yet, but you would expect the lap times around 2:08, 2:09, and the provisional benchmark has just been laid down, 2:08.562. How close will Levine be? It's already up to an 0:89.34. But the field within about 2 and a bit seconds, as it's Jason Bentz currently on top in the Racecraft Simulations car. Now, you will get 2 laps if you push hard at the start of qualifying, but tire conservation going to be relatively important as down through the dipper. Here comes Daniel Gray.
Yes, Daniel Gray in one of the more entertainingly named entries. I'm just doing a stint on my own to get my A license back, but it's good to see him partaking in this one. And to be honest, Daniel's always gone well at tracks like Bathurst, so I expect him to have some good pace here this afternoon if he's put in some practice, and certainly is one to watch, at least in the opening couple of stints. I
will say, he is going to do the full race. I think that is just a joke of a team name. Love, by the way, Reese Gardner's face on the left side of that car. This is a livery that we'll talk about at some point. 2 minutes left, though, on the qualifying clock, so we're about to start to see the second timed attempts trickle on through, and we'll keep you a beam of those. But where does Daniel Gray stack up? One of 4 drivers and teams currently and not put onto the clock. It's a 209.595. That's going to put him down in 21st. He's got a bit of a last to first challenge incoming. The weakest links, Nexus Esports. Those are the 2 machines which have not now got times on the board, and they have only got the 2nd lap with which to try and get it done. Over the top of the mountain for the Nexus Esports 38. Get as close to the wall as you dare before you chuck it in towards McPhillamy. And then this is where, in my opinion, things start to get really fun. Over the top of Skyline and down towards the descent, and now as close to the walls as you continue to dare. Oh, that 38 looking very, very good.
Yeah, that corner is just such a deceiving one as a driver, because you tend to turn in, aim for the wall, and as the car lifts over the top of the crest, you get pushed just wide enough so you just skim and slide straight past it. But yeah, some interesting laps going on. See if these drivers can get a time on the board and hopefully put themselves inside the top 10.
Team Chimera to 4th. Racecraft Simulations did not improve on their 2nd lap, and so they still hold provisional pole position. The 2nd flying attempt not really proving to be much of a benefit for many of the field so far. And now just with a 46 seconds left to go, it is short time as the weakest links will put their time onto the board. Did anyone end up improving on lap 2 with the exception of Team Chimera? Well, Nexus Esports do by virtue of not having a lap on the board. Their Ford Mustang roars up to 5th position. But it does seem as though only a handful of machines able to make the tires hang on. Here comes Noel Lundberg, ready to chuck it in towards the uphill climb. He's just going for another practice lap.
For anyone new to watching some supercar action before, it's important to note that these cars, Ford and Chevrolet, are essentially identical. They're just a different shell. So underneath, they are basically the same with the exact same setup parameters. And
that's makes it easy, doesn't it? It keeps us not having to wonder. You can use the same setup files across the cars. Well, let's dive into the starting grid for the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 1000. And it is going to be Jason Bentz and Racecraft Simulations on pole position. Last year's winners, Jacob O'Reilly in the Vermilion Fury number 3, not the 222 alongside, and a full half a second between the Mustang and the Camaro that share the front row. B56 there inside of Team Chimera on row 2 with the Nexus Esports number 38 alongside of the Alcantech NHR by Nyman Racing 000, all Ford Mustangs on row 3. 7th position goes the way of Noel Lundberg in the Noel Lundberg B20 808. He's got Gilles Hubin in the fully bent racing 111 for company. Wizards Team FE and Holden Racing Team bookend the top 10 with the 999 team alongside of Mini Market Racing on row 6 of the starting grid. You can see the gaps here. Skill in qualifying really being put to the forefront, and setup development at GMF Team and Cracked Racing Fruit Gang 13th and 14th respectively, with S4S inside of the 2nd Cracked D Racing machine. And that's the student driver. Keep an eye out for that one. The Wowcourt by Zugmesters 11 is inside of the Never Quit Racing machine on row 9. And to complete the top 20, it's the Hydro Race Racing Forces and Maple Tea Racing Team. Project Valorous and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix are 21st and 22nd with Team DWR SimCoach setups. And I'm just doing a stint on my own to get a license back, 23rd and 24th. Just a handful more machines, the Poodoo Racing Team and the weakest links, 26 Gen 3 supercars ready to go as we just wait for the final couple of cars to make their way to the starting grid and for us to get underway. The first challenge for all these drivers, just launching it from the standing start, putting the power down. But as some people have been pointing out in chat, at least they have the benefit of dry conditions. Let's put 161 laps onto the board. We are ready to go for the iRacing Bathurst 1000. It's the great Australian race. A great launch from pole position, but from 3rd swarmed and Team Chimera past B56 as they chuck it in through turn 1 through Hell Corner. Now, will all 26 of these cars be able to shuffle their way through cleanly? No, because Gabby Martinez in that GMF team number 5 has been pushed off the track, but your pole position sitter converts now to the race lead. Brian Borg taking the start duties as through the cutting they will begin to work after they escort themselves up through Griffin's Bend. Single file at the front of the field.
Single file indeed. It's unlikely to see many passes going up the hill or even down it, but certainly a challenge for all these drivers on this opening lap, getting the tyres up to temperature and just getting their eye in. Really staying out of trouble is probably many of these drivers' aims right now, and yeah, a good start and a good getaway for Brian Borg at the front.
And already a full 1 second back to third position as they begin to work their way towards Skyline, towards the first descent on the lap. Any big movers, you're wondering? 3 positions gained for the Hydro Race Racing Forces 62. 5 positions lost for the Maple T Racing team, maybe just trying to stay out of trouble on this opening lap. The Camaro really under pressure though. Simon Trendell going to have to make sure he gets a good exit here out of the elbow. He does seem to do, and now carry all that speed towards Conrad Straight, towards the chase, which is one of my favorite sections across of these iRacing special events. On board with Byron Falcon.
Trying to get his position back that he lost off the start. Just a little bit worse of a start and a getaway than Trendle, but he's following through the chase here. Opts to lift early, potentially some fuel saving early on in this race. Really important to mention how much fuel saving can help you around here. I'm sure you've seen many of the Bathurst finishes across the time where they've been trying to save fuel to get to the end, but also tyres. Tyres are super critical, super easy with no driving aids to burn your tyres up too quickly. So all the drivers managing their race stints as things currently stand.
The first 6.2 kilometers complete. It is still Brian Borg that leads, but look at the pressure that Jacob O'Reilly's going to be putting on in that Vermilion Fury entry. Now, Jacob won last year's broadcast split, albeit with a different driver that he's paired with today. He won with Zach Radderay White, but I have no doubt still a formidable pairing, as second time they will work their way through Griffin's Bend, that climb up towards the cutting. There's already a bit of grass seemingly being dragged onto the track, and as you pointed out, you don't expect many passes when you're going up and down the mountain, so fuel saving going to be paramount. But I'm also looking at the weather, which is showing that right now, Will, we are at 0% chance of rain, but 15 minutes from now there's a 55% chance of rain.
Yes, certainly the rain chance is umming and ahhing a little bit, going up and down. Still keeping an eye on the radar. No rain bubbles appearing yet, but that can very much change with iRacing's dynamic weather system.
Keeps you on your toes, that's for sure. And that's going to mean that the fuel-saving questions become even more paramount to understanding the timing of that rain, how it impacts the run to the end of the race. Second time out of the elbow, Brian Borg had a great run over the top of the mountain, stretches that gap back out. Have to keep an eye on whether some of these machines are a bit better in a straight line, and some of them make a bit more time over the top of the mountain. Team Chimera a bit closer this time to Jacob O'Reilly as they flick it to the right, back towards the chase. Already a big gap now building behind 5th position, so we have effectively a 5-car breakaway at the end of lap 2. Still very early on. If we go green from here without, or rather I should say, if we say dry from here without any sign of rain, we're probably looking at another 5 hours and 40 minutes of racing, which is again why this is a team race. It is a proper endurance race, just trying to stay on top of this car.
Oh, absolutely. It is one of those for sure. Yeah, a lot of the drivers, for me, if I was in this race right now, I just want to be keeping in the slipstream, keeping my tyres alive, keeping my fuel consumption good. You bring up a very, very good point about saving fuel to the rain window. You much would rather have to stop for wet tyres with 5 laps too much fuel rather than stopping 5 laps too early and then having to go onto the wrong tyre at the wrong point in time, which could completely cost you almost a pit stop potentially if you had to switch on and off and do 2 sort of stops. So very important. Looking a little bit further back in the pack here, 14th place, currently a 10-second gap to the lead, and you can see a little bit of a train developing here around Matthew Levine. But yeah, it looks like some cars will be trying to make their way forward. Very interesting, that bump there. You can can sometimes shift up a gear and save a little bit of time by shifting while you're in the air.
All these nuances that you have to understand, you know, track dynamics. There was a small issue for the number 11, the, I guess, WoW caught by Zugeg Masters machine. I'm sure I butchered that team name, but it's also spelt very confusingly. Doesn't make my life very easy. This is the fight for 14th on back. 2 seconds now, a drift of the 4-car train behind the 999 team. 222, that's not confusing at all. The 999 team in the 222. Oh, close there from that student driver livery. Crack D Racing, Martin Blanksteiner getting very close to the back of the S4S Racing number 4. Now, will he have a crack down towards the chase? They added that section in to satisfy the rule makers at the FIA when they wanted to bring international motorsport. There was a rule about how long any single straight could be, and it's really built a very scary corner in some ways. That kink is committed, and then a really important braking zone. Levine's overcooked it, though, as he tries to get the power down. Blanksteiner's pulled to the side. I think maybe had a bit of a touch to the rear end, didn't want to take advantage. And so Onno Bastings in the Hydro Race Racing Forces 62. He tries to get in on all the fun, and now being pushed by Gabri Martinez, who, of course, slipped off the track on the opening lap. It's a gaggle to turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side all the way through Hell Corner. Going to be going a little bit of a run for the red car there that we've just gone on board. Can he squeeze it up the inside? Martinez down towards turn number 2. A lot of camber in this next corner. If you can stay on the inside and keep that line, you're able to keep the position, and it looks like Martinez is able to get the place.
And Daniel Gray, he saw his opportunity, thrust past Hydro Race Racing Forces, who lose another spot through all of that. The Ford Mustang starting to make some moves. Now up 7 positions is Daniel Gray since the start of the race. He gave himself the hard yards. He's doing the hard yards now with 14 seconds adrift to the race leader. Let's go back up towards the front. Back on board with Byron Falcon, who's content to sit behind Team Chimera's Camaro. Only a second and a half, covering the top 4 right now. And Will, following in trains like this, sometimes it can be a little bit stressful if any of your other competitors has an internet issue or anything like that. So it's often start of the race, the most stressful time, not just on the initial lap of the race, but then the opening stint as well.
And general visibility. You know, when you're going down the mountain section like that, you want to be able to see your references, you want to be able to see the walls. Sometimes these cars, if you get up close behind someone, that can obstruct your view and make it a lot harder for you. You've seen the second place car going wide and making a mistake, and that is Trendle and maybe Falcon through and past O'Reilly.
Well, it's have just been a slight lapse in mental judgment, and now it's a almost 1.1 second margin as they cross the line, end lap 4. But by no means is that gap breaking the toe. Brian Borg with a lap or 2, you'd think, to kind of just settle himself back in, not having to look too much into the rearview mirror. Again, no ABS, no traction control in these cars, which I did see someone in our chat talking about the Bathurst 12 Hours, the other iRacing special event at this track earlier in the year. Those GT3 cars not only have ABS and traction control, they have a stinking load of downforce to boot as well. It is a very different experience to drive. By no means am I saying it's easier, although, I don't know. I guess I am, Will.
I would say you're correct. Often the Bathurst 12 Hour thought of an event, especially years gone by, maybe more back into the early 2020s, an event where you just had to survive. You know, you wanted to survive, you wanted to keep alive, and then maybe you get a chance of getting in the top 10. But this even more so. You know, yes, it's half the length, but these cars are so much harder to drive. It's almost exactly like driving a Porsche Cup around this circuit, if not a little bit harder, touching the grass for the number 1 car. Able to somehow avoid the wall, so that's quite good avoidance, really, in consideration.
Yeah, Alex Rassi just about hanging on to the all-white Camaro and then almost being pushed by, I guess that would have been Patrick Malacqua in the number 11. So it all works out. The gap is built to Borg once again. He seems to be very strong over the top of the mountain. Will Byron Falcon pop out a line? Yes. And Trendell's not going to fight it too hard. Might have to watch for Jacob O'Reilly steaming around the outside of the chase. That would be brave. The Camaro kicks its left sides up into the air as it mounts the inside curve. And this could be an opportunity for Borg to try and break away here in that Racecraft Simulations 117. 1.3 odd seconds this time at the line.
Certainly a positive lap for Borg at the front of your field, building about 0.2 of advantage last time around. So potentially a chance for him to break away. Watching through the chase there, side by side. Team Chimera defending a little bit, but maybe on the attack as well.
It's good to see that good old Team Chimera livery out there and racing once again. For those that have watched RaceSpotTV and indeed iRacing special events for going back almost a decade now, you will recognize those colors. Byron Falcon running a livery that's very familiar to those that have watched any real-world racing as well. Jacob O'Reilly is trying to prove us wrong, I think, that we said earlier that you can't pass on the mountain, but O'Reilly thought about it up towards the cutting. He's using all the track on offer as they pass Mark Tubby Taylor on the Fujitsu banner as they scurry out through Fog Hollow towards Sulman Park. Oh, very close to the wall, I think, for O'Reilly, who is working that car hard. Maybe working a bit too hard right now, Will, because the last thing he wants to do, make another mistake and let Zach Kerr get on through in that Nexus 38.
Yeah, it's interesting really, because Falcon had a bit of a mistake in turn number 2, got himself wide. That lent him a little bit vulnerable to Trendle, but now a really good mountain section has seen Falcon look to almost close that gap to within a second of Borg.
And Nexus Esports, one of the 3 driver lineups in today's race. A lot of the other teams going with just the 2 drivers. We look backwards from O'Reilly at speed. A little bit of a feather of the throttle. I think that's just the fuel saving that we're hearing in through the chase. I've got to say, by the way, love the livery on the Nexus 38. They've taken real-world inspirations, but made it their own. And yes, we do like to talk about liveries. It's an endurance race. We're only 6 laps in, but the important stuff hasn't even happened. We're not even into the first cycle of pit stops. We are getting closer to the first potential bout of rain. I am seeing, Will, that weather forecast, still no indications on the radar itself, but there is a 60% chance for the next hour or so.
Yeah, so very likely that we'll see some amount of rain on the radar near the circuit. However, at this current moment in time, the best thing to go off is the radar, and there is absolutely nothing in sight. But we will keep you updated to let you know if we see any rain that pops up. Wind's currently sitting around 17 kilometers an hour, which is quite strong, and we'll only see that rise if it starts to get a little bit more of a rain cloud appearing, and that makes it quite challenging for these drivers to drive. We're watching a replay of the number 6 coming out of turn number 1, goes to the outside, looking to make a move down the straight towards turn number 2. Side by side, seems to be pretty simple. I hope no carnage happens into turn 2, but certainly seems like a simple move and a nice move there for number 6.
So Yuri Valek getting it done. In 11th position now. He is 12.3 seconds off the lead. I'm looking at some of these gaps and the delta in lap time, and traffic could be a factor inside of the opening couple of hours here. Yes, it's only a field of 26, but traffic on the mountain could be very consequential. Lead gap back down to around half a second. I think that's why Byron Falcon wanted to make the move on Team Chimera. He knew he had the speed to close back up to Brian Borg, and has done so as we get ready to close the 7th lap of the race. Our junior Kanki party alongside of Will Chadwick. We'll have David Haynes joining us in around an hour and 45 minutes time. He'll walk you through to the end of the race alongside a couple of different commentators. First up will be J.R. Gregory, I believe. So uninterrupted coverage coming to you of the Great Australian Race, and we will get an Australian onto the broadcast. Don't worry, we wouldn't do that. These are some great cars. David has a great passion for the track as well, and he will have plenty of stories for you. I have no doubt about that. hopefully some great racing as well by the time he jumps on. I do feel like we're going to get that, because I think these top 5 are all pretty close. By no means do I think there is a strong contender that has developed for the race win inside of the opening 10 laps, as one has done at the Nordschleife this weekend, with a certain Max Verstappen building his advantage straight away at the start of the race.
Yes, certainly. There's quite a few endurance races going on this weekend. Hopefully we're able to capture a little bit of your attention for this sort of Super Saturday of racing events. And yeah, it will be interesting. I'm convinced we'll get quite an even matchup across these front leading cars, and potentially some drama in the mix as well. The rain certainly, if we do see it come, will put a spanner in the works for all the strategies, and be interesting to see how they tackle it and whether one driver is maybe prepared for rain a little bit better than the other.
That's a good point. I forget, I think it was the Indy 6-hour wheel that you and I were on the first couple of hours on a handful of weeks ago. One of the teams, it might have been Team Redline, said that one of their drivers had done mostly wet practice and the other driver had done only dry practice, and they had to adjust their in-race schedule to accommodate the fact that we had a little bit more moisture on the track for a bit longer than expected. So that is a very salient point that we'll just, it's getting dark. That's my feeling right now, is we are going to see rain. It's more a question of when rather than if. Vermillion on top. We're riding on board with the cracked racing number 7 as he closes onto the back of Matthew Levine. Is he going to be able to have a look to the inside into the chase? Look at the understeer as he turned that car in. And so the student driver livery, Martin Blanksteiner, handful of oversteer as he tries to squeeze the right foot onto the power. Has to set this one up again.
Certainly, like you noticed through the chase there, these cars don't have a lot of front downforce, and especially when tucked up behind the rear wing of another car, you lose a bit of that front error, just like you'd imagine in Formula 1 or any other single-seater high downforce category. And yeah, it affects these cars a lot. They've not got a lot of grip. The best thing I can liken it to is driving a Porsche Cup around this circuit, but a Porsche Cup without an engine in the rear, so you actually have a lot less traction, so even more difficult to drive. These cars are certainly a challenge.
Yeah, no, we did run the Porsche Cup cars on the iRacing Bathurst special event for a couple of years, but not for a while now. There does seem to be a bit of damage to the left front of that number 7. So is that from just getting into the back of someone else? Is that from touching the wall? All I know is this early in a race, you really don't want to be accruing much damage because it just tends to add up over time. That is the nature of Mount Panorama. And suddenly, Blanksteiner looking in the rearview mirror a little bit more. Also looking in the rearview mirror because Daniel Gray hasn't made a pass in a couple of laps. So I have no doubt he's starting to plot in the wonderfully named, I'm just doing a stint on my own to get an A license back, number 9.
Yeah, certainly a good name. Moving up through the order, 17th now, so aiming to progress a little bit. I'm sure he's live on Twitch. You can maybe go and check out a perspective from the cockpit of one of these cars, if you're interested to see what it looks like. Back towards the leading group, Bayern Borg just leading by just over 3.5 tenths, but looks to me like Falcon's pretty racy right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's just going to sit there and save a little bit of fuel while he can.
He half looks, but I think that's just mental pressure. Put yourself in the mirror, make yourself known. As it's 2 Ford Mustangs that run at the front, and then a Camaro pair sat behind them. Of course, the first time we're seeing these Gen 3 supercars in this great race. Last year was the send-off for the previous generation here on iRacing. Tell you what, Byron Falcon got a great entry into turn 1 and then almost got into the back of Brian Borg, and that cost him on exit. He might have been close enough to look into Griffin's Bend, but not on the 10th lap of the race. Closes up through the apex of the corner as well, right up the diffuser. Now, through the cutting, surely not. No, I thought we might get a pass on the mountain, but not here just yet.
Not just yet, but I'm sure we'll see one across the course of these 6 or so hours. following very closely right now. That can be good, you know, for fuel saving. Get a lot of draft effect, a lot of slipstream. Car ahead of you punching a nice hole in the air, so you have less fuel consumption needed to get around a lap, but also you're going to have less grip, so potentially a little bit more tyre usage. So certainly something to plan and to work around while you're sitting behind in one of these endurance stints. It certainly looks to me like Trendle is maybe closing in a little bit, making it a top 3 battle for the lead.
Yeah, still 5 cars split by 3 seconds, so by no means has Zach Kerr lost a whole bunch of time, but I think he's slipped off the track more than once, and that's just cost him a bit of momentum here and there. Byron Falcon has got the momentum, a whole head of steam on his side, as once more towards the chase. Borg felt the need to cover the middle of the track for a moment, and here comes the look from Falcon to the inside, onto the brakes. They'll go door handle to door handle, sweep their way through turn 21, and a great respect shown on both sides. Trendell suddenly sees the track in front of him, all sorts of blocks. It's B56 that have the inside through Murray's corner. Will there be a switchback as they run toward the timing line? Trendell's got it on Brian Borg. The Camaro moves up to second. Jacob O'Reilly's in the mix as well, but new race leader, it's Byron Falcon sweeping through turn 1.
Oh, a bit of contact for Borg behind, and maybe damage between O'Reilly and Borg at turn 1. A hell corner, that is a tragedy, and hopefully both those cars have got limited damage, but certainly a big moment in the opening laps of this race.
And Zach Kerr was like, thank you very much, as O'Reilly very respectfully gave the position back, but did so at the expense of yet another spot. There's been trouble further down the order for Matthew Levine and for Daniel Gray. This is a look back towards turn 1, and the slightest bit of contact as O'Reilly just stuck his nose in through the opening corner, and I'm not saying that in a way that he wasn't entitled to, but maybe a bit too aggressive. Then you can see him pull to the left, slow the acceleration of the car, and through goes Kerr to take advantage. This is what happened into also turn 1. There's a reason why it's called Hell Corner.
Oh, bit of a check up there in turn 1, like you say. A little bit of contact through turn 1. Unsure how badly that affected Daniel Gray, but certainly for the S4S racing car, not a good moment, and losing several seconds, not helping him out his race so far.
So Daniel must have had a slightly different moment, maybe as a result of that, because he grabbed that one of the positions courtesy of that spin from S4S, and then maybe pushed off track on the run down Conrad, Mountain Straight. Could very well have been the case. This is a fight just outside the top 10 with, well, 4 seconds up the road to Mini Market Racing after Yuri Valek made that pass. Felix Smoggy feeling the pressure from now Ayrton Reutemann. Ride from the driver cam perspective. Open up the corner, use the track on the left side as you sweep into the chase. Straight line the braking as best as you can. Mount the curb on the inside. Use the curb on the right-hand side to help rotate the car if you're feeling brave as well. Yeah, this is a 6.2 kilometer lap with so many nuances, especially given that for much of the year, it serves as a public road, and so every time the drivers return, I'm sure they have to go on their track walk, look at all the little subtle differences that maybe have changed since the last time they were at this great facility.
Oh, absolutely. I think that how these tracks develop over time. Oh, had an engine blow for the leader.
Now, B56 have pulled off the track. Byron Falcon has returned to pit lane, and was he just a bit too aggressive on the downshifts? And did he blow his engine on the 12th lap of the race?
Yeah, I'm almost certain that's a blown engine there. Saw the puff of smoke off camera, and yeah, that's so strange to see that happen so early. I can only imagine, like you say, it's just being too aggressive on the downshifts.
So let's see if we can get on board and listen in here. So we'll try and do it again, maybe from an onboard angle, because I think what we need to try and see is what's happening on the dash, right? We don't really see much from that angle other than the engine blows.
Yeah, but certainly that is what happened. That's a huge blow so early in the race. Very rare you see something like this happen, but let's listen in. On board, keep an eye on the dash on your right-hand side, see if there's any warnings flashing.
Oh! He shifts down to second by accident.
Oh, that's tragic. Now that paints such a different story. We were perhaps thinking that it was a repetitive overuse of too much revs on the downshift, but it looks like just a shifting error, potentially not actually using a sequential and using a H pattern. So maybe when you're going from third to fourth, accidentally slipping it into second if you're using a H pattern shifter, which is of course not what these cars actually use in real life, but certainly something that could have happened.
I can't imagine anyone's using an H pattern for this on iRacing, because I don't know if it would even let you.
Yes, it's something we would perhaps have to test, but yeah, very strange to go into second there, and
yes,
that's what's caused it, and that's such a shame because such a strong opening sort of 10 or so laps for that car.
Yep, that's brutal. That is heartbreaking, and it is very possible to blow an engine over time due to repeatedly over-revving on downshifts. How do I know this? Because my teammate Adam Blocker, we were running in a Scops race at Phillip Island, and we were on to the last lap of the race, and he goes to downshift, and looking at the telemetry, we think he was maybe only like 200 RPM over where we really should have been, but that was enough to blow the engine and deprive us of what would have been a decent finish in a very strong field of these cars. So very possible. So suddenly it's Simon Trendell that leads. Pole sitter is down to third as Jacob O'Reilly into the wall, off of the elbow, right side hard into the Armco. Now, has he got away with that? The car does not look square. Or is that just him testing the steering?
I think testing the steering to kind of feel like whether he's got a bit of damage. Let's have a look at it off the exit here. So a little bit sideways. Wow, hits it very square. Perhaps looks a bit more dramatic from the TV camera that we saw, but looks to me like it might just be okay for the Demilion X Fury car.
Wow, that could have been even worse, because the way it almost hooked the edge of the wall, not the Armco, excuse me, but almost hooked it with like the door, and so that could have suddenly, if it was at a slightly worse angle, had even more drastically shot off to the right. I mean, the steering looks okay. That's the most important thing, I would say.
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen there is obviously you get a rear wheel out of line, maybe adding quite a lot of toe, negative or positive, which could make the car very, very hard to drive. Remember that rain chance we were talking about, Arjuna?
I saw the windshield wiper working. Is it here?
No, it's completely disappeared.
Oh, God. You got me excited. Right on cue with the windshield wiper as well.
Yeah, essentially disappeared. It's down to like 7% now for the next hour. So unfortunately, looks like that phantom rain cloud passed by or disintegrated somewhere off near Adelaide, maybe.
We did have a pass, though, even in the dry conditions through the mountain, as Fully Bent Racing Gilles Goubin passes Wizards team, who now lose a spot as well to Holden Racing, and James Wallace, who forces his way on through. And closing from behind is Mini Market Racing as well. And Yuri Valek, all that momentum, had to get onto the brakes through McPhillamy Park and hold station down into Skyline, descending one more time.
Yeah, good move there. Very tight move. It's always quite dramatic when you watch cars go side by side through this mountain section. Very much like a very, very narrow circuit, very street coursey, with the walls being so close, and certainly a little bit sideways there onto the straight.
So the Pepsi Max car, which is apparently a Volvo, if you look at the front left and right where the Volvo stickers are. Yuri Valek trying to close. There are plenty of close groups, and that often is what makes these special events so special. No matter what split, no matter what time slot you're in, with the way the iRating system works, you'll typically find a pretty good battle out on track to enjoy. Oh, your first lesson is stay on the tarmac, Martin Blanksteiner. I'm guessing that might not have been all his own doing, because Daniel Gray has left the scene of the incident, now up 11 positions.
Does say student driver though, so, you know, just learning. So let's have a look. It might be Daniel Gray, the one here, the culprit, going into and through the chase.
Oh no, he's just gone straight.
Yeah. Wrongly accused of Daniel Gray there. But yeah, student driver just trimming all necessary edges of the circuit.
Ah, yes, he's going to invoice for some lawn mowing services. That is a pass from on Crack D Racing, so that would be the 999 or 999 team. Yes, it's confusing. How many nines do you need to say there? That makes its way through. Oh. Got very close under the brakes, did Felix Smoggy for a second, which often can happen. You know, some of these drivers will be a little less confident on the brakes, don't want to lock up, and so sometimes need to back up the braking a little bit more than what others would expect. Mini Market Racing still not finding their way past the Wizards team FE51. A bit of a rear end slide as the Mustang works its way through the dipper. Hasn't lost any ground though to the Holden Racing team machine in front, so not after losing 2 positions in a lap, has gone straight back into the rhythm, has Semyon Mikhailov. And now sweeping his way through again. We're about, I would say, halfway through a fuel run right now, and so the fact that the rain chances have dissipated, Will, does kind of mean that these drivers can settle in a little bit more to the strategy, right? They can think about that fuel saving that many of them have been doing since the start of the race.
Yeah, it obviously simplifies the strategy quite a bit. Potentially still kind of run on the chance that maybe it will come. Certainly in the forecast that we have pre-event, there's a sort of a 20 to 25% chance for an hour or two, right up until about 3 p.m. Local here. It's currently 12:15 p.m. Sim Standard Time. And yeah, watching this lead battle, still quite close, still quite bunched up, and certainly it's going to develop quite a lot. It'd be interesting to see when the pit stop comes around, who's going to go a lap longer, who's going to go a lap shorter, what is everyone's pit lane optimization like, who's more confident to pull off the risky moves in the pit lane and the aggressive strategy ball.
I think we're going to see, we aren't going to see, because we'll be out of the broadcast booth in about an hour and a half's time, but David Haynes and the rest of his commentary bandits will get to see some interesting things on strategy. I think that will only really come to a head in the final hour of the race. That's what makes endurance racing so interesting without the threat of safety cars, which of course in the real Bathurst 1000 would definitely be something that all the competitors are aware of. Byron Falcon's engine blow up would have resulted in one, but here in the iRacing special events, it's an enduro sprint, if you catch my drift. Trendell's now being closed. The gap's under a second as Zach Kerr, Brian Borg, and Jacob O'Reilly make it a front 4 once more, but they haven't brought anyone with them. So Alcantech NHR by Nyman Racing, the Noel Lundberg 808, a bit of no man's land for them right now. And so they're in this weird place where they can't make any mistakes, but they're also hoping that one of these front 4 ends up making a mistake.
Certainly, that's probably the position you find yourself in for a lot of the race. I think you want to settle into your strategy, you want to save the fuel, you want to just keep your nose clean, do not hit any walls, do not get any unnecessary bodywork damage, and just generally try and run your own race. In this moment right here, you've got a good opportunity to just lock in, do your own strategy, and not over push or over compensate into any corner. And as things currently stand, all these front 4 cars are well within a chance of having a shot at the race victory, and even as far back as 6th in the 808 and the 000. Still got a chance of clawing a bit of time back. Important to remember that we do have driver changes to come a little bit later on.
And who knows how the pace of that second driver ends up comparing. This is the reality of any motorsport, be it in real world or in virtual world. No two drivers are going to be equally as good everywhere you go, and this includes the likes of the factory ranks in proper endurance teams. Yes, in supercars in the real world you often have co-drivers, but they don't do every round of the season. They are expected to be a little bit slower, but you go over to something like the WEC, to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, both drivers can sometimes be factory level, but even then, one may have the slight edge, maybe in comfort, maybe in just understanding how the setup works. And I think I mentioned this slightly earlier, there's a handful of teams here which will not just have 2 drivers. Nexus Esports will have 3 drivers, so we have 2 drivers left to figure out, Will, exactly how they stack up to the competition.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
iRacing Dynamic Weather's back again. And, we've got 30% chance now for the next hour or so. So that rain chance that went to 7, it's now back to 30. So who knows? Still nothing on the radar, but yeah, certainly having a look at the radar still as the laps go by.
That is the first knock-knock joke I have ever heard in my 5 years of commentating on special events. Great job, Will Chadwick. GMF team and Gabri Martinez pushed off the track on the opening lap of the race, and now being pushed by Never Quit to hold on to 15th position. So it's Greg Carr in the 1-2-1. That's putting the pressure on in the battle of Camaros. And wide from Martinez through the final corner. Does it open the door to turn 1? Not quite. Has to tuck back into line and set it up out of hell corner. And the run on Mountain Straight, he gets the back end slip and sliding on him. And there goes his chance of trying to close the advantage. You can see on board, that's the painful sight, Will, of the car in front of you extending its advantage.
Indeed, and I think one of the things that's underrated in these sort of scenarios is being able to drive your own lines. I think a lot of people can sometimes get fixated on the car ahead, and it's important to look past the car, look at your references, keep your marks going, and try and drive your own line. You may see incidents where one car hits the wall, then the next one does. A really famous one of that, of really high-level racing, was maybe it was last year's or the year before's Singapore Grand Prix, where I think Norris hit the wall, and then Russell hit it even harder at Singapore and went off into the barrier. It happens to the best of us, and it's super, super important to keep your eyes forward and to not fixate on the car.
Sometimes easier said than done. Much like for me, it's easier said than done to unmute my microphone sometimes. Sim Racing Grid in the midst of this choo-choo train. This is really where I think things are interesting. At the front of the field, yes, there's plenty going on, but there's stories to be told here as well. This is where I think you'll also see some drivers thinking about their strategy calls and how it's going to take them out of traffic. Because they are 30 seconds off of the leader, which means they're already a quarter of a lap behind. So at some point in this race, they will expect the leaders to be right on top of them. And maybe still in their own train that roars over the top of Mountain Straight now. Jacob O'Reilly at the tail end of this pack. You can see Eric Blixt in that 000. No man's land for him right now. 4 seconds off the back of these drivers. Working lap 19 of the race. And I think one thing that we should point out, as quick note actually, Byron Falcon in chat says that his paddles on the wheel are a bit iffy and sometimes they activate if he leans on it just a little bit too much. So hardware issue adding to the stress for B56, who I think we can now officially confirm are a DNF in this race.
Sadly wasn't the H pattern idea that I had, but yeah, certainly something that can happen, and really a shame, really unfortunate. But technical failures happen in the real world, they also happen in the simulator as well. And as long as it's sort of like it used to be, you might be able to get an engine change done within about 35 to 40 minutes. So potentially some running for that car later in the race for the teammates to still get to enjoy the experience of the Bathurst 1000.
I did also see a question about lap times. Last time by, your leader did 2:08.7, which is around 7/10 slower than the fastest lap of the race. So we have seen a decent amount of tire fall off already, or maybe it's pace management with the fuel numbers that we've been talking about. O'Reilly gets very close to the back of Brian Borg. Doesn't think about the move, thinks about the fuel saving as well. Zach Kerr got a great run through the final corner. Borg a little bit compromised, and O'Reilly pounces, sees his opportunity, scoops it up with both hands. And at least one half of last year's race winners, Jacob O'Reilly, almost spins himself around, putting the power down out of Hell Quarter.
All the hard work just disappears so easily. It shows you how hard these cars really are to drive. Gets on the power a little bit too much through turn number 1, and there you go. You've gone from gaining a position to losing it straight back again.
It's crazy, isn't it? I will say, not sure when I'm going to get the opportunity to make my way halfway around the world to see these cars race anywhere in Australia. I would obviously love to see them race at Bathurst, but I would watch them anywhere. I think the closest I can get is probably next weekend, where I'll get to see some of the NASCAR machines racing at the Charlotte Roval, which, you know, they talk about the current NASCAR machines being very similar in their nature to a Gen 3 supercar. So I'm curious to see how they look, because boy, the sim really does make these machines look very, very treacherous to drive. Daniel Gray is almost into the top 10, by the way. He's just passed the 999 team and Ayrton Routman. He's got 4 seconds now to close on that Wizards team FE in the 51, and that would be 14 positions gained to get himself back into the top 10 after, can we say it was a poor qualifying effort given the speed that we've seen in the race itself?
Oh, absolutely, but I could imagine that maybe comes from a lack of practice rather than a lack of
skill.
A lack of skill around this circuit. Daniel is certainly a better driver in respect to his iRating around this circuit. I think that he often does official weeks here and goes fairly well, and I've certainly seen him be fairly competitive here in a GT3 car. So going towards the top 10, of course, when he, or if he can reach the 10th place car, he'll also be quite close to the 9th and 8th place car as well, 9th, 8th and 7th. So ultimately, if he can get onto that train, he can save a little bit of fuel and potentially make his way up into the top 7.
And his teammate is Nate Stewart, who maybe is a bit more familiar to people that spend more time doing oval racing, but he is very competitive on road courses as well. So would not be surprised to see that car get a pretty decent finish, even with the struggles in qualifying. It's just going to be the question of, can he keep it clean? Gabri Martinez keeps the right side out of the grass, but only after understeering wide and missing the apex by a country mile. Never quit racing, trying to slide up the inside. Nose not quite chopped off there, but Martinez holds strong around the outside, powers onto Mountain Straight and holds on to 15th position.
Yeah, thankfully no moment there, no contact through turn number 1. This is a train, isn't it? This is really a train of cars. Interesting to see kind of where these drivers are at the race. You know, we talked about the drop off from the fastest lap of the race for the leaders. Will also be present for these cars as well. I imagine a lot of it is tyre degradation. Ultimately, the tyres are quite sensitive in this car. They're quite hard to manage. A bit like a NASCAR, if you've ever drove a NASCAR. Also have quite a steep fall off in tyres, and you've got to be really on top of your driving to maintain grip across an extended period of time.
We are definitely not talking about double stinting these tyres. There is no question about that. As in front of the Purdue Racing team, almost right sides into the grass for Raymond Tew in the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix number 2. This is the section that, even in a GT3 car, is always sketchy to me, because especially when you run through the dipper. Your front left is in the air for so long, and when it lands, sometimes it unsettles the car if you've not got it set up properly, but it's just a wild section of track. And then you head out of the forest elbow. Look at that climb. The one thing that sim racing will always struggle to replicate the sheer significance of, Will, is elevation. It does a good job of representing it, don't get me wrong, but as someone who's had the privilege this year of going out and visiting a bunch of tracks with IMSA, it always amazes me how much more the elevation changes things than I ever thought it did in the sim world.
You can only imagine it's tenfold when you go and visit the Nordschleife. You've ever drove it on the sim, you can just drive around and you can go, yeah, I understand, up and down. But that track is so heavily influenced by the mountains surrounding it that even sections, you know, where you go through Adenau and you go through the right-hand, so you go over the bridge, the left, then the right, that is so uphill. You feel it in the sim because you don't accelerate that much, but it's such a steep gradient, and there's so many tracks around the world. Bathurst will also represent this really well, where the elevation just seems crazy in real life.
This is a good look from up above. You can see the conditions. It's overcast. That's where that threat of rain is still building. Pretty gusty as well. That 20-kilometer-an-hour winds. These cars are relatively big, is I think the appropriate word for them. They can be pushed around even with their weight when the wind starts to pick up that much. Now, can Jacob O'Reilly start to settle some of the nerves that, at least building for him? He's had a few moments here and there, gets close to the pole sitter, but once again just backs out. Brian Borg didn't set the time in qualifying. Instead, it was his teammate Jason Bentz who got the job done with a 2:07.197. So that's a full second quicker than any lap we've seen in the race itself. And that's because they are full of fuel at the start of the race when the tires are at their best. And by the time you get to the end of the stint, you can see how much they're slip and sliding. The top two have broken away as they once more, for the 23rd time, run up Mountain Straight. Zach Kerr only a couple of car lengths off the race leader, Simon Trendell, who has been unchallenged since taking the race lead after Byron Falcon had his engine blow up through the cutting. Borg not under fire from Jacob O'Reilly.
You certainly feel under pressure. You can't let it get to you. I think that when you're like Borg, you've got to still run your own lines. You've got to hit your own reference points. If you start to try and over push, not only will you kill your tires, kill your strategy a little bit, you're more susceptible to make a mistake at such a tricky circuit. So, you know, if I'm Borg, I'm thinking about the long game. Maybe it would be wise to let O'Reilly pass. We've seen O'Reilly be fast, but make a couple of mistakes already in this race. So perhaps susceptible to do that a little bit later on if he's chasing after the likes of Kerr and
Will, you're the driver in the booth. You have competed in the Porsche Esports Super Cup amongst many other series in your time. Single stint or double stint your driver, because these are cars that I think you really do want to build your rhythm up with, but at the same time you don't want to risk leaving a driver in for a bit too long and making them mentally, physically fatigued. Jacob O'Reilly peeps to the inside, and Brian Borg is going to fight this one. He's not going to let the move be made easily. Under the brakes, fights his way back alongside as they work their way out through the chase. But Jacob O'Reilly sweeps around the long way, gets it done, and back up to third.
Yeah, so to answer your question, I would always move towards double stinting, purely because, like you say, there's a rhythm perspective, but also, you know, every single time you swap drivers, especially if that driver hasn't driven any test laps beforehand, you've got just that little bit of an adaptation period. I'd say it's more so when it's raining. That period is a lot bigger. But you know, even in a state like this, I'd say that yeah, keep driving the distance as long as they're not feeling too tired. Which, to be honest, with the stint lengths, you know, looking at around an hour, it's not too bad. So as long as you're well awake and got plenty of energy for the day ahead, you should be okay. Just doing 2 stints.
Now, is anyone going to do more than that? The reason I bring that up is because Daniel Gray it's late at night or evening, morning, depending on where you are in Australia and New Zealand. This is maybe not the easiest of the time slots to have competed in. And so potentially we could see a bit of a monster stint from the likes of Gray, and then hand the car over to their American teammate to kind of run through the rest of the race and let the Australian go and get some sleep. I did see a comment, maybe a comment or two, about why we're not covering a Australian and New Zealand time slot. Well, we have actually done that in the past at the expense of personal sleep and schedules, but we haven't always had the strongest field. Often the V8 Scots 1000 is around the corner, and a lot of the big teams end up focusing a bit more on that. And so I think the last handful of years we've ended up covering this, and we've had some good racing, to be fair, and it's always nice to also see the drivers step out of their comfort zone, and hopefully the next time we do this, we'll have a few more of the big teams, maybe a team Redline, Kawanda. That would be really cool to see them step out of their comfort zone a little bit more. I've always said, Will, that is the joy of the iRacing special events. It's not just GT3 cars, it's not just endurance racing. There's all these different events that if you are willing to expose yourself to them, to the jumpy trucks, to the NASCAR iRacing series races that we have, if you're willing to go and do them, you'll have a lot of fun, and you'll learn a lot about motorsports that maybe you have not ddone before.
Certainly, something that comes to mind, I think, when we think about that is the Road America 500, is it? With the classic, what is it, the Nissan GT, we call it a GTP, and the Audi A90 or something, GTO. Also got your first car in the pit lane, the 808, that's been running inside the top 7 this entire opening stint. They're in for their first stop of the evening.
So that's our first trip down onto pit lane. That's scheduled, let's say that. Ignore Byron. Falcon's B56 machine parked rather unfortunately just in front of the shop. Noel Lundberg in the Ford Mustang, the first driver getting their what would appear to be scheduled service. Handful of laps early, if we're being honest, but maybe that is also just part of the strategy. Maybe they have thought about something that we're missing right now. Although Will's great knock-knock joke, unfortunately, about the weather, it's decided to leave us, because I see the highest percentage chance that we have inside of the next hour and a half is 8%, so I'm not expecting much of that at all. Jacob O'Reilly has not just passed Brian Borg, he has flown away from the pole-sitting machine. Zach Kerr has lost a bit of time to the Camaro and Simon Trendell, who seems to be working the tires well at the end of the run. So does Jacob O'Reilly, first onto the headlight flashers, and Zach Kerr more than willing to oblige. It's Vermilion Fury back up to second. Jacob O'Reilly's had a very, very interesting opening stint.
Yeah, interesting is certainly a way to put it. A number of small little incidents here and there, but certainly pace shown throughout, and the Vermilion car is certainly making its way towards Trendell, who, you know, over the last few laps, I think, struggling a little bit with the tyres. You know, we're into the 209s now. Certainly this is going to be the case for everyone. Potentially O'Reilly somehow might have saved a little bit more tyre, or maybe is just not doing quite as much fuel saving, but let's see.
He is flying right now, that is for sure. I was just trying to read the timing screen to make sure I wasn't reading it wrong. He was within 2/10 of his fastest lap of the race last time around. That is a very, very good sign. They do also, by the way, have the fastest lap of the race. That was not just set, that was done slightly earlier in the day. But conditions do seem to be optimal for racing in many ways. Daniel Gray is now officially into the top 10 with that pit stop, but it will cycle back around. A pit stop seems to be around 38 seconds for Noel Lundberg, so maybe a bit longer for the rest of the field, seeing as they might need a bit more fuel into their car.
Yeah, and I think also looking at this, it seems to me that, you know, drivers are at different stages of their stint in terms of how much tyre life they've got. Gray obviously defending a little bit from the 222 behind. They've been going together for the majority of the race so far, but the 222 certainly looks close as we come towards the pit window, about 55 minutes into the race. Let's not forget that this is, well, as you can see in the top left, 160 laps of the Bathurst circuit. So looking at that, sort of on target for making the hour, making close to what you need to do in order to go the full distance. You've only got 14 minutes leeway, roughly, in order to you can give up across the course of all your stints. So, you know, pitting around 27, 28 in terms of these stints, that's probably optimal.
So no one else in pit lane just yet. The leaders have swung back around to complete the 26th lap of the race. Will anyone decide that they want to pit and just get out of trouble in terms of the gap that they're fighting? Can take NHR by Nyman. They'll blink from 5th position. So Eric Blix has had a great opening stint, but time for a fresh set of boots, a full tank of fuel as well. And he'll head back out onto track. Will anyone else follow him in? Doesn't look like it just yet. Daniel Gray, another one of those drivers staying out there as well. The 222 not making its way past as that continues through. The race lead is down to half a second, so O'Reilly is really pushing the case right now. Over the top of the mountain, starting to head towards Skyline and the descent. Gap back to Zach Kerr, 2 seconds from the leader, another 2 seconds back to Brian Borg. I think we are seeing here the top two, the best in terms of tire management. And as much as we were saying Camaro and Mustang identical at the start of the day, Will, the teams that have set the Camaro up have set it up a bit better on the long run than the Mustangs behind.
Certainly a consideration I'm sure people take into account. Something I don't think we mentioned, I believe it's fastest lap of the race was last time around for O'Reilly. Of course, fuel load is low. You're currently watching also the battle for P12 in the lower half of the screen. But fastest lap around last time by for O'Reilly, saving a lot of pace to the end and maybe looking to try and gain track position before we go into the pit lane.
Remember, fuel is heavy, so if they've managed the tires well enough, they could very well actually set their fastest times. Not seeing that from many, though. Never quit racing, almost an issue as they head down through the dipper. There was an issue for Daniel Gray. He is headed back to the pit lane where Brian Borg is headed now. So a 27 lap stint for the pole sitter. At least a lap longer for the top three. Now can Jacob O'Reilly get the hammer down out of Hell Corner and make this move in towards Griffin's Bend? He's in the tow. He's closing on the back of the race leader. Don't think Simon Trendell's going to fight this one very hard if O'Reilly wants it. Starts to shuffle to the inside, does the white and teal. O'Reilly hesitant to commit, willing to stay behind and hold track position as Brian Borg jumps out of the car and Jason Bench jumps in. Driver change at the front of the field.
Yeah, so driver change at the front of the field, just 1 hour gone. So that's interesting to change drivers so early. We mentioned some teams have 2, some teams have 3. I'm not sure if anyone's opted for 4 or more drivers, but it looks like lap 28 is the popular lap to come in. But 54 and the 3, the guys that have been running really fast in the last few laps are still out there, still lapping on lap 28 of this race, looking to cross the hour mark.
Daniel Gray has just said in chat, by the way, that he is actually done. And he accidentally signed up Nate Stewart. So his team name was factually accurate. He was only here to do a stint to get his A license back and had his fun cracking the top 10 in the stint that he had. So back out onto track for Jason Bentz. That was a full service. So actually Noel Lundberg's going to be net leader of the race, or not net. Once the pit stops have cycled out, he will lead this race, but only because he spent a good 14 seconds shorter than the rest of the competitors. O'Reilly's not that close as the leaders onto the brakes through the chase. Left side of the track, his pit entry now. Will they both commit on lap 28? Yes, they will, in unison with Zach Kerr following them in. It's 28 laps the maximum that you can go. Will anyone behind them be able to extend another 6.2 kilometers? The pit crew now has the hard task of getting to work after these drivers make their run into their pit boxes as accurately as they can.
Yeah, and this is big now, because not only have you got your accuracy of stopping as fast as you can in your pit box, you've also got the need to pull the clutch away well. Just noticing from my general observation there, because the Vermeulen car had a bit of a block line of sight into their box, it looked like they potentially lost a little bit of time. Looks like we might have had a driver change with the number 38 as well.
It is Patrick Moose. Remember, 3 drivers to get into the car, so why not use them? Get your fresh driver in, albeit maybe with a lap or 2 needed to adjust. Where is Jason Bentz? I think that's really the question, because yes, his car is going to be full of fuel, but he'll have tires that are maybe a little better in terms of their usability than what he was dealing with at the end of the run. Just waiting for potentially to see the racecraft simulation machine head back around. As engine fires for Trendell first, he breaks away just in front of O'Reilly. Moose will tuck in behind them, and Noel Lundberg is going to be right there as well. Now remember, he stopped for about 14 seconds less, so he's not really in the same fight. Is he going to insert himself into the mix? He slips in front of O'Reilly, so second on the track for the 808 machine, but now already having to cover potentially a move, because once O'Reilly gets those tires fired up, once he gets back into the rhythm, he's going to be hunting his way to the front.
And you also see the effect there of just not quite getting the perfect line of sight into your box. Perfect stop. For sure, O'Reilly would have been ahead of the 808 if he had a little bit better of a stop in his box. That 0.8 of a second he lost could be crucial.
These are all those little margins that add up and very well could be crucial and defining in the final pit stop sequence of the race. Motorsports is very much a team game. You're relying on your virtual team. Here in the world of iRacing, don't necessarily have the ability to motivate them as you would in the real world by bringing in a box of donuts or whatever at the start of the day. Or maybe promising a big party at the end of the night, depending on which way it swings. So front 5 now covered by just under 3.5 seconds as Bentz right on the case of Patrick Moose in the Nexus Esports 38. Remember, both of those are new drivers into the car. They're going to see a swap around in towards the chase. Could be the case where the tires are still coming up to temperature as we check back in with Never Quit Racing and Tony Kloosterman, but a slight issue for him over the top of Skyline, running by himself at the time. Loses the front end as well. Yeah, we'll be very curious to see if there was that move that happened towards the chase. Did Bentz get in front of Moose? Yes, he did, and so now Bentz back up to 4th.
Yeah, so a bit of a big crash there, but we can say up to 4th for Bentz. Looking at O'Reilly looking to try and make that move on Lumbo. It'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy Lumbo decides to go on. Rain chances back up again to 16%, but judging by the course of this race, that means nothing. So yeah, interesting to see whether O'Reilly can get round Lundberg quickly, and whether that fresh tyre advantage can enable less loss of time. Would be the important factor here, really.
Jacob O'Reilly goes for it through the cutting. Up the inside, given space by Noel Lundberg, and back up to 2nd, already 1.2 adrift from the race leader. That was a move that had to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, good move at the start of the mountain. It lets you be free for most of this top section. You're able to route around, able to attack the downward section and maybe close up that gap to Trendell, who we've seen open it up by about 0.8 since the pit stops. They came in essentially nose to tail, very fast down the mountain. More O'Reillys, you see him catch a couple of tenths there as we head on to the back straight.
Already working the 30th lap of the race. How how things are moving along rather quickly. Again, in about an hour's time, myself, Arjuna Kankipati, alongside of Will Chadwick, will step aside. We'll leave you in the capable voices of David Haynes and J.R. Gregory, at least for a couple of hours. That will probably get you towards the last 40 hours of the race. Oh, 40 laps of the race, not 40 hours. Issue here for the well caught by Zoomasters team. And ooh, technical issues leading to a nose into the wall. That's rather unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate. Especially early on. You know, these races, like we've talked about, it's such an attritional race. We've already seen a number of incidents. You know, your top 15 split by 50 seconds already. And a lot like we talk about how crucial these battles can be at the start. If you don't survive, then you can't even be involved in it in the first place. So ultimately, these drivers still got that in the back of their mind, the preservation that they need to keep up in order to get to the end of the race and have the opportunity to race for the win. So
it's a pair of Camaros at the front. Noel Lundberg in a Mustang, as is Racecraft Simulation and Nexus Esports behind. All the cars putting out 600 horsepower, although in the real world generated slightly differently. 5.4 litre V8 in the Ford Mustang, a 5.7 litre V8 in the Camaro, and slightly different constructions as well to the V8s, but at least we still have some engines that make some noise and have some character. I think that's what makes these cars so interesting. Is part of the allure is the engine that powers them. I think a lot of people have maybe suggested the racing from this generation of supercars might not be as good as previous generation, but they still know how to put on a show, that is for sure. O'Reilly has closed about half a second in the last lap and a half. Mounts the curb through the chase. He is on a mission. I tell you what, he's had an eventful opening stint and hoping to make the second stint a little less eventful, with the only thing of note being him charging his way to the lead.
Yeah, which team are you on? It used to be obviously Holden and Ford, now it's Chevrolet and Ford.
Well, I think I'm legally obligated to say now I'm a Ford fan. Now that I've started commentating on the Ford Mustang Challenge, you know, they need a Camaro Challenge in the US for me to commentate on, and then I'll be unbiased, you know?
Then it's completely unbiased, right?
Yeah, I hope Chris, Brendan,
or Chevrolet fans are watching the stream and they rue your choice of words.
I just hope, Chris and Brendan at Ford Racing, I hope you hear this. And have a smile on your face. I think the real answer to your question is, I like that this Ford Mustang looks less out of place than the Gen 2 Ford Mustang did. It always looked a little bit weird to me how that Mustang looked. I don't know.
What do you mean?
I did like the Holden. I was a Holden fan. I'm not so much a Camaro fan, if I'm being honest.
Ooh.
That's controversial.
As General Motors are not going to like you. Forget any General Motors jobs. But yeah, interesting, because I mean, ultimately at the front of the field right now, your Fords are losing. So two Camaros at the front of the field, and they're certainly putting on quite an interesting race for us. We look a little bit further back, we feel obliged to at least show one Mustang in 10th position. That battle was being obtained by Daniel Gray, who's obviously vacated from the race in order to get his A license. A little bit deep there, you see, just over the top of the mountain. Such a tricky section, because you want to be taking the curb, but in taking that curb, you're like spiking the load on the tyre, and that makes it very easy to grab a brake, lock the tyre up, and potentially make a mistake that can cost you a lot of time. Just 2.5 tenths as we cross the line on lap 32, crossing to lap 33. Like Vermeulen maybe having a look into turn number 2.
I think he overlooked and overcommitted into turn 1 and now has really cost himself a chance into Griffin's Bend. He might have to be brave up to the cutting, but I think Trindell's got enough speed to be able to hold him back. Someone in chat pointing out that next year in the real world, the Toyota Supra joins the Supercars ranks. That's going to be very interesting. Hopefully get it on iRacing sooner rather than later. O'Reilly with a great run, forced to the outside. Now will he switch back underneath? He will go for it, shoves his nose in. Trindell forced to go wide and open the space up as they work up towards quarry. They're still door handle to door handle. O'Reilly almost into the outside wall, but swoops around the outside. Still wheel to wheel, great stuff, but we do have a new race leader. O'Reilly's taken the point back.
Wow, that was super, super close. I think even a touch of the wall for O'Reilly on the left-hand side as he afforded room for the Team China Mira car. Yeah, wow, that was super hard racing, super close. Allows the 808 and the 117 to close up a little bit again as well.
What we have seen, though, is Patrick Moose maybe not as quick as Zach Kerr. And so Nexus Esports slowly dropping out of contention, I think it's fair to say right now. Noel Lundberg is passed by Jason Bent. So the front three very much now are the contenders, you would say, with more than an hour gone. 32 laps, about to be 33 laps complete. You've had a whole handful of different leaders, I think 4 if you count them all, and this is the look from up above. This was audacious in the first place to even go for the look, to shove his nose, and the smallest of overlaps turns in to the pass for the lead around the outside. Brave stuff on both sides.
Certainly, and just watch just through the corner there. Wow, super close. We don't quite get a view of how heavy that contact was with the wall, but it looks like it's okay for the time being. And Vermeulen up into the lead, and I think that may be the first lap's led of this race so far, potentially. I'm not quite sure if that's correct.
I think you are right. We had B56 lead a couple of laps. Racecraft, of course, led off the start. Team Chimera led for the majority of the end of the opening stint. But it is the first time that O'Reilly has hit the front, of course, winning the race last year in the Vermilion Esports machine alongside of Zach Ratteray White. New driver who's paired up with this time around, who I don't think Will and I will get to see based on the trends. We might get to see the very start of the next stint, but that might cut into what would be the third hour of the race, as Noel Lundberg stays relatively close to the back of Jason Bent, even after having been passed for third. Further back down the grid, Wizards team, the 51, did get past Mini Market Racing. Yaroslav Sindelar taking over from Yuri Valak. He's taking a couple of laps maybe to get himself back into the speed. And now going to be closed on by the 999 team. Carlos Mosca behind the wheel. He's grabbed the spot. Will Liam Giles follow through in the Crack D Fruit Gang? Doesn't crack his way to the inside like we saw with O'Reilly, but that Mini Market machine not looking comfortable right now and losing time hand over fist.
Yeah, losing a little bit of time. You know, could be just overheating the tyre, the general surface, you know, sliding constantly builds up thermal temperature, builds up the degradation. It can just leave you in a bit of a never-ending spiral, a bit less grip, and you slide the tyre more, even less grip, and yeah, it's not so great of a place to be in. On board down the hill, third gear, second gear. You aim for the wall here a little bit, down the dipper, through, get a bit of grass, down the hill even further. The car can go really light here over the crest. You can see how tricky it is to brake. Car ahead grabs the front inside wheel, and you just hang on to the car heading onto the straight.
That would be where the traction control would have helped you. Now, fortunately, it is a student driver behind, but it's a teammate student driver, so Jamie Nuttall not expected to be too aggressive, although I think the teammates coordinated that swap, not wanting to fight each other too hard. And sweep over into the chase once again. Lead, by the way, already up to 0.6 of a second. I think Jacob O'Reilly's mission in the second stint is to try and build as much of an advantage to give his teammate a buffer when they do inevitably get into the driver change window. Jason Bent has not really been able to close. If anything, he's losing a bit of time right now. And that Racecraft Simulation 117 is now almost 3 seconds away from the leader.
Yeah, so certainly to me, it looks like O'Reilly's got the pace in the race, but ultimately, also is a little bit prone to a mistake here or there. So ultimately, as this stint goes on, it's important to recognise that anything can change at any moment. We've already seen so many twists and tails in the course of these 35 laps, and just over an hour and a quarter in this race gone. There's so much more time to go. You've got an Australian to come into the booth as well, so it can only get more crazy from there, I can imagine.
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Crack D Racing to the inside. That's another move made on Mini Market Racing. A couple of seconds off is Yaroslav Sindelar, and this goes to what Will was saying slightly earlier. The second and third drivers, you don't quite know what their pace is going to be. And Patrick Moose is under fire from the Alcantech NHR by Nyman Racing 000. Here comes Blixt. Look at the speed. Into the chase, has to back out of the move to the inside. But so much more confident through that kink that leads to the straight braking zone. And so into Murray's corner. This should be a relatively foregone conclusion. And fifth now for the Alcantech NHR car.
Now that Nexus car is playing it easy, playing it safe, ensuring that they don't end up putting the car in a compromised position so early on. You know, it's important to state just still how early it is in this race. And yep, that's the 000 up into the top 5, and now to got a good 10 seconds of clean air in front of him to chase down and see if we can set some fast laps and close that gap to the top 4.
Let's see, because his last lap was a bit slow, but yes, he was stuck behind Moose maybe in that final section. Did mention earlier that sometimes in this particular split we see some interesting names. I see a certain Joachim Frenoche in the fully bent Racing 111. For those that don't know Joachim, if you follow Kawanda on social media, you've seen his work. He is the mastermind behind a lot of their social media content nowadays. So good to see him jump out of the day job, as it were, and still spend his weekend sim racing as Jason Bentz slides his way just to the inside of the wall through Reed Park. That was very, very cool.
Beautiful slow-mo shot there. You just see how loose and how floaty these cars sometimes feel when you crest these hills. It's such an important factor at the circuit, the elevation and how the car changes as you go over these hills, how it lightens up, how you have to adapt your braking, adapt your throttle input, and especially when we're going down the mountain, as you see them through the dipper, it's super important to modulate that throttle and to modulate that brake pedal.
This is that battle with the Jeffrey Kaufman driven Holden Racing Team 05. Trying to even figure out what is on the livery for a 111. Jink to the inside from the Camaro. Seems to just have a bit more speed off the corner. So Joachim not fighting too hard. I think that's one of the storylines that will kind of define the middle of this race. Not wanting to cost yourself too much, both in terms of time, but last thing you want to do is get stuck into a battle and suddenly end yourself up with some damage when a top 10 could be on the cards here. These are drivers who, yes, are 30 seconds off the lead already, but with 26 starters down to 23 left running on the track right now, it's a good finish for plenty of teams still out there if they can grab it with both hands. We might also see traffic sooner rather than later, Will, because we've got a couple of cars that are now only 45, 50 seconds in front of the leaders in terms of holding on to the lead lap.
Yeah, and that can certainly have a factor, not only just by slowing you down a little bit, but if they have incidents in front of you, that can obviously end up being quite bad. You can have to take some avoidance, so always important to keep your eye on what's important to really try and avoid these sort of incidents. And yeah, with the lack of rain that we're seeing right now, that we may have expected, it's important to keep your nose clean and to keep damage off the car.
And no rain even on the forecast at this point. There's a 16% chance in 15 minutes, but outside of that, it's down to about 0% for the next hour after that. So Hydra Race Racing Forces and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix locked in horns, knowing there's no rain on the horizon just yet. Over the top of Sulman Park they go. And this is where the elevation change must be super apparent as you begin the plunge down on the 38th lap for these drivers. A look at the replay. What's happened to Javier Mosquera in the GMF team number 5?
Oh, that's such an unlucky one. It's going in so hard and then getting into the wall can cause quite a lot of damage to that right-hand side, the wheels, and the alignment of that car.
So that actually was Daniel Dinsdale who scraped the right side of the S4S Racing number 4. Ian Bell is not going to be happy about that on the bonnet of the car. Still holding on is Onno Bastings. It's got Matthew Malure behind him. And speaking of Ian Bell, Daniel Dinsdale trying to charge forward. Mosquera on the inside behind the Project Valorous number 1. Erwin Liskowicz behind the wheel. Whoa. There, S4S into the grass, but they'll get it slowed down just about. Yes, door handle to door handle, they make contact, but that could have been a whole lot worse. Liskowicz doesn't find anywhere to go, and S4S might hold on to 19th spot through all of this. Inside line through Murray's corner, banging off each other behind them, and around goes Mosquera.
I mean, that was just bound to happen, wasn't it? Banging doors. And all that sort of contact that they were having, really instigated by the car that got away with it, ultimately. And yeah, whenever you end up on the grass through the chip, by all means, it's easy to do. It's easy to overcommit in that corner, but yeah, ultimately, this is the sort of things that can happen.
Around the outside at the cutting, doesn't work out initially for Matthew Manure, but on the exit puts the power down and drives past Onno Bastings. Tubby Taylor approves of that one, that's for sure. Speaking of drive away, your leader has driven away at the front. He is now 2 seconds in front of Team Chimera. Jacob O'Reilly, a man on a mission, crosses the line, end of lap 38. What's the time? 2:08.780. He's 4/10 quicker than second, just continuing to build his gap.
Super important. Watching that replay, you can see red car gets spun, just checking up, and to be honest, not sure the number of that purple car, but exceptionally lucky to avoid any contact.
I think that could have been James Peace potentially, and the team DWR could have also been Maple T Racing, to be fair. Been a while since we've looked at either of them. Holden Racing Team dropping down the timing screens, but that could just be a brief internet dropout. We'll wait and see if they reappear on the left side. Yep, there, Jeremy Kaufman, excuse me, back up in 7th position. That will be a bit nervous for Joachim Franoche behind. Yep, this is where it gets scary, Will, when you're within a half a second of the car in front of you, and suddenly they go missing for a little bit.
Where's Waldo? Gen 3 Supercar Edition, ultimately.
Oh. That's what they're going for with the paint scheme.
Yeah, for sure. Just trying to blend in. And when you're invisible, ain't nobody going to find you then.
I'm telling you, first with the knock-knock joke, and now with this, Will Chadwick's brought all the fun in this opening hour and a half that we've seen so far. Will, it's almost like we need to convince you to do some more broadcasting, but you're busy enough as it is.
I do enjoy my broadcasting. I think that seeing Chris Lullen cross the line in LS to win is enlightening my moods. Congratulations to him. And yeah, no, I enjoy it. And hopefully we can bring some more jokes in the last, we've got maybe 30, 40 minutes now. So let's see if we can fit a few more in.
Yes, and then Hainsey will bring the jokes, which I'm sure means they'll continue. Albeit maybe with a slightly different tone to the delivery. Holden Racing Team back in front of Fully Bent Racing. Only 4/10 the margin between them. Last time by, it was a 2:10.156 for Joachim. So he's about a second off the pace of the leaders. No lap time, of course, for the Holden Racing team because they were invisible when they crossed the line with their internet issue. So hopefully we'll get a lap time this time by for them. But a full 16 seconds off the top 6 right now. It's worth noting Nexus Esport Patrick Moose, he's not lost that much time to the Alcantech NHR machine since losing 5th position. Remember, there's 3 drivers in this car, so we still have not had a chance to see the speed of John Hall, who very well could take the next stint of the race. And that would mean all 3 of their drivers would have completed their fair share inside of the first 3 stints of the race.
Yeah, that's it's a fact you have to think about when you have all these drivers that you've got to get your fair share in. Of course, you wouldn't want to run a shorter stint to be able to do that. So getting it done early is a good strategy, especially if you want to just kind of use your fastest driver earlier on. And yeah, that's something that you can do. And this Nexus car is running nicely. I mean, it's got no damage, and that's a very important factor when you have races that are this long.
Yeah, no, stay out of trouble. Rule number 1. Well, technically, rule number 1's don't hit your teammate. Rule number 2 is stay out of trouble, I guess.
Oh, I've done that one before, so.
Which one? Hit your teammate?
Hit my teammate. Yeah. Not on purpose. It just happens sometimes, doesn't it? You know, racing.
Disappointing. Jason Benz has caught up to the back of Simon Trendell, so Camaro versus Mustang is about to be on. It's Team Chimera versus Racecraft Simulation. Now, Team Chimera could end up just be doing some fuel saving. Oftentimes, that's what Chimera have been known for. They have always had their own schemes in terms of strategy, technology that's helped them track fuel usage much before anything like caps and stuff helped the average driver calculate fuel mileage and stuff. 2.5 seconds for Jacob O'Reilly. Haven't seen his teammate jump into the car yet. Haven't seen Simon Trendell's teammate jump into the car yet. So still some questions, Will, as to the pace. Although I wager if this is the speed of Simon Trendell, Jamie Wilson, his teammate, likely not to be too far off. Yeah,
that's something to note. Trendell's one of the high iRacing drivers we have with us today. 6,800 iRacing, certainly quite a big number, much above the average sort of iRacer, and that's kind of what you get in these top split events. And yeah, running around nicely. The car's clean. It's still going. Ultimately, the driver switch will be important for them to see if he can get up to pace quickly, but also just, you know, getting your rhythm in the race and making sure that you're able to execute.
What's your iRating nowadays, Will?
Only 9,200.
Only 9. You're not even part of the 10K club.
Exactly. That. Yeah, there you go. That it's true. I mean, when you're thinking about high-level events, it's not a lot these days. You know, you've got people like Aaron Vasquez at 13,000. So
what?
Yeah, you not know that. He's at 13,000. Been at 13,000 for a while.
Mate, I don't spend enough time on iRacing. Clearly, that's what I'm learning. 13,000 iRating. I still remember when Max Benneker was one of only, what was it, 2? And that was rare enough. I tell you what, Jason Benz is close enough. Is he going to have a look? Not quite. Oh, but as Simon Trendell gets the rear end stepping out on him, that's a bit of momentum lost. Is there going to be a shuffle into turn 1? No. Enzo's got a wiser head than that. Knows it's the run out of turn 1 that could be crucial, but both cars four-wheel drift as they put the power down. It's a quarter of a second splitting them as they run through Mountain Straight. Is Benz going to be close enough to have the look into Griffin's? Probably not. Could it be setting up a lunge into the cutting? Already 3 seconds now, the margin up to the race leader. With no signs of rain anywhere in the forecast, it's pedal to the metal time. It's go, go, go. not going to the inside, although I think he thought about it, just not quite close enough.
Look at that. You can just see how loose these cars can get. But what's really important to note about these cars on iRacing is they can slide quite a lot. They can be quite loose, but ultimately they're quite easy to slide. They're quite easy to control, and generally you can move them around a lot. Whether that's good for your tyre life is another thing.
And again, we did see that at the end of the first stint, right? O'Reilly was great. Trendell was pretty good in terms of his pace relative to the Mustangs behind, but again, it's the same physics for the Mustang and the Camaro. It's more about how the drivers manipulate the full contact patches underneath them. That was another drift off the corner for the Racecraft simulation machine. It's not going to get him close enough to have the look. Noel Lundberg has stayed with the leading group quite well, although he may be down to pit lane sooner rather than later. He only stopped for 38 seconds last time he was in the box. As we jump on board with Jason Bentz running in third.
Yeah, so Bentz here, looking for an opportunity to get past Trendell. Things that you can do in this position, you can try and aim for your exits. You see how loose the car can be mid to exit as you apply the power. Maybe show your nose a bit, feign to move, perhaps make the car head brake a little bit later. Quite quick into Hell corner there, maybe compromises the exit, and as we run down to turn number 2, gap 3/10 coming off the corner, so unlikely to be close enough as we head up the mountain. As things stand, you can still do things, you can still jink to the inside, show his nose a little bit, try and put off at the Chimera car ahead, and certainly having quite a good run at it, the 117, and potentially looking like the second fastest car in this race right now.
I think I agree with you there. He's close enough. This one's a bit more of a bully as he forces his way forward. Jason Bentz gets the rear end almost into the side of the Chimera machine, but message received. Trendell tucks back into line, and the Racecraft Simulations pole-sitting car back up to second.
Wow, it was loose there off turn number 4. I had to apply the brakes really quickly. I thought for a second we were going to see a little bit of contact, but good move, decisive move, very aggressive, but hopefully allows them to get away now and maybe chase after somewhat increasingly dominant Jacob O'Reilly out front in the Vermilion X Fury car.
Makes you wonder what would have happened if Jacob hadn't made the couple of mistakes that he had done in the first stint of the race, right? Here's another look at it. I mean, he comes from basically Sydney. You know, he has sent it from another city, that is for sure. But heads up from Trendell to see it coming, give the space, and then not fight it too hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's also important, you know, from the other car's perspective to maintain their position in the race. You don't want to just turn in blindly, allow that other car to hit you round, and ultimately, if they're hitting your rear quarter, you're spinning, you're hitting a wall. It's not them that are spinning. So ultimately, it's important to open up the steering wheel sometimes and, you know, wait your opportunity to get it back. Potentially they're going to kill their tyres now, and maybe they even pull you along a little bit to go and catch that Vermilion car. Of course, this is the pole-sitting car now ahead, chasing your leader of the last 20 or so laps.
And with the driver that put it on pole, who did not start the race, so we'll keep an eye on the times. My concern is now just tyre management, because he is halfway through, more than halfway through the fuel run. He's 16 laps into the stint. Last time he did a 27 lap run, if I remember, his teammate, so he's only 10 or 11 laps away from owing us a pit stop. That was not great through Griffin's Bend. Seemed like a bunch of understeer as he worked past the apex. A 5-second gap that he's got to close up the road. Noel Lundberg is on the 19th lap of his stint, according to my timing screen, so with the slightly short fill that we believe he had, could be in to pit lane within the next couple of laps, as we're on to the 44th lap of this 161 lap Bathurst 1000. First time that iRacing has run this great race with these Gen 3 supercars. Last year, it was with the Gen 2 Ford Mustang and Holden Commodore. And it was O'Reilly and Zach Gratteray White grabbing the victory in the Vermilion Esports machine. So looking to go back-to-back is O'Reilly at the very front of the field. There was a pass for 10th position, by the way. The Crack D Racing number 7, Jamie Nuttall, with the student livery on the car as well, makes his way past the 999 team of Carlos Musca. And now up the road is the Wizards team 51. And Jamie is one of the faster cars on track right now, within a couple of tenths of the leaders.
Yeah, and that's interesting to note, really, when you're looking across the course of the field. You can see quite a big pace disparity. Some drivers in the 10s, some drivers in the high 9s, you know, likes of the leader in the 208s still. But like you say, 2093 last time around, so moving along pretty nicely. Maybe a student driver, but they're learning pretty quickly. And like you say, potentially able to close that gap up in front of them and attack the top 7, which is just under 8 seconds away.
It's certainly a choice to have a student driver livery. It's a warning sign to the rest of the field, I guess. Mini Market Racing passed by Sim Racing Grid Phoenix up through Quarry Corner. Yeah, no, Jaroslav Sindelar has just not had the pace of his teammates, unfortunately, and so at one point running decently inside the top 10, but dropped down to 14th now, and potentially could lose another spot, because here comes Onno Bastings in the Hydro Race Racing Forces 62. I think the goal for Sindelar right now is get to the end of the stint, keep it in one piece, and might just have to watch as the Pudu Racing team lunges up the inside into Murray's corner. And now 16th spot for Mini Market Racing, and almost shoved off the road for good measure as well.
Into lap 45, still just over a quarter of the way through, not even close to half of the way through this race. Our time in the booth, maybe 20-25 minutes left, probably just before we get the next round of pit stops, unfortunately. So unlikely to see any of those drivers that have that are setting up for the classic double stint takeover. Currently watching 8th and 9th place, the likes of what we were looking at. Nuthall was catching, so potentially under fire soon. But another close battle on the track. Many little close battles here and there. A bit like Arjuna was saying earlier. You're likely to always find your battle somewhere on the circuit, and lovely little camera angle as we go through the dip of there.
Yeah, I have to find my battles in like 3rd split, 4th split, but you know, Will with his 9,000 I rating, he's used to being in these top split special events. And we've got one more coming up in a few weeks' time that I suspect we might see you out, Will, for. Are you going to be racing the iRacing Petit Le Mans?
Probably not, but it's just next week. Things are rolling on quickly. You know, we've had a number of events really quickly. Bathurst 1000 here today, but also Petit Le Mans next week. Down the inside goes Wizards Team FE. Make that move nice and cleanly after the chase, and they're up into 8th position. Not
fought hard, but maybe a fight back from Joachim Frenoche. Thought about jinking back to the inside, but covered off proactively, not reactively. Behind, you can already see how much closer Jamie Nuttall is. On the last lap alone, he closed about a 1.5 seconds, so there are some rather large pace discrepancies through the field. I did not even realize that Petit Le Mans was next week, because that means that I won't be able to commentate on it, because yeah, that's a shame. I love the iRacing Petit Le Mans, one of my favorite special events of the year. And then of course a couple of other events in October. We have the Martinsville MX 500. That's a different one, that's for sure. Very much an endurance race in and of itself. And then closing the month off with the iRacing Formula Ford Festival, where we take the Formula Ford cars out to Brands Hatch. And it's always an interesting pack sort of a race. It's sort of chaos that you would expect to see in that kind of an event. 5 seconds is officially now the lead gap, by the way. So as we jump on board with Noel Lundberg, sat in 4th. Jason Bentz has not really been able to make significant inroads in, and here he comes to pit lane. So just a 21 lap stint for the 808, who picks up a bit of grass on entry, but all under control. For your leader, 208.701 last time at the line. For Jason Bentz, 208.890. It's another 2/10 the leaders put onto the gap.
Yeah, O'Reilly is just running away with this at the moment, and certainly enforcing his dominance on the race. You see just a little bit fast in. I noticed when we're on board, just a little bit of a rear lock, and you can see all that momentum going round. You lose the grip on those right side tyres. There's many people I've seen in this pit, spin in this pit entry over the years, believe you me. And it is a lot easier to do than it looks. I'm sure of that.
It is unfortunately one of those things where you are pushing to the limit on pit entry, and it can catch you out, that is for sure. So now a full service, you'd assume, for Lundberg, or is it going to be another 38 seconds? Nope, this time it seems to be the full service. So that's an interesting call. And in fact, no, it's not a full service. 44.6 seconds. So once again, he's shaved a little bit of time off the pit stop. So clearly he's worked backwards from the end of this race, Will, and he's seen something that works for him.
Potentially just taking a short fuel every time, thinking that running these slightly shorter stints will lead to a better average for himself, more controllability. Maybe doesn't like the last sort of 5 laps, let's say, on those tyres when they start to really fall off a cliff for him. So you can run one stop longer at a slightly higher average pace, and hopefully that can give you the opportunity to run a faster race average is ultimately what you're trying to do.
For those looking at some of these great camera angles, it's all courtesy of Dougie Beard, our camera builder behind the scenes. In the real world, you have camera operators. In the virtual world, we have hundreds of cameras available at every track, all custom built by our camera builder. So a big shout out to Dougie. And a big shout out to everyone who's joining us after finishing up a previous time slot of this iRacing Bathurst 1000. Let us know how your race got on, where you finished. Did you have any rain? We are yet to see any rain in this particular top split broadcast. We're watching S4S Racing with Ian Bell still watching closely. Team DWR Simcoach setups right behind them. Battle between Daniel Dinsdale and James Peace. Not far behind either to the Maple Tea Racing team with Andrew Taphorn. So it's very, very close to being a three-way fight at the very back of the field.
And there you go, you found another location where people are having their own little battles. We've seen this number 4 car have quite an adventure so far, so I'm sure that there's still plenty of adventures to go. Number 4, but I'm sure it says number 19 on the front of that car as well. Oh, that's position. Oh my God. Ignore what I said. Ignore what I said. No, it's fine. I didn't do that. It's fine.
Hey, it's great that they have the LED boards, you know.
Yeah. That's a really poor mistake. Well, I mean, at least it tells us where it is. That's good. I'm glad we have those boards available to us.
And they work better than the ones they have in the WEC. I will leave it there, because otherwise I will go off on a long rant that might only conclude when David Haynes welcomes you all to his stint of the broadcast. Crack D Racing back with Jamie Nuttall in the number 7. Definitely feel like Joachim Frenoche is going to feel the pressure here in the 111, the fully bent racing machine. As we are only around 6 laps away from pit stops for the 111. It actually probably has a couple of laps older tires than the cars around them, which, if you've not been the kindest to the rubber underneath you will be starting to feel that pain at this point. That's what we saw in stint number 1.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a really dynamic situation with these cars, with how aggressive they can be on your driving inputs and how hard they are to drive. So like we say, we noticed the 117 having that pace advantage. Since they've passed, they've not really been able to capitalize on it. You know, we've seen another further second and a half gap for Jacob O'Reilly, not even taking into account the second and a half they lost when they were battling, cost them a lot of time. So ultimately, looks like the Camaro car has got the tyre advantage, and maybe there will be a bit of payback down the inside here, but maybe not. Doesn't feel like, to me, it doesn't feel like Trendle is as aggressive of a driver.
Yes, no, I agree with you. I also love how you deemed it payback, because not
it was an aggressive move. I mean,
it was.
I respect it, but you know, I mean, if that was me in the position, I'd be like, hang on, you can't just do that to me. You know, I'm gonna land one back on you. Like, you know, you can't just get away with it.
Race drivers have long memories at the end of the day, right?
yeah, that's true. That's very true.
It could be something that factors in at the end of the race, but you are right. These are things that the teammates will have talked about, and probably Jamie Wilson, Simon Trendle, they will have agreed, you know what, let's keep an eye on how aggressive the rest of the moves are from the field. Jamie Nuttall passed Joachim Franoche without much delay, so expected the 7 Crack D Racing car to get past pretty easily. It did. Now the question will be, does the 999 team, which is racing in the 222, not confusing at all, but will they be able to charge their way forward as well? A bit of a touch of the brakes as they go over the top of Sulman Park in towards McPhillamy. Got all that gravel on the right-hand side to slow you down if you have an issue. But then you start that descent, and it's just wall on either side through the dipper. Down towards the Forest Elbow. Relatively smooth for all of these drivers, albeit Carlos Musca maybe a little bit more in the middle and the left of the track than he would have wanted to be. Your leader, last time by, did a 2:08.476. So not quite as quick as he was at the end of the stint last time around, but he's still got to burn off another 4-5 laps of fuel before he could really set another fastest lap. And look how he's dancing that car around right now. They've got some traffic to deal with, yes, but your leader is looking in complete control of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, it almost feels like everybody else is struggling with tyre wear, and O'Reilly out front just does not seem to have the same sort of degradation. It's keeping care of his tyres a lot more. You know, maybe doesn't have quite the same pace advantage at the start of the stint, but by the end of the stint, 2, 3, 4 tenths advantage on tyre alone, and the dropping of fuel just allows him to set these blistering times as we come towards the end of the run. We're expecting these cars in within, I'd say, 6 laps. We'll expect them into the pit lane. So that's a hell of a time for O'Reilly, who will be looking to maybe even try and go faster once again. But I believe the track conditions are getting slightly worse with the track rising a little bit.
Yeah, I had been keeping an eye on that. It was 32 degrees Celsius. It's slightly risen to 34. And now very much with a 0% chance of rain as well. So these drivers, have they got lucky and avoided any moisture on the track and those changing conditions? Well, if they've done practice for it, maybe they'll feel a bit hard done by. They would have preferred to have been able to do a bit of racing in the rain, but doesn't appear to be that way. So this is what we were also saying in the opening hour. Traffic could be crucial to some of these battles, but traffic pulls to the left-hand side of the track, let second and third by into the last corner. And now officially 50 laps complete here of the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 1000.
Indeed, and still this race continues to develop new storylines lap on lap, and yeah, I really think Trendle's going to look to make a move soon. He's certainly got a pace advantage now over the 117. Needs to compound that, you know, potentially he's putting a teammate in the car after this stint. Wants to give that teammate a little bit of an advantage, a little bit harder, a little bit easier of a job. That clean track ahead, not having to follow the 117, and you know, with a careful couple of laps, managing to hopefully position himself in the right place and not spinning those tyres up too much. We could see Trendle going for a move on the 117 not too long.
3 laps maybe as well before the pit stop window for that 117 is well and truly open.
Yep.
And maybe see it
1 lap early last time around. So obviously they're running a little bit lighter, which is also a benefit to the Camaro car.
I'm very curious now what the pace of the teammate up front is. Jacob O'Reilly has proven that he's amongst the fastest in the field. Will he have a teammate who backs him up in terms of that speed? Fully Bent Racing back in front of that student driver car. So Joachim Frenoche teaching a lesson to Jamie Nuttall.
Gonna make a reel about him next.
Nice.
But ultimately, it's interesting really with this battle a little bit lower down. Here you can see the move, just typical slipstream move. Potentially a case of, again, what we've kind of seen throughout the course of these stints. Tyre wear higher for some people than the others, and when we get to these last 5 laps, a little bit like we were talking about with the 808 car, where we're saying they're kind of avoiding those 28 lap stints, so doing like 22, 21 lap stints.
Will, trouble in front, and that is the Wizards Team FE car that's gone rear end into the outside of the elbow, lost a whole bunch of bodywork at the front as well, and now painful weight as dropping out of the top 10. Couple more cars slip on through. Replay will tell us more. That looks like a very damaged race car.
Yeah, that's a big amount of damage. Here you're watching the replay for the 51 car, down the hill, over the crest, and there you go. Bit too much brake pressure as you rise over the crest. That lets the rear go loose. You just overstep the grip levels of those tyres, and easy as that, you've knocked both the front and rear bumper off the car, which obviously is not good for the Wizards team.
And then at least heads up to realize that the second go to spin it back around would have been straight into traffic and did not force the issue. Fight for 7th is still very much on. Jamie Nuttall trying to get the up and under, but I think the Fully Bent Racing car got enough power down and it can cover the inside. And Griffin's Bend is one of these corners where if you have the inside, it's dangerous to try and make the move the long way around. And so the 111, ooh, a bit overcommitted into the corner, but definitely seems to have the grip that Nuttall does not have at this point in the race. No move up through the cutting from the 222. That could have had a look, but thought a little bit better of it. Will, you and I are about to jump out of the commentary booth. It's been an interesting hour and a bit to open this race up. Lead has come down quite significantly, by the way. I think traffic may have played its part, and Jacob O'Reilly is now only 5 seconds in front of Jason Bentz. But it does very much feel like we've got 3 contenders at the front of the race.
Oh, absolutely. We've been fortunate enough to watch qualifying, to watch the opening sections of this race with the unique standing starts, these special events. Often we get to commentate over rolling starts, and some people forget that they're happening, you know, at some events. Yeah, it's interesting. I think that ultimately it's going to be a race of attrition still. We're going to see ebbing and flowing of gaps, and I'm sure David Haynes will have a lot of things to tell you about this circuit, and a lot of interesting storylines to talk about as we progress into the 3rd, 4th, 5th stints of this race.
What I really want to know is, there were some great social media pictures in the last week about how they dug up the track at Indy and found original bricks underneath. So I don't know if David knows, if you dug up the track, would you find the original surface at all below? But like, these are the weird bits of history that I would love to stick around and hear from David, but unfortunately I've got another broadcast with the great team at RaceSpot to go and do. It's a busy day, not just in the real world, but in the virtual world as well. That, for a brief moment, was a look at the traffic that these two are going to have to work their way through as well. They may catch that car on the exit of the elbow. That's the GMF team number 5 with Javier Mascara behind the wheel. So that would actually work out decently for these two. They get a slingshot down the Conrad straight in towards the chase, and Jason Bentz should be able to hold on here.
Yeah, and it's important in these phases. You know, when we speak about like wanting to be ahead before the pit stop phase, you know, it's a difference of like half a second. You know, if you're leading going into that pit lane, when you're giving the car over, you're essentially gaining half a second free. So it can be really important to hold on to or give the overtake for your teammates' sake, especially if you're handing over the car, and especially like you never know as well, like what's the guy ahead of you going to do in the pit lane? Can you attack it a lot harder if you've got clean air ahead? And there's a lot of factors that come into this when you start to get around the pit stop.
And we saw it as well in the pit stops, right? Remember when Jacob O'Reilly came in behind other cars and he was slightly blindsided to his box entry? There's all these little factors that I love endurance racing. It is so cool, and it doesn't take away from sprint racing and the magic that has as well. But there's a true magic to endurance racing right now. In towards the chase, there is going to be a swap and not fought. So Jamie Nuttall back in front of Joachim Frenoge. These two are having a nice little ding-dong battle with each other. Going to be interrupted by the pit stop cycles, unfortunately, and maybe some driver changes as well. Is there going to be anyone peeling off to drivers left this time by? No, they stay out on track. And so Joachim Frenoge probably with another 2 laps at most before he is down onto pit lane and owes us a trip. Your race leader is then another 2 laps away, we would think as well. Well, there is Jacob O'Reilly, now back up to a 6-second lead. His second stint has been a lot more assured, Will, than that first stint. For those that are just joining us, a couple of slip-ups here and there, a moment at the elbow that I distinctly remember as well, but has settled down quite nicely and is going to hand the car over, you'd think, in the lead.
Yeah, I'd say so. Really solid second stint. A lot more consistent than we saw in the first stint. Maybe we're being a bit harsh on the mistakes he made, but certainly we saw a few. I'm sure he'd say that himself, and racers tend to be critical of themselves and their driving performance. But this has certainly been a very good performance in the second stint, and done the job. He's done the job that he needs to do, especially if he's handing the car over for this next stint. I think it's unlikely we'll see anyone go 3 hours. Maybe if you're really feeling it or your teammate's just not quite ready yet, you might go 3 hours. But I think 2 hours is optimal as the 117 dives into the pit lane.
So did expect that they would be the first to pit, and that is after a 26-lap stint, according to my timing screen. So Jason Bentz, decent stint, all things considered. Now, is Racecraft pulling the strategy where they'll do the driver change every single time? We're about to find out.
Let's see what happens here. Be interesting to see whether they're going to swap drivers. I think it's not optimal, but it's each to their own. Here's they go up on the jacks. Yep, maybe, I don't know. I can't tell actually.
Driver change. Brian Borg is indeed getting back into the car. Eric Blix has done a double stint to open this race up, so I would suspect that he is going to jump out as well. I tell you what, I think it's just about time for us to do our pit stop in the commentary booth as well. So as driver changes down on pit lane, let's do a driver change in the booth as well. Will Chadwick alongside myself, Arjuna Kankiparty, to open up the first 55 laps of the race. We'll leave you with David Haynes and JR Gregory.
Great to be here. Thanks, guys. At Mount Panorama with 106 laps still to go in the iRacing. Great race, the Bathurst 1000 by Next Level Racing in 2025. David Haynes here with JR Gregory. David Haynes lending my Australian accent and therefore some credibility to this race. Great to be a part of it as it all unfolds, and it has been pretty close so far, JR, and it looks to continue that way with the pit strategy unfolding right now.
Yeah, great stuff out there. And speaking of accents, we're going to change the name of that GM product from Camaro to Camaro, the way we say it stateside. But yeah, super stoked to be here for the Bathurst 1000. I had the pleasure of attending the 12-hour this February, and it was wild stuff. And as part of that race, they had some demo laps by one of these Camaros and one of these Mustangs, and they look and sound fantastic out there. And I would love to attend the supercar race in person as well. I think that would be quite a spectacle.
Some more cars coming through the lane. Your leaders in the number 3 stay out in front, but they can't be all that far away. Made 28 laps in their first stint, maybe heading towards 28 or 29 here as we're on lap 56. Noah Luneberg still leading of the cars to have made a stop on the strategy they're going, where they're short fueling it a little bit, getting fresh tyres on a little bit more often and have probably looked at 161 laps and tried to split it evenly rather than run long here. Gives a nice little lead though to the number 3 car, Vermilion Esports and Fury Sim Racing. Eyes on the weather, of course. Now, rain seems unlikely, but it remains 19 degrees in the air with 30 on track. There's been a slowdown penalty for Nexus Esports, and this is why. Big lockup. Well out in the runoff at Murray's Corner past the National Motor Racing Museum. Has that been on their in-lap? They've done that, and that's where the slowdowns potentially come from. Could be a big problem here. The 38, but they find their way to the lane. A couple of other cars on the lane here as well. Holden Racing team. Wizards are getting some service as well. Just brushing the bristles on their broom.
Yeah, and kind of a mix of, looking at my pit counter here on my timing tower, kind of a mix of strategies out there, as you mentioned. It looks like about a third of the cars have been in twice. The remainder only have been in once. So there, as you mentioned, there could be some contrast in pit strategies. Some teams electing to go with full fills with a splash and dash at the end, and some teams may elect to go for even tanks. Just kind of mathematically and run as light as possible throughout the duration. Probably the way that I would elect to do it. That splash and dash doesn't afford you the opportunity for tires, so that could be some of what we're seeing here.
2 full stints under their belt. Is it time for some driver changes up front? Jacob O'Reilly will be getting out. Teo Sorono, therefore, taking over the number 3 from the race lead. Team Chimera followed them in just a couple seconds behind, and it looks like Simon Trendell is staying for the moment. The other driver, Jamie Wilson, signed up for that car. Big fuel tanks in these machines, and while you've got the opportunity in this stop, the car is up on the jacks, and the fuel is going in, there is enough time in these pit stops to make the adjustments, the pit stop adjustments that are available to this car. So you can adjust the front and rear anti-roll bars throughout the race, depending on the weather, be that track temperature, or indeed precipitation. We don't have any precipitation, just a bit of cloud coming over, dropping the track temperatures. And in those situations, you want a little bit more bite, a little bit more rotation. You might go and put a click more rear anti-roll bar in to give it a little bit more point across the next stint. Teo Sorono is about to get into his first stint of the iRacing Bathurst 1000 for 2025.
Yeah, those ARB adjustments will definitely come in handy if the track surface has a drastic change. As you said, like if it rains, probably want to disconnect that rear ARB completely. Reading up a little bit about these Aussie supercars, if you're accustomed to sports cars over here in the US or in Europe, these cars have a locked diff, a spooled differential. So it's one of the things that makes these cars a handful, and reputedly one of the things that makes these cars difficult to jump into, even if you're a seasoned sports car racer. A little tough to get them turned around the tight stuff because no differential action at all. That rear axle is locked up.
We get a couple of more stops and a couple more driver changes likely to happen. Other thing I notice around these pit stops is the only adjustability to the gear ratios is the final drive ratio. And you've got such high speeds down Conrod Straight here that you've got to select really tall gear ratios, which means first gear ends up really tall. Going into pit lane, coming out of pit lane in your pit box, and accelerating from the pit lane speed limit up towards racing speed. Pit speed here is 50 kilometers an hour, which is close to realistic. For some reason, Phillip Island and one of the other ones had their pit lane speed limit moved further away from realistic. It's now 72 k's an hour at Phillip Island for some reason, but it's a realistic 40 at the bend. You sure feel that. This is the race lead, but there's a significant difference of strategy. A 10-lap offset in fuel and in tyres. The Vermilion Fury 222 has got fresher tyres and more fuel than Noah Lundberg just behind. The real rivals for Vermilion are Racecraft back there. Brian Borg's taken over from Jason Bentz, and Team Chimera, Simon Trendell, just behind Racecraft Simulation at the moment. So after that round of pit stops, if you just for the moment put to the back of your mind the 808 there, your realistic top three that are all on the same strategy as the leader are just 4 seconds apart. Trendell is looking like he's going to put some pressure on Borg here.
Yeah, sticking tight right here, and you know, again, it's a strategy called, do you want to stand pat and get a little fuel save in? Mount Panorama, actually a pretty good track for fuel save. You got that long, a couple long downhill sections, of course, going down the Conrad Straight. A lot of opportunities to lift and coast. Opportunity to lift and coast right up here at the end of Skyline. So significant fuel saving available, and every liter that doesn't have to go in at the pit stop is time that you can gain on track. So probably something under discussion in the strategy sessions among these teams.
Little bit sideways, coming down the hill and braking into Forest's elbow for Brian Borg. He seems to have settled it a little bit more. I reckon a couple of car lengths on Team Chimera. Doesn't need to worry about that too much. Needs to worry about a tad bit of traffic up the road. That's what Tal Sorono, in his second lap of the race so far, has to worry about. He gets by, and so will Noah Lundberg. So in the braking zone into the chase. Traffic, no issue for your race leader, but braking and running a little bit deep, just a slight issue for the 808. They'd love to stay in the slipstream and go with the pace of the leader. Tal Sorono is no slouch in these cars, and he has just a couple of little advantages up his sleeve as well. Typically in these cars, the first 3 or 4 laps after a pit stop, there is a real tyre advantage as they're cool and haven't been overheated, and they're fresh, and then they hit a bit of a plateau for the next 20 laps and then eventually begin to degrade. So Sorono will be right in the sweet spot of tyre grip right now. Second flying lap since he started.
Yeah, we'll see what he chooses to do here. Taking a little peek there, showing his nose, heading into Griffin, making sure that car in front knows he's there. This is one of those tracks where just applying pressure and forcing an error is as big a part of racecraft as setting up and executing a pass. So you want that car in front to be driving in their rear view mirror as much as you can force that to happen. Of course, disciplined drivers aren't going to care about that, but in the heat of the moment, it's hard to break your attention away from a car constantly polishing your bumper, and as you see that happening here.
Sun's out, JR. Get back in the shade. The sun is a deadly laser. And if we called sunburn what it actually is, radiation burns, we'd all take it more seriously.
Yeah, too right. And, you know, when I was down at the Bathurst 12, that was one of the features around the track, is huge jugs of 50 SPF given away for free everywhere. So definitely the folks down there take those radiation burns quite seriously, and for a good reason.
Now, is this a broadcast preference or a driver preference? Noah Lundberg's dash appears to be showing his speed in miles per hour, which I put to you is incredibly uncommon in the Supercars Championship.
Yeah, and it looks like the wheel is on the wrong side too. I'm a little confused by that. I was going to take some getting used to. It reminds me of when I first got in the rental car at the airport at Sydney. I was kind of surprised at the equipment inside.
Americans have never ended up in a foreign country without doing their research. So there's the traffic still in between our top two, and then third and fourth come over the crest on Mountain Straight, past the bed and breakfast, past the winery, past the property there that's got a little bit of a motorbike motocross track for the kids, up towards the cutting, the scene of many an accident. It's a treacherous braking zone. The track is so tight between the concrete walls there, and every now and again, as we've seen today, some people like to show their nose where it might not be welcome. Up past Reed and Solomon Park compression at the metal grate here, where there's the drainage, and towards McPhillamy Park, highest point in the racetrack. Car gets a little bit light over the crest and then really grips through the middle of the corner. Cross to the other side of the road, blind over Skyline.
Yeah, and that is the tough part for me as a driver coming off of Skyline, defining that braking point. Very, very tough. You might want to drag the brakes just a touch to set the nose before the car lightens up, heading down toward the dipper. But for me, that is one of the most challenging parts of a lap around Mount Panorama, and one of the points where you're kind of need to be brave, and it's one of the places where you might roll the dice and take a big risk to get a couple of extra tenths at a critical juncture. But very, very tough, and a little bit of anxiety coming over Skyline every lap, and it's one of the thrilling and difficult parts of running a race here at Mount Pano.
Board with Borgie there, looking backwards over his right shoulder. Simon Trendale just sitting in place for the moment. Back in 8th, Fully Bent Racing are under pressure from Cracked Racing, and they have a slowdown penalty in this battle for 8th and 9th. So I'm going to guess, based on where they are on track, someone got a bit hot into Skyline, cut some of the S's, and that slowdown, that furled black flag is still waving for Fully Bent Racing. And now it's cleared just in time. Gilles Hubin coming under some pressure there, but I think Martin Blankensteiner has a really strong run at him over the crest of the hill, moves to the right-hand side to have the inside for the kink at the chase. Gigantic braking zone, 290 k's an hour. There's going to be a hip and shoulder onto the grass, and Fully Bent Racing are going to get themselves another slowdown penalty. They are out by the Ridges Hotel.
Man, oh man, I kind of saw that coming. The Mustang catching a little hip check there and kind of not giving up, didn't want to put up with it, but yeah, big cut through the grass. That's going to cost a slowdown and maybe return the favor of that slowdown being burned in front of him on the way down the hill.
Those tyres are going to be dirtier than a Hilux on a long weekend. This is what happened through the king. Just a tiny hip and shoulder. You're so fast and loaded through there. Can't get it stopped when you're on the grass, can't get it stopped when your tyres are dirty, and just avoiding getting out to the gravel trap. The battle goes on. Fully Bent Racing holding on to their 8th place. Cracked Racing, the Dane behind with slightly fresher tyres, now into their 5th lap. I think the difference is minimal now, whereas a couple of laps ago, certainly would have seen that number 7, the yellow car, right in its sweet spot of being able to attack. So you're not going to come to the 12 hour again? I've got a campsite. Sorry, that's a lie. I've got 2 campsites.
Oh man, it is so worth it. I've never been to Australia before. That part of it was amazing. But I'll tell you, this place, a temple of motorsport, great fans, all kinds of friendly people. And one of the hilarious things to me was we showed up down there and hung around Bathurst when they brought the cars into town for a little show and shine, and then they drove them from downtown Bathurst back up to the track. And we spoke to a number of people who were surprised that Americans knew about the Bathurst 12. And it was definitely a bucket list item for us. And my wife's first professional race as I introduced her to the world of gearheads. So pretty good resume for her. Her first one was here. Her second one, IMSA race at Laguna Seca. So starting off by showing her the best that motorsports have to offer.
See, the trick that I've pulled a couple of times is asking some friends in Sydney, hey, do you want to come camping this weekend? And when they say yes, you say, also, there is a little bit of car racing.
And that drive, too, the drive from Sydney over the Blue Mountains to Bathurst was absolutely stunning. It was just a tiny sliver of Australia, but it was mind-blowingly beautiful, that drive. So really a stellar experience heading over there.
And that is on track as we've crossed 100 laps to go. 600 kilometers still to run from Mount Panorama. Battle for first is top of screen. Battle for third is slowly simmering away. From the field, we've seen a little bit of contact in the battle for 8th and 9th, then in the battle for 17th, the weakest links. Jerome Van Hixer is ahead of Alex Pilbeam, Team DWR Sim Coach. So default livery for the weakest links. Ready to say goodbye. Alex Pilbeam is in purple, knocking on the door on the pit straight.
Yeah, very cool to see these Mustangs and Camaros battling out here. And as the fellas mentioned before, in real life, the Toyota Supra are going to be joining Aussie Supercars in 2026. So you got to figure that iRacing is going to be adding that car in the near future. That'll be another 4-cam 32-valve V8, like similar to the Mustang, while of course the GM product still bringing forward that pushrod technology. I actually looked that up this morning. 1894, the first overhead valve pushrod engine invented by a guy named Diesel. Did you know there was a guy named Diesel? There was actually a guy.
Question, was it Gustav?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, yes, I did know that. Just enough, but not convincingly. Yeah, that's interesting. My favourite of the sort of 4-valve dual overhead cam engines was that Volvo engine. So good. Missed that car. So good. A car that really kick-started Scotty McLaughlin's career in a fair way. Put on some good performances with that. And to DJR Team Penske, won a couple of championships, won a couple of races here. He's won a couple of races in the US as well. Things are going okay now for Noah Lundberg, being able to get back into that slipstream of the leaders. Last lap was a tad bit off for Tao Sorono, and I wonder if we can get a comparison from first place to third place, because Brian Borg in RaceSpot Simulation closed on the overall leader by about 9/10 last lap, and that's a lot based on how evenly matched we've seen the pace be otherwise, that if you can pull almost a whole second out of them on one lap, third and fourth, who I'm still calling net second and third, are closing in on this lead. Tao Sorono inherited a really good car in a really good position from Jacob O'Reilly. Now he's got to hold up his end of the seesaw.
Yeah, a second around here in these cars, a huge chunk of time. And, that kind of piece of time normally the result of a bobble up front or the result of, taking a little extra risk in a couple spots, like I mentioned, breaking off of Skyline, going a little hotter into the dipper. There are a couple places where you can roll the dice and squeak out a little time. Not something you want to do on every lap in a long race, but when you need it, you can dip into that bank a little bit, squeeze out a couple of tenths. But what is our gap right now? P2 back to P3 is a second and a half, and we may end up with a little four-way train up front. And here's a little action out of the cutting.
Yeah, lead changes. Tao Sorono is clearly having some problems. Look how much closer our top four have gotten over the top of the hill. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a change of lead going to Noah Lundberg, and Tao Sorono is really going to have to worry about Brian Borg and Simon Trendell immediately behind. Don't have to worry about too much further behind that, because then fifth place is 34 seconds behind the lead. Sorono had some good laps, and it dropped just a little bit. Don't know what's going on there. If maybe they had an adjustment that hasn't worked, he's having a problem of some kind. The track temperatures have definitely made a swing though. Remember, we had the cloud cover over and a track temp at 27 degrees when they made their last pit stop, when they would have made decisions on the anti-roll bars. And now the sun has come out, giving everyone a bit of a toasting.
Yeah, Serrano on fresher tires too, only about 7 laps on his tires. So yeah, you may be right, maybe a little bit too much front bar, and that can kind of lead to, it's a vicious cycle. Understeer lap after lap after lap, the heat goes up on those fronts and the understeer gets worse. So that number 3 car might be falling victim to that. And at this point, he's got to start looking behind. He's got about a 0.4 gap back to Borg. So things getting a little tough there for Teo.
He's a driver I've seen plenty of racing these cars. Same's true of Brian Borg. It's not like he doesn't know his way around sitting on the right-hand side of a Chevrolet or not having ABS and traction control. But maybe the bright lights of the big moment and some setup and strategy decisions might have him just trying to hold on until his teammate Jacob O'Reilly can get back in. iRacing fair share in effect, which is pretty generous as far as minimum driver time goes, is it 1/4 of the drive time split equally. So for 2 drivers at 161 laps, I think the minimum drive time is about 20 laps.
Yeah, I think that's about right. And you know, some of these teams as well might be cutting their fuel strategy close, and it's conceivable that that number 3 car might have let Lundberg through in order to save fuel, and we'll see how likely that is as things unfold here. Lundberg driving away a bit has extended that gap to 1 second, and now the gap behind Serrano 0.3 and dropping. So if Serrano falls back again, you may be right about some adjustment that has gone awry at that last pit stop.
Also put too that it's 1:04 a.m. on Sunday morning for anyone who's on the Australian East Coast. And in the more recent iRacing updates, we've gone from being iRacing clubs to you select your flag that you wish to display on iRacing. Noah Lundberg leading the race has the flag of the Netherlands. Teo Serrano and Brian Borg both flying the Australian flag. Simon Trendell with the flag of the UK. 4th place, Michael Haflidassen with Sweden. There are a good handful of Australian flags out there. Some other more interesting ones to note too. Alex Rassi has the flag of Kiribati. It's possible.
Some great camera work there by Ramiro, our producer, and nice to just kind of take a pause and listen to the song of those V8s powering up that hill. It's man, oh man, how could you not love it?
It's Crack Racing Fruit Gang. Oh, are we going to get a little bit of a pinch at the final corner, Murray's corner? Hydro Race Racing Forces moves ahead. Kenzie Nieuwenhof, another Netherlands flag driver, goes ahead of Felix Sully with the German flag. Raymond Tew behind them, flag of Vietnam. So this is the congestion for the net race lead. Up ahead of them, Noah Lundberg's been doing something on the range of 23 to 25 lap stints. Or sometimes even a little bit shorter than that. So not far away from needing a pit stop because he's now 20 laps into this stint. It's Vermilion Fury, Racecraft Simulation, Team Chimera, cars that we think are best placed to take the win in this race. Now, as close as they've been since about lap 15.
Yeah, Lundberg continuing to show good pace up front. That last 2:09.2 got about a 0.3 advantage over Serrano, who's now acting as the cork in the bottles. He leads Borg and Trendell up through Griffins toward the chase.
The cutting, curved braking zone is super difficult. Sight lines are also difficult here. We look from these sort of TV camera angles, but all of them sit higher than where the drivers do. Every little crest is a blind crest around here. Past all of the fans. In the iRacing server, it's 2:07 p.m. So I think those will be some very well lubricated fans at the top of the mountain, if history is to be believed.
Yeah, too right. And the track temp still climbing, showing about 35 now. And if my experience in February is any indicator, that's going to continue to rise till 4 or 5 track time. So more track temp and more greasy surface for these drivers before things begin to cool off in a couple hours. We approach.
Yeah, I'm not normally too demanding. I made one request as I look on board with Simon Trendell. We're still seeing miles an hour for him, but it is immense speeds, peak speed that I can see. Has anyone hit 300? The magic 300? No. Team Chimera 297 a peak in the speed trap, 298 for Noah Luneberg. I suggest that really flattening the car, really trimming it out for straight line speed isn't the greatest idea for trying to win this race. A little bit more rake in the car, a little bit more rotation, a little bit more tyre life and tyre preservation is really going to help, particularly if you're seeing big tyre drop off at the end of these long stints. But if you really aim for it, these can be a bullet in a straight line, these cars.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the really fascinating kind of strategic questions at tracks like this that have an opportunity for high terminal velocity on a long straight and mixed with the twisty stuff. And I would submit here at Mount Pano, the twisty stuff is so risky. Obviously, you're not sliding off into the kitty litter, into the grass. In a lot of places, you're sliding into a barrier. And with the risk that high in a long race, a lot of these teams probably leaning more towards grip and long-term safety than trying to maximize that dash down Conrad.
Still just a bit short of the halfway mark of the iRacing Bathurst 1000, presented by Next Level Racing in 2025. RaceSpotTV coverage live on iRacing and RaceSpot channels, YouTube, Twitch, all of those places. Plenty of people watching along, and it's great to have you. If you're watching and you think this is something I want to be a part of, well, iRacing.com/special-events has the full calendar. There's so many great iRacing special events throughout the year. They're open to all iRacing members of all skills, so long as you've got the correct license, the correct safety rating. And for these sort of team endurance events, you also got to, find some other willing participants to rock along with you. Seeing an attempted overtake into the chase, so sketchy, that fast corner there. Not a lot of downforce on these cars. They're going nearly 300 kilometers an hour. And so committed and floaty through there. So upcoming events from the iRacing special events calendar. We've got the Bathurst 1000 underway right now. Will Chadwick is correct. Petit Le Mans, 10 hours of Road Atlanta in GTP, Hypercar, LMP2 and GT3 is next weekend. And then to round out the year, the Martinsville MX 500. The BRSCC iRacing Formula Ford 1600 Festival, the Suzuka 1000 kilometers SCCA runoffs and Winter Derby. So many great events from all sorts of disciplines, and it's not restricted to, you know, who's got 5,000 euros for an entry fee. Every iRacing member can sign up. There's thousands of races taking part, and then they get lots of servers all spun up. You get split based on iRating. This is the top split, but every iRacer has a chance to be a part of their own iRacing Bathurst 1000 or Daytona 24. Or, I think the endurance racing at the Nürburgring, I think, is having a bit of a hot moment at the moment. So I think you can do that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a NEC series that has, I want to say, 4-hour races every, I don't know, month and a half or so.
Even Max Verstappen's allowed to do the iRacing Nürburgring 24, but I'd need to check his contract because maybe he's not anymore.
Yeah, and isn't Max in a GT3 car this weekend after they finally deigned him capable enough of driver to license him for that event? And I find that whole process pretty funny as they put him in an underpowered GT4 car as part of that rigorous entry exam for drivers there at NURBS.
Formula 3, Formula Regional, Formula 2, Formula 1 have never been to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and at 170 turns, it is its own beast. Like, would you let... who am I going to say? Which Formula 1 driver am I going to throw under the bus here? Like, would you let Lance Stroll straight into a GT3 at the Nürburgring?
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I thought for sure that Grosjean was going to be under the bus on that one, but you know, very, very good point. And they are so super strict with the licensing out there. I remember a couple years ago, I read an article about an unnamed driver being denied night racing at the Nürburgring because he hadn't been through the licensing, and it was a GM factory driver, multiple IMSA champion. They didn't name names, but I figure it had to be Tommy Milner, and somebody with that kind of resume, that kind of experience, a safe, level-headed, multi-time champion in IMSA and WEC. I think he had some seat time there, and they said, no, that was not the Nürburgring.
It's 6 racetracks all in one. It's its own unique place with so many challenges to master. You trust professional racing drivers in GT3 type cars, but trusting them with that racetrack and the consequences and the traffic around there is something very different to the skill set required to qualify on pole in a Formula 1 car. This is going to be our top 3, so they're just going through a little bit of traffic, which is going to become so important in the back half of this race on their way into the chase. Tao Sorono is still leading with Org and Trendell right on his heels. It's a Chevrolet Camaro leading, a Ford Mustang from a Chevrolet Camaro, no Toyota Supra just yet. But here's a hot tip that I'm going to speculate. There's a Toyota Supra in a shipping container on its way to North Carolina to get wind tunnel tested. You wouldn't have to send a laser scanner all the way to the land of wonder, the land down under. If you could just drive from Boston to Concord, North Carolina.
Very fair, and I'm glad you brought that up on the broadcast. iRacing has taken a number of my suggestions over the years, so I always like to share my opinions on stuff like that. But yeah, very fair, and you know, the iRacing likes to take every opportunity it can to expand the fields in really any series, and to add that Supra and that beautiful you know, that motor is kind of the Japanese version of a small block Chevy in terms of power, reliability, and the sound fantastic as well. So it'd be great to get those things out on track, and I'm sure that's right up at the top of iRacing's to-do list.
And the Toyota 2JZ is Japan's version of the Ford Barra, God's own engine. Noah Lundberg has come into the pits from the lead of the race after a 24-lap stint. And again, they've gone and short fueled that car to about 85% fuel. 85% filled. I haven't got the calculator, and I won't be doing maths in my head live. And so it means that Tao Serrano is now not just on paper and in my head the race leader, but on the timing and scoring, he is now the race leader with just 6/10 covering our top 3 so tenths right now. So a little bit more traffic to come up for Serrano.
Yeah, Serrano just completing lap 14 now. So they've been getting low 20s on a tank, 23, 24, something like that?
It'd be more than that because we haven't had a full stint since David Haynes loaded into the service. So we're looking at 28 to 29 potentially from a full tank. Now heading up Mountain Straight, the race leader gets into the slipstream, gives a little flash of the headlights. This is middle of the racing line at the moment, and he'll be offered the racing line. But will everyone else? No. A lap car goes in between first and second place, and then wide out of the groove in Griffin's Bend for Tao Serrano as he had to go around the outside of the lap traffic. Brian Borg's immediately onto the headlight flashes. He doesn't want to see the leader get away. Simon Trendell aiming to follow him as well. Things get tight and congested here on the way up to Reed Park.
And Serrano, crafty, showing his racecraft there. He scraped off Bo Trendell and the Alcantech car on a lap car there. He wants to light the wick now and extend that gap all he can. Ooh, little
wide at
wiggle
McPhillamy, over the curb and into the grass as well. So suddenly, strategically, Serrano's in a great position, but he is all out adrift, struggling with the balance of that car.
Yeah, as I said, he really wants to light the wick and extend that gap. He was able to put that beautiful move as he drags the left front down Falcon's or Forrest's elbow there, and may not have gotten out of that what he wanted. That gap back to Borg only 0.5, but Borg still has to deal with that lapper in front.
So Serrano struggling with the braking, struggling with the front end grip. The car's not turning, it's pushing on. Not what I would have expected to see on a hot track temperature, but that's what's happening at the moment. And now your second and third place will get past. We'll reunite our top 3. Simon Trendell runs in just a little bit for the change of direction at the chase. Tiny bit deep. But for Brian Borg, he can breathe a sigh of relief because he's still got his lasso firmly around the hind legs of Tao Beef Serrano.
Yeah, really surprising. Serrano really got nothing out of that. He made that Mountain Straight really work for him with that lap car. You see him getting a little loose right there in turn 1 as well. So Serrano fighting grip on the front and rear end of that car, and really thought he was going to get more out of taking advantage of that lap car. And as you can see there, Borg all over him. Maybe going to take a little peek here around the outside as Serrano has to go defensive.
Well, a lap ago, it was a weak spot for Tao Serrano there at Griffin's Bend, and it exposes him in the cutting. Brian Borg had a couple of opportunities to try to force the issue, as you say, but he hasn't done it. He sat in behind the Vermilion car for the moment. Yeah, understeer on the way in, oversteer on the way out is a really tough place to be for Tao Serrano because it's tough to find a magic bullet to solve both of those things. A little bit of brake bias, a little bit of anti-roll bar. Maybe you can find something that puts the car more comfortable towards the tail end of the stint, but does it compromise your ability to hit a really hot lap time on a brand new set of tyres, which might be what you want? We had a lock-up down the bottom of the hill here into Forrest's elbow last time from Serrano. This time he's a little bit more careful. We were talking about the Nürburgring just a moment ago, and I'm reminded that from the bottom of the mountain to the highest point of the racetrack here at Mount Panorama is more elevation change than Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, but it's just a couple of meters short of the total elevation difference at the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Yeah, quite similar to Laguna Seca here stateside as well. And it's a lot more dramatic at Mount Pano, a little gentler slope at Laguna Seca, but still a significant elevation change. And on that topic of elevation change, that hike from Skyline down to Forest Elbow is not for the faint of heart, literally. Take it from me as an old man, that was a tough one to get back up from Forest Elbow. Worth getting down there, but quite a climb on the way back up to the bar at Skyline.
Tell you what I always do every year at the 12 hour is I get a little insulated bag, put in 2 bottles of water and 6 beers, because it's 6 laps into the stint is our top 3. So the first car we expect to pit from our leading trio would be that Racecraft Simulations Mustang with Brian Borg. He's doing a really solid job at the moment. So too has his teammate Jason Benson. I think for a driver double-up pairing, that's a really good combination. Jacob O'Reilly clearly has been one of the faster drivers in that Vermilion Fury car, but Teo Serrano has been struggling with the balance. And for Team Chimera, we haven't yet seen what Simon Trendell's teammate is going to be capable of. So it's the combination of drivers that really could decide this.
Yeah, and interesting just kind of watching Borg as you see Serrano really flogging that car and right on the ragged edge of grip, and kind of a contrast to Borg behind. Looks very smooth. Haven't seen Borg with any of those wiggles or front wheel lockups under braking. So whatever adjustments are on that Racecraft simulation car are working better than Serrano's Camaro at this point.
A couple of other positions change. You may have noticed it on live timing or on the timing column. Inside of the top 10, I think Zach Kerr for Nexus got past Holden Racing Team. So 5th and 6th, also pretty close in our top 10. Love the livery on the number 38 car. A real throwback to a multiple-time Bathurst winning Triple Eight livery. There's obviously the 05. That's just pure throwback to the Holden Racing Team 05 and the king of the mountain, Peter Brock.
Yeah, some great camera work there as we watch that train of Serrano from Borg, from Trendell, and so far it really appears that Borg is going to be satisfied, just kind of hanging out, applying pressure, waiting for a mistake if one comes, but not wanting to force the issue. And there's Trendell getting a little sideways as that rear end steps out, coming through the cutting there. And as I said, these locked rear diffs are good for putting power down in a straight line, but things can get a little iffy going around the tight stuff, and you saw it there.
Yeah, interestingly, the right rear spinning up, but not seeing as much from the inside left. So, if you want to do proper burnouts, you got to weld the diff. So that's what we know. Who else is flying along nicely at the moment? Last lap, a 209.1 from Kenzie Nuverhoff in the 62, getting inside of the top 10. Chance that they could hunt down a good result. Zach Kerr was actually the fastest car on track in 5th place there as well. Unfortunately, they're 52 seconds adrift of the race lead. This is that Nexus Esports Mustang.
Getting a little rhythm going, about 19 laps in on this stint. So, these setups are always kind of a compromise. Do you want the car to be hooked up when it's full of fuel, light of fuel, or somewhere in between? And Kerr hitting this sweet spot about halfway through. So, and plenty of time left. That's why they call it an endurance race. So.
Sorono just a tiny bit wide at the top of the mountain at McPhillamy Park again. But I'm just not seeing Borg or Trendell thinking it's worth being the leading car at the moment. If Sorono's pace is good enough, if our top three are 40 seconds clear of the whole rest of the field for the moment. Borg and Trendell waiting. There's a chance for the Racecraft Simulations car in second, who stopped 2 laps earlier than the cars they're sandwiched betwixt. They might be really looking for a little bit of fuel save to go that lap or so longer to try to get back on strategy with the top 3. Big speed difference in the slipstream down Conrod Straight to a peak speed of 280 something kilometers an hour. Brian Borg just releases the pressure on the throttle, but Sorono runs super deep into the chase. And now again, Borg's got to ask himself, do I want this race lead? Is this pace from the leader sufficient? Sorono defensive into the final corner at Murray's, past the hotel and past the Motor Racing Museum. Simon Trendell trying to set up that straight square exit to follow in behind the leaders as well.
Yeah, and Sorono still fighting for grip in that car. You saw him drag that inside front tire into Forrest Elbow and a big wiggle on the exit. And I'll tell you, I don't think that is sustainable for 161 laps. Eventually, that outside wall there is gonna bite you. And if you've driven this track at all in iRacing, you have been bitten there before. And I've muttered under my breath, as I'm sure many have, that Falcon corner because of the Falcon logo there, right where you kiss the wall on the exit.
I actually had a big crash there in 2020. I had one in each hand, and on my track walk, and I fell off the tyre bundle. Truth. There's pictures of it. Tao Sorono almost had a bit of a moment, so again, struggling with the rear tyre traction and throttle application. I've seen a lot of different strategies for driving these cars as well, by the way, around the setup direction and the gear shifts. So of overlap heading down towards Forest Elbow, Brian Borg was like, I'm a bit quicker, but I'm not sure I want to lead. So sometimes some drivers will set their cars up to be really, really pointy and then use third gear where other teams are using second gear. So you've got a car with a lot of good rotation, but then you use short shifts to really control the wheel spin and control the oversteer, versus some others setting up their cars a little bit more planted and then needing to use aggressive downshifts and short gears and engine braking to rotate the car.
Yeah, a friend of mine who is a very good instructor and experienced driver calls that redneck traction control, using third instead of second out of the medium stuff, and there's some fuel save to be had there as well. And I'll tell you what,
seen a redneck practice traction control?
Well, that's a theoretical redneck, of course. There's some attitude that needs to go with that as well. But, going back to Borg and his patience so far, at this point, if I was him, I would be getting a little nervous about Serrano's car control right about now. And it might be better to be in front of him than behind him if something goes south for Serrano. He is wiggling, he's having lockups, he's sliding through a lot of this track, and is that sustainable as the tires get to the end of their life? If I was Borg, I might rather see an incident in my rearview mirror than right in front of me.
Laps away from the halfway point. It's 1,000 kilometers, so we'll be 500 done. 500 to go at about the halfway point of lap 81. That'll be about when Racecraft Simulation will need to pit, so maybe they've backdated their strategy around splitting this race evenly. Martin Blankensteiner is going to bring the cracked racing car in. So let's get a comparison about the pace that this top three are doing. And we were just pointing out that next to Esports 38, Zach Kerr has been flying. This is the last 3 laps comparison. Our race leader versus Zach Kerr, 50 seconds away from the race lead.
Yeah, he is putting down some heaters. Last time around, almost a full second. So whatever Kerr has got going, that special sauce is working. And Serrano not going defensive this time. And Borg satisfied for now. And what is the gap behind those three now? Still about 40 seconds from Trindle back to Michael there. I won't try that last name in P4. So that train chugging up the mountain straight right now, and some more traffic ahead. And as maybe Serrano will have another chance to scrape Borg off, although it didn't work too well for him last time.
The thing about the Borg is that resistance is futile. This is cracked racing. They've got a cracked front bumper as they come into the lane, so that I think is just a little replay of why they were in early. They have perhaps also been cursing the Forest's elbow branding, just like you.
And I saved that Borg joke for you. It's been on the back of my tongue for the last hour, but I wanted to save that for you, David.
I had a guess, I've probably commentated something in the range of 30 races that he's been in, so it's low-hanging fruit for me. So if you were impressed, don't be.
Oh, man.
Like absolutely every single pun that involves the first name Max, anytime he has a fastest lap or a race win. It's like, oh, yeah, no, checks out, but it is just a little bit trite. So he's looking deeper in the field for who's flying, who's on the attack. We pointed out Nexus Esports and the work that Zach Kerr has done. Also in the 208s, so faster than our race leader. Hydro Race Racing Forces. Kenzie Nuverhoff, said that name already. Deep through the field. Oh no! We started with 26 cars, we've got 22 on the track. GMF team parked up 40 minutes ago. 2 laps out of the pit lane, they had an issue that may have been Terminal B56. Well, Corp, and I'm just doing a stint Daniel Gray in the garage.
I would be interested to see, we'll keep an eye on these pit times for you when this trio up front goes in. Haven't called one of these before. Don't have a lot of experience with the Aussie Supercars, but I'm going to be very interested to see what the pit time is related to taking on fuel. You would think that Borg and Trindle have saved quite a bit here, staying up tight and close to Serrano and not fighting him. That should translate into a shorter pit time, and we'll take a look at that for you when the pit sequence starts. Probably 5 or so laps down the road here.
Oh, that's wide from Serrano. The race leader is in the wall at the exit of the metal grate. Still holds on to that race lead as they check up behind him across the rise at McPhillamy Park. But that was significant understeer from Serrano. Big side-to-side hit on the wall. It just goes to show he has not looked comfortable almost this whole stint. The car hasn't braked efficiently, hasn't got to the apex of every single corner, hasn't been smooth coming out of the corners. Once again at Forest Elbow, the same happens, and that was a big hit. Brian Borg saw it happening in front of him and just really woed it up. Let's take a look again. Just in the grey.
Oh, man.
Coming through metal grate.
And I'll tell you, that's what I was saying about Borg before. If that had gone just a little bit worse, he could have taken Borg with him, and Borg has had enough. Elbows out. Chuck Serrano into the grass, and I don't know if he's going to back out of that and give that position back or not. And I don't know what the stewarding situation is here, but rough stuff there up front by Borg.
So Simon Trundle leads the race. Brian Borg now is ahead of Tao Serrano. Eventually, the patience ran out. A big dive from Borg. So he's pointing here. He's looking for the inside, and that's a bit of a late cover from Serrano. So Borg says, well, I'm going down the inside. I'd already committed for it. You can't really come across and try to squeeze me out there. And more dramas for Serrano at the exit at turn 1, hell corner. Things are coming apart for the number 3, Vermilion Fury. Oh, issues. Was already back in third. Last lap was a loss of 4 to 5 seconds. The cork has been unleashed. We're going to see the leaders pick up the pace again. So right in behind Borg, there's a bit of a park and a check-up at the apex as well there, I think. He's told him where he can park it.
Yeah, and that could have been a lot worse. Incredibly, after that incident, Serrano only 8.5 seconds off of Trendell up in P1. And I'll tell you, David, that just felt like only a matter of time to me. It seemed like Serrano was really overdriving that car and just kind of getting lucky lap after lap after lap, and you saw his luck run out there. And not sure if that contact going into the chase had anything to do with the car's handling dropping off, but hell corner living up to its name there for Serrano.
Are you living on a prayer? Because we are halfway there. 500 kilometers done, 500 to go. The iRacing Bathurst 1000 by Next Level Racing for 2025, an iRacing special event. This is the top split of many. iRacing famous for its mass participation special events. Anyone that can get some teammates together, can put a team on the grid, then you'll be split into multiple separate servers based on your iRating. It should give you a really competitive race against other teams of a skill level similar to yours. And we are looking at the creme de la creme, the gravy in the meat pie, the sauce on top of the sausage roll here at Mount Panorama Bathurst for the iRacing Bathurst 1000 of 2025.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if you haven't participated in a team event before, it is definitely worth doing. Get a couple buddies together, and there's really a lot to it. It changes from a solo event where you're relying on yourself to a team event where you're relying on others, and others are relying on you, and you have your teammates on comms with you, and kind of go through the highs and lows together. And I've had the pleasure and privilege of driving endurance races in real life and on sim, and it is completely different turning racing into a team sport, and I think it's a lot more fun. It's really a blast. So and as David said, there's openings at every skill level, so if you don't feel fast enough, don't worry, there's other folks right with you that can you can have a good time racing with. And here we go, pit sequence starting.
Just as Kenzie Nuverhoff and Hydro Race Racing Forces, my goodness, slip of the tongue there, whoopsies, we're closing in on 999 team Etten Reutemann. Etten Reutemann has come into the pit lane. 27 laps in the stint is the end for him, but Nuverhoff has a little bit more in the tank. 133 litre tank. The cars come into the pit garage and all service happens while the car is up on the air spike. 4 tyre change takes about 10 seconds, but 133 litres of fuel takes about 52 seconds. A driver change takes about 30 as we head towards past the halfway point of the race and towards the pit cycle. Team Chimera lead 2.2 seconds now from Brian Borg has put the foot down, and they are pulling away from Tao Serrano right now.
Yeah, Trendell back into the 208s after everybody was in the 209s behind Serrano for many, many laps there. So Serrano definitely was the cork in the bottle there. As the pit sequence is underway now, these leaders are going to want to put down some hot ones with light fuel while they can. And we're going to...
Brian Borg in from what was second place. So Racecraft Simulations Mustang goes down to 50 kilometers an hour, needs to roll all the way down the pit lane to find their pit crew. Pit stalls are given based on qualifying order, so the pole sitter has the garage all the way at the end. On iRacing, they're fixed based on championship order for next weekend's Supercars Bathurst 1000, the great race.
And so you were talking about the pit times there, and math not my strong suit, so it sounded like full fuel would cover 4 tires and driver change
Comfortably, easily.
Oh, okay.
Because it's 10 seconds for tires, 30 seconds for a driver change, 55 seconds for the full tank of fuel.
Gotcha. So they're able to potentially short fuel and still not lose time on the driver and tire change.
So let's take a lap on board Felix Smoggy Cracked Racing Fruit Game.
I'll tell you what, that in-car partial lap there from Smoggy should give you some appreciation of what it takes to get these cars around Mount Panorama. The fast hands, the quick opposite lock, the way these cars rotate in the slow stuff because of that lock diff. As a GT driver, that might have looked a little tentative to you, but that's really what it takes. It takes caution and you have to have fast hands and be ready to catch those slides because they're coming at you fast and furious on every corner. And here's a little battle for P13 and a beautiful move down the inside there by Hydra Race Racing Forces into the chase. So very nice move there as Nieuwenhof moves up into lucky 13.
He's one of the drivers to watch of the last stint for sure, making some moves on track. And with a couple more cars in front of him still to pit, they'll cycle, get further forward, aiming for a top 5, no doubt. Them and Nexus have been the 2 most impressive teams at the moment. Still leading the race and still yet to pit. Team Chimera are on to their 28th lap. Alcantech NHR are on to their 29th. So if you really want to extend the fuel, there's some options there. This car started the race white and teal. It's now white, teal, and a whole lot of bits of discarded rubber all over it. Hey, for $100, JR, who's the man on the Fujitsu billboard and what is he famous for?
Easy come, easy go, and that's just going to be a hard pass for me. I have no idea.
Would be Mark Taylor, the former Australian cricketer and captain of the Australian team from 1994 to 1999. I knew you wouldn't get that one because it was a cricket question.
You know, and all the times I've considered following Aussie cricket, if I had only known there would be $100 on the line, I might have approached that decision differently. So, lesson learned.
Unfortunately for you, it was only 100 Australian dollars on the line. A couple of other teams taking their stops, and again, bigger than any GT3 fuel cell in these cars, bigger than the IndyCar fuel cell, 133 litres. And it takes a while to go in as well. That's the big delay in the pit stops. Not tyre change, not driver change, but getting all the fuel in. So just got Chimera coming into the lane now, and they were one of the last teams I was waiting on seeing. And I'm waiting on seeing maybe a driver change, because this is one of the few cars where one driver has been in since the very beginning. Simon Trendell has been behind the wheel of the 54. But Jamie Wilson stands by. Is he suited? Is he booted? Past the halfway point, is it time for a swap? You know, I think it is. I think it is. So we're going to see a driver change in the 54 and see, is it Simon Trendell or is it the car that is absolutely flying? Or is it going to be a bit of both? And hey, that driver change wipes it off a little bit. That's cleaner than I've seen that thing in a long time.
You know, that white car, I was noticing the rubber pickup and wondering what these things are going to look like toward the end. And I'm curious as well to see what kind of fueling time that Chimera car got. There's some pretty significant swings in pit stop time so far, and we'll keep an eye on that for you. We're getting close to the end, 48 seconds showing now.
There are two cars on track that have only had one driver in them to this point. It's this car, Noah Luneberg. And the team being Noah Luneberg suggests maybe we're only going to see Noah Luneberg, but we hadn't seen a driver change yet in the Chimera car until now. Minimum drive time is looking like 21 laps, and it's easy to calculate because this is a laps distance, not hours and timed race. This is where they've fed out Jamie Wilson just ahead of Jason Bentz. So 2 driver changes for these 2 cars for the net race lead. They sit 14 seconds behind Noah Luneberg, but he is now becoming increasingly off cycle. Already 15 laps into his stint, and therefore only about 10 laps away from stopping, ceding that race lead. And in that time, will it be Team Chimera? Will it be Racecraft Simulation? Or 10 seconds behind this for Vermilion Fury, Jacob O'Reilly is back in the driver's seat, and Jason Bentz wastes no time diving down the inside of McPhillamy Park for the race lead. Tyres still coming in just a little bit for Jamie Wilson, still getting comfortable in his seat as well. Jason Bentz, Racecraft Simulations, the 117 goes to the lead of the iRacing Bathurst 1000.
Wow, and Bent striking while the iron is hot there, and you know, right off the pit stop is definitely an opportunity. If your competitor is taking it easy, being a little tentative, waiting for those tires to come on, it is an opportunity to roll the dice, especially that close. And Bent's making it look fairly easy there. And interestingly, Bentz was the recipient of some of that draft that we were watching during the last stint, and 2.5 seconds less stationary time. I told you we tried to keep an eye on the fuel fill time, so that is a chunk of time, and that Racecraft car may have enjoyed some fuel savings being at the back of that train through the last stint.
Brands on the timing column for a second there. Good mix between Ford and Chevrolet. iRacing has perfect parity between the both of them. But there's no songs about taking your Mustang to the levee, whether the levee was dry or not. This is a little deeper in the field. It's 9th and 10th. Carlos Muesca has gotten into the 999 Team Mustang, replacing Ayrton Reutemann. Carter Hutchinson in the fully bent racing car, and it's full lock for Muesca. Our Argentinian producer very well might correct my pronunciation at some point, and to him I offer the most sincere apologies. No, I won't apologize until we get kilometers an hour though. So, please educate me one more time. I would like to be correct. Carlos Moek is what I'm going to go with from now on, and hope I'm closer to correct. And he'll be hoping he can get a little bit closer to the fully bent racing Mustang for this battle inside of the top 10. 1 lap separates the pit stops from these two drivers, so it's a very similar strategy between these two cars. Tire age similar, fuel load similar. The driver change is what's going to make the difference in this stint.
Halfway now, and the attrition has dropped off. Lost a couple cars early, but things settling down quite nicely, as you would expect from top split drivers, and folks getting into rhythm. And the driver change is could be perilous. It's tough to sit and wait and watch the race, wait for your turn. You have the adrenaline ups and downs as if you were driving, and then you kind of have to refocus, and it's your turn in the car. And like any team event, you don't want to be that guy that stuffs the car, and terminal damage definitely on the menu here at Mount Panorama.
Yep, I think we have had at least 2 or 3 cars sustain terminal damage. GMF team, the number 5, Gabriel Martinez, probably the most recent. We saw a good chunk of damage on the Cracked Racing number 7. They're now behind their teammates, Cracked Racing Fruit. Oh, there it is. Yes, there's the number 7 behind the number 10. Still missing the front bumper. So if you find a yellow Camaro front bumper with L plates still attached, return it to the Cracked Racing garage, please.
Boy, that would be tough to return, especially if my car was between myself and the garage. It might find its way into the trunk. Just saying.
Well, it's the greatest racetrack on Earth. As we look from the top of the mountain down to the pit, the paddock, the National Motor Racing Museum, the campgrounds, rammed with some very American-looking SUVs and RVs. But you know, what are you gonna do? Mount Panorama, the sign on the hillside. Almost everywhere you are in town, you can see that. Parked at the camping store, looked over my shoulder. Boom, that view, gorgeous. Reminds you where you are. Of things at the top of the hill there. Great spectator viewing. And the Bathurst Reds Soccer Club. So when there's not race cars here, there's kids playing soccer.
Yeah, you know, you're right about that parking lot scene. It seems like they should have a few utes in there, shouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. They should have a Suzuki Jimny or 2, and you see some very interesting things. Seen someone camping with their MX-5. Seen someone camping with their MG Roadster. Seen someone camping with their air-cooled Porsche. All these things also seem to happen at Le Mans, but the mountain is perhaps a slightly dustier, rougher, hotter place to bring your nice car. So what's the strategy then for the 808? Because we just crossed past the halfway point. Oh, hello, Mark Taylor, captain of the Australian cricket team 1994 to 1999, after Alan Border, good Queenslander. Are they going to need an extra pit stop compared to everyone else?
Well, it looks like they were in for 43 seconds last time, and I didn't have time to crunch the numbers before coming on air this morning, but that definitely is very, very short. Cracked Racing was in for 41, but everyone else well over 50, 52, 53. So 10 seconds worth of fuel. Very interesting question, and we'll certainly keep an eye on that for you. But Lundberg enjoying a kind of gaudy gap behind, about 15 seconds back to Benson, that racecraft simulation car. And I'm not really sure what their strategy might be. If you're on that team and feel like exposing that strategy, go ahead and throw it in our YouTube chat on the iRacing channel. We are keeping an eye on that.
The
And,
teammate, Jack Wells, isn't in the server at all yet. So the question remains if we're actually going to see 2 drivers in that 808 car. This is the highest placed battle for position. It's 9th and 10th. Fully Bent Racing versus 999 team. Carlos Moeca has gotten into his rhythm, keeping the pressure on. And I'll say this for all of our friends in Argentina, got to be the country with the 2nd best beef in the world.
I like the livery on that one as well. Nothing fancy, a little hammered steel look to that 111 car.
It's giving camouflage so that you can't see it in the car in a car park from Google Earth, like it'd blend into pavement. I'm getting urban camouflage.
Yeah, maybe my part of the world as well. It looks like there's a little moss growing on that as well.
Impossible to see on a
Rolling
dark,
Stone?
rainy night. It has gathered some moss. National Motor Racing Museum in the background there. Some permanent exhibits, but a lot of rolling exhibits. So teams will lend Bathurst 1000 winning cars, Bathurst 12-hour winning cars, sort of roll through for 3 or 6 months displays. So every year you're in town, you can go and you will see something new, something different. It's a living museum of Australia's motor racing heritage. And while you're in New South Wales, it's time to feel new. Enjoy the best of New South Wales. Discover popular towns, things to do on the weekend, road trips, restaurants, accommodation and more at visitnewsouthwales.com. The Railway Museum in town is good, and Bathurst originally sort of founded as a gold mining town as well in sort of the gold rush eras of the 1850, 1860s, so there's a lot of historic buildings and all sorts of heritage around that. As far as Australian regional towns go, it's one of the better ones.
Yeah, beautiful place. Kind of has a colonial feel to it, and the people there absolutely tremendous. And I learned something interesting about the location, and of course it could have been somebody pulling my leg, but what was explained to me is that as you leave Sydney and head into Australia, the towns are at the intervals that could be reached by stagecoach in one day. So that
is correct.
That first interval from Sydney to Bathurst through the Blue Mountains was one as far as a horse could go with the stage behind in a day.
Throughout Victoria, in the sort of wheat growing farming regions, the towns are all equally placed, and they are equally placed such that you can take your horse into town to market and get back in one day. So it's sort of the round trip to be able to get into town, go to the post office, take stuff to market, whatever. This is also on track right now. We've had a series of driver changes just past the halfway point, which has shifted the balance on the scales, and this is down the inside super aggressively and too aggressively in the battle for 13th. Project Valerius. No? Am I picking the wrong one there? Is there also a lap down car involved in the battle between the number 2 and the 6 and the 65? It was the number 2 that ran wide of Sim Racing Grid. Buda Racing Team Vicente Sepulveda ahead of Mini Market Racing Derivalik. Well, that's a throwback livery too.
Yeah, pretty spicy there, and that chicane there coming off the mountain so tough. You're coming down off of almost 300 kph, got to get it woed up, and not really favorable camber right there. It's a little off camber. There's a little rise there. One of the more difficult braking zones on the track, and you've got to kind of get through there hot. and very tough spot. And you saw the result of overcooking that entry just a tiny bit, and the grass right there, well worn, pretty commonplace to have incidents.
There's a reason they put a really big gravel trap down there. Mini Market Racing successfully up into 13th place. Might not be the last that we see of Sim Racing Grid and Matthew Melieu. He seems to have closed up again behind after his heroics and foolish bravado on the braking zone into the chase a lap ago. Three of them drop down through the dipper. This is some of the most significant elevation change on the circuit. A real calf breaker if you go for your track walk. And it continues downhill there. So checking in on the state of play for the race lead. Jason Bentz back into the 117. We saw how quickly he wanted to get to the race lead. We saw Jamie Wilson from Team Chimera get into the number 54, the previous race leading car. Well, they find themselves under a little bit of pressure now. Bentz has broken the back of Team Chimera here to a 7.2 second lead. Last lap, a whole second quicker. So this is that second drivers coming in, making the difference. At Vermilion Fury, Jacob O'Reilly is flying along, but Tao Serona was struggling to match Jacob O'Reilly's heady heights. Jason Bentz and Brian Borg seem to be able to match each other, and we're seeing at Team Chimera, Jamie Wilson not settling in to quite the pace that Simon Trendell had. So it is a team endurance race as Noah Luneberg comes into the pit lane. Racecraft Simulation will go to the outright race lead, and their team combination is looking strong. Project Valerius have come into some technical problems, I think, and they seem to have disappeared.
Yeah, and that driver
Never to
change
come out of the
really-
Belangolo State Forest ever again.
really impacting our front three there. We were enjoying that three-car train for better part of an hour there when David and I got in the booth, and look at those intervals now. It's Bentz has got a 7.5 seconds back to Wilson, and Wilson looks like a second and a half back to Jacob O'Reilly in that 2-2-2. So yeah, definitely a team event, and that's part of the strategy, is balancing who's getting in when. And Bentz definitely showing the pace, going to create a nice big gap. And he may be finishing this one out. They may be splitting this one 50-50. What do you think, David?
Yeah, well, the minimum drive time is very easy to accomplish, even in a two-driver lineup, as we covered off for two drivers in this 161-lap race. Minimum drive time of the fair share is 21 laps. One full tank of fuel covers that off, so they can pick and choose easily. Bentz and Borg, they can keep swapping every stop. They can have Bentz clear this out. One thing I do know, Racecraft Simulation are based in Perth, Western Australia. So a little bit of that West Coast action going on, time zones, geography. It's not quite as late for the sand gropers as it is for the rest of Australia. That could be their advantage in this race.
Yeah, and probably worthy of mentioning, there's definitely some Aussie pride. Any event that happens here at Mount Panorama, you see the Australian and Kiwi drivers showing up in force and defending the home turf. Very difficult to gain high level of expertise on this circuit, and a lot of these drivers have it for sure.
Project Valoris rides again. Alex Rassi back out on track after a 3-second stop and a trip on the tow hook. And that puts them just ahead of Never Quit Racing's Greg Carr. 20th and 21st. 23 cars are running at the moment. And so I guess everyone is going to find their battle. There's a couple taking place, including Vermilion have caught Team Chimera now. So 1 second race lead for your outright race leader, and second isn't even nailed on for Team Chimera. I reckon Jacob O'Reilly could probably make us quick work of Jamie Wilson as Jason Bentz was able to do earlier in this stint. Here it is. Oh, Wilson's moving around in that Camaro.
O'Reilly looking racy here, and see what is going to win out, patience and fuel save, or desire to maybe crank down. Monster interval ahead to Bentz, about 9 seconds, 10 seconds for O'Reilly, and Wilson definitely getting in his way in terms of cranking that interval down. Wilson has a run here. We'll see if he breathes that throttle or tries to make something happen. And Wilson's going to say, thanks, but no thanks. As you were, you can have it, and I'll try to run behind you for a while.
I think over the next 15 laps, the gap between Jacob O'Reilly in second place and Jason Bentz in the race lead is going to be critical, because we've seen the first half, this top three sort of locked together. Even when Teo Sorono had dropped the pace back into the 2:10s, they stayed together. And then Jason Bentz has taken the opportunity after it became just a leading two of Chimera and Racecraft Simulation to try to break it open versus Jamie Wilson. And that he was able to do, get to a 9.5 second race lead, and that's the sort of margin where now he can try to control the race. From the other side, Jacob O'Reilly is going to look over this stint and the next to try to hunt that down. A task he's done before is be a bit off the lead and set some really hot laps, long, consistent stints, able to try to close down the race lead. Back into the 208s for the race leader. Comes over. 31.7 degrees on the racetrack. This is your leader, and it looks like it's 99% commitment from Bentz, and I think I'm seeing the same from O'Reilly. This is a totally different body language from the car than we saw when they were driving sort of 90% in the previous stint and the one before.
Yeah, Bentz wants to maintain that gap. He's probably getting some chatter from his teammates over comms and some kind of agreement about how to play this stint. And getting past Wilson has certainly opened the door for O'Reilly, but not a lot of change in that interval, still about 9.5 seconds. And it'll be interesting to see if Bentz is able to maintain that going forward. They're both well into the 208s here. Bentz last time a 208.8, O'Reilly last time a 208.9. And so they are flying right now. And also Lundberg putting down a low 208, 208.4 right now. So Lundberg turning up the wick, although he sits currently about 46 seconds out of P1.
Love this live margin, because we're about to see things are going slightly in favor of Jacob O'Reilly. The fastest lap of the race belongs to that number 3 car from Vermilion Fury. So when it comes to the outright pace, there should be enough in that car. 208.8 plays a 208.7. And easy done here, 4th and 5th. Alcantech, NHR, Michael Health. I got this right earlier. Hafledesen lets Noel Lunaberg go. Still expecting that this car, the 808, might need one more pit stop than almost everyone else. But I think they've already made that extra stop as compared to the 000 behind.
Yeah, Lunaberg flying. He had a 2.5 seconds on the 000 car there. So that one inevitable. And now he has got some work to do. Got about 35 seconds ahead to Jamie Wilson. So if he's got something, got a wick to light, it is time to strike that steel and get it lit.
Now, in the campgrounds of Mount Panorama, I have seen some very interesting ways of starting fires. But the way that you've suggested, I reckon, is best practice. 209.7 was the last lap from Lilleberg. 209.9 from Team Chimera's Jamie Wilson. At Nexus Esports, they've had a driver change. So Zach Kerr. Sam Kerr is another Australian sports person. Apparently that's all that's in my head at the moment. No, Zach Kerr was a bit of a hot boot too, but is now left the server, left the Nexus Esports 38. John Hall is in, not cutting quite the same allure at the moment. They sit 6th, 10 seconds behind Alcantech, so they could still get back into the top 5 if they keep the nose ahead of the tail.
Yeah, Hall with a little wiggle under power there through Forrest's elbow, and man, the sound of that Mustang V8, somehow it still kind of sounds like those old Shelby cars from the 60s, something that kind of coarse wail that comes out of those Ford V8s. They sound so fantastic. I've had the pleasure of seeing the new Mustang GT3 cars sound very similar. So great to get Ford's participation continuing. A long history of motorsports and looking good in the present time as well.
Ford Performance becoming Ford Racing, announcing that they are going to be running their LMDH program in-house for the World Endurance Championship, as well as supporting GT3 racing all around the world, supporting NASCAR, supporting Supercars, and probably some others that I'm forgetting. I think I'm forgetting like Dakar, World Rally Championship, fingers in many, many pies, and they love it. So 909 team currently ahead of Fully Bent Racing. This is a reversal on earlier.
You see the clouds coming in here as track temps falling, probably to the relief of some of these drivers. It's all the way down to, 29C. So probably we've seen the highest track temps of the day, as long as the sun doesn't come out here down as the afternoon wanes. But we should see corresponding lap times decreasing as well.
As we pointed out before, if the track does become super grippy, there are adjustments to be made to really liven up the race car and take advantage of it. Soften the front ARB, stiffen the rear ARB, move the brake bias around a little bit to be able to stomp deeper into the braking zones. In theory, the more the track grips up, the more braking performance you've got, the more weight transfer you've got. You should be able to move the bias a little bit further forward. In really wet conditions, you move the bias significantly more rearwards to maximize your grip. This is Cracked Racing Foot Gang in 11th. Lim Giles, or Giles, I don't know. Apparently I don't know how to pronounce English names, is in 11th. And their teammate just behind in 12th, Jamie Nuttall. Closing somehow. He's got no headlights. Could that become a problem if he needs to try to flash them in traffic?
And surprised that the missing bodywork up front isn't having more of a aero impact on lap times, but not all still staying in the 209s and hanging tough up, within spitting distance of the top 10, currently in P12. And I definitely would not have thought that if it was a GT3 car, it would be losing multiple seconds per lap, missing that bodywork. But apparently not a problem here.
The teammates run 11th and 12th, but it's the trailing student driver Chevrolet that's going to need to stop first and sooner because of the damage that they sustained. Had to bring forward their last pit stop, had to stop early, and therefore that was 20 laps ago. They've probably got 7 or 8, maybe even 9 left in the tank. Going to get towards lap 100 shortly. And then we need to think about what is the maximum fuel range of these cars. It is about 28 to 29 laps. That puts lap 132 as the one that you should mark in your calendar. Simply gorgeous retro livery here. Makes me want to go on Facebook Marketplace and buy a VN Commodore for $300 and 24 beers. I think that's what one might cost, not sure, but Holden Racing Team 05 with Jeremy Kaufman at the moment. Last lap was a 209.3, 4 tenths quicker than the Nexus car in front with John Hall, but behind them, just 3 seconds, Kenzie Neuferhoff is still the hot shoe, 208.8. So this is all closing up in a 3-way tussle for 6th place. Nexus versus Holden Racing Team versus Hydro Race. Lead relatively steady, just coming down 1 or 2 tenths. Jason Bentz pulled out a lap in the 208s last time at 208.9.
O'Reilly chipping away a little. Last time we talked about that gap, it was 9.5. He's got it under 9 now, but going to need to make a little bit more progress in that. And, you know, speaking of those Holdens, I really want one of those Holden Utes. I was stunned to see those things everywhere in the Ford versions as well. And you know, there's really nothing like that in the U.S. And I would take one of each, I think.
Yeah, whenever I see like a HSV Maloo or something out there, or even just maybe an SV8 or one of the mid-tier trims with a V8, I think, yeah, I need one of them at one point, surely. Although, the HSV Maloo was one of the only ones not available with GM's MagnaRide suspension technology like the sedan versions were, because of the rear suspension is different, requires the exhaust to go differently. No, the exhaust goes differently, so the rear suspension is different, so you can't have the MagnaRide.
O'Reilly is hitting it hard right now. Last time around, a 208.2, and you saw him leave a little bit of mirror paint on the wall there coming up out of quarry. So O'Reilly taking seriously his task of reeling in Benson is now taking a second out of him, taking it from 9.5 down to 8.5. And will we see these cars come together before this stint is over? Only 16 laps in. I got to think it's a possibility, depending also on, oh, and here's Ramiro showing us that little, just pushing inches away from the wall there, and beautiful camera work by Ramiro. But yeah, before this stint is over, we might see O'Reilly right with Benz. I'm sure the fans would like to see that.
There's an Australian expression for how close he was to the wall that I'm not sure I can use in this time slot. This is coming together, and there's Kenzie Neuferhoff faster than the two in front. So Nexus versus Holden Racing Team versus Hydro Race 6th, 7th, 8th, all coming together. I think Jeremy Kaufman in that 05 isn't going to want to hang around, because if he doesn't get the job done, he's going to be facing attack from behind in a hurry. Straight line performance at a premium now, already past 250 kilometers an hour heading down the hill. Things stall out a little bit at the rise here, and then you pick up more speed, dropping down past Old Mate's Place. And the braking zone here, Kaufman has a look, a late look. He realizes the advantage that he's got. Goes across and into 6th place at the expense of Nexus Esports.
Wow, very, very tidy there. And don't forget, folks, no nannies on these bad boys, and very little aero. So without ABS and without downforce, getting that move done into the chase, that is some real driving, real talent there behind the wheel of that car.
What's ABS? What's traction control? What's a differential? What's automatic blip downshift? What are paddle shifters? And what's a mile an hour?
Freedom velocity, we call that. No, I'm not even going to say that. I take that back. Not now.
So there's more to happen here, because the 62 of Kenzie Newhoff is also going to close in on that light blue and silver machine. Could be another case of needing a glance in the mirrors for John Hall into the chase at the end of this one. See, the place where you see who's confident, who really feels their car is here over the top of the mountain, but particularly down Skyline, the Dipper, braking in a Forest Elbow. The walls are so close here that the drivers that are really, really in tune just have such a big difference. It's like how you see a greater skill gap between drivers in the rain on a street circuit, and the street circuit sections here. You see a much bigger difference over the top of the mountain. Newhoff is going to get to the right-hand side of the kink, and this time John Hall's going to say, off you go. Number 62 gains 1 spot, and not too far until they're looking for another. The 62 Camaro is flying.
And David, how sweet is it to stand there at the Dipper? I'm not sure if seeing it on TV or even seeing it here in the sim does justice to how close you can get to the track, but you are kind of spitting distance over the cars as they careen down the hill coming off of Skyline. It is absolutely one of the most thrilling things you can witness as a motorsports fan. It's just incredible.
Yeah, the elevation change is pretty wild through there. Newhoff is already looking for that next position. Hydro Race Racing Forces. We hydro ride on board right now through the cutting. This circuit a little bit like Macau if there were fewer apartments and casinos. And a lot more gum trees up the top of the mountain. I think again we're going to see over Skyline through the S's, through Dipper, being able to close a lot of car lengths. And even at McPhillamy there, just getting the nose to the curbing. Yeah, a whole car length or two gained through the Dipper. That's the confidence that he's got, the ability to place the nose where he wants it. Just a little bit wider into the elbow, square that exit. For the third time in 3 laps, we might be looking to see a pass for position on the brakes into the chase. Lining up in the slipstream. Kenzie's already doing 3 kilometers an hour more. Now 4, now 5, enough to begin walking down the gap. And is he brave enough on the brakes here? He's not. So across the top of the mountain, better. Through the totally twisty bits, stronger, but not strong enough there in the chase. The old little feint at Murray's corner, enough to try to distract Jeremy Kaufman. Just keep opening up opportunities. Hell corner, there's a little bit of an elevation change at the apex that really means you need to take a late apex there, because otherwise You run out of grip just at the point of the apex. We head up Mountain Straight, where the driver's right-hand side always has supremacy going into the cambered, crowned Griffin's Bend, and that's where Kenzie Neuverhoff is going to get his car to try to take 6th position. Gets it stopped, gets it turned in to catch that little groove. It's nothing like the banking of the carousel at the Nordschleife, but it is just a little of that, where the inside line gets a little bit of a helping hand.
And Kaufman kind of gave that one up, saw that coming, and you saw him fighting for grip a little bit there, under pressure from behind, and may have had a teammate in his ear saying, you know what, let's just let him go, keep the car in one piece, and follow him as long as possible, save a little fuel, and save the car for the next driver.
Yeah, spectacular 2 positions made in the last couple of laps there, and up into 6th place, back in 17th and 18th. S4S Racing versus the weakest links. Had some sausages at lunchtime. Those were pretty strong links, if I'm honest with you. Very tasty. Daniel Dinsdale for S4S Racing with the UK flag. Jerome Van Hixer in the weakest links Mustang behind. Last lap, 3/10 advantage to the pursuing car, so this has been closing up.
That number 4 car looking a little too clean. They might have had the polishing cloths out the last time that was in the pits, but good looking livery and looking pretty shiny.
It does look like when we get a driver change that the car kind of cleans off a little bit, so sometimes it's evidence of a recent driver change. That's what I'm going to look at for the number 4 car. Daniel Dinsdale has done 50 laps. His teammate Matthew Levine has done 54, and that man has done every single lap. Back there in the 6th wall. Oh no, that's wide for the elbow. Big contact with the wall on the exit. Maybe even a rock. The weakest links are going to get a better run down Conrod Straight. Massive speed advantage for Jerome Van Hixer. Looks to the right-hand side, and this could be up into 17th place without too much fuss. We go through the kink. We get on the brakes. All of the downshifts. The turn across the crest of the left-hander. Track flattens out and opens up for the right-hander. Van Hixer goes to 17th place.
Yeah, tough combination right there. It's one of those spots that is a lot harder and a lot more nuanced than it looks on paper due to the elevation change there and camber change in the middle of that one. A critical corner to get a good lap time, and one of those little nuanced spots here at Mount Panorama that takes a lot of practice and takes a lot of study to get that exactly right. And even with a lot of expertise and experience there, hard to get it right consistently.
Bit of traffic for your race leader, and this is the comparison in the battle for that race lead. Last 3 laps, Jacob O'Reilly has been chipping away. It started at 3/10. We went 5/10, 6.5 last lap on lap 104 for Jacob O'Reilly. That sees the margin that was at 1.10 seconds come down to about 6.5. This race looking at the moment like a 2-horse fight between Racecraft Simulation and Vermilion Fury, and it's closing. This stint, Team Chimera have dropped away to now 22 seconds behind the race lead with Jamie Wilson. Simon Trendell had done an amazing job and displayed a lot of pace to make it a top 3. Things could be looking 2 ways. Not too much drama there though for Jason Bentz, so he can just keep doing his best.
Yeah,
see what this lap
O'Reilly
is. Last
getting
was a 208.9, and now Bence will have a 208.757, so he picked it up just a tiny bit.
Yeah, O'Reilly definitely getting some work done. And that interval now showing for me about 6 seconds. So maybe not the size of bite that he wanted when he got in the car, but certainly has taken a nice bite out to kind of set the stage to reel him in down the stretch.
There is nothing left for Jacob O'Reilly. He's going for absolutely all of it because his last lap was just 0.2 of a second away from being a new fastest lap of the race. We are 105 laps into this affair, 56 to go. Currently highlighting who's got the fastest lap of the race, and it is Jacob O'Reilly and this car with a 207.9, last 208.187. Suggests the tyres are holding on pretty well for the Vermilion Fury car as well, because 22 laps in, there's always this sort of fight between, are the tyres dropping away and the car's getting slower, or are you burning through about 100 kilograms of fuel and the car's getting quicker? So if you've got a setup that preserves those tyres till late in the stint, you can be very quick at the tail end of the stint, or you could burn them up just a little bit too much too early.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'm really seeing a difference in, I guess, driving style or approaches people are taking to these supercars at Mount Panorama. The less drama, the smoother seems to be faster. Of course, all the wiggles and slides are dramatic, but I think O'Reilly here particularly is showing that smooth is fast, or you're not seeing the wiggles, you're not seeing the all the drifting and opposite lock to keep it on the track. So maybe a lesson to be learned there. And as we take a look at Nuttall,
you haven't returned that bumper.
And for service, I'm
down
innocent. I'm innocent.
Ooh, is Martin Blankensteiner going to be able to get a new Chevrolet Camaro front bumper on the number 7 Cracked Racing? Pit stop is underway. It's been 25 seconds now. Full service, of course, in the range of 52 to 53 seconds. So there's a lot still to go. 133 litres. At some point, I'm going to have to Google what size is an average bathtub, because I reckon that's getting pretty close.
Is it African or European variety? That's what I need to know.
Oh. Well, see, this is the thing, is that bathtub volume varies significantly by size, with standard baths holding approximately 150 to 300 litres, which is 40 to 80 gallons. And larger soaking tubs, hot tubs, much more. So, yeah, a small bathtub of fuel. Is Rama somewhere on track? Oh no! Dramas for the number 7, Martin Blankensteiner. Just as they'd got a new front bumper on that thing, they've gone and crumpled it in the number 7, that Griffin's Bend.
Well, you know, when you put a new part on the car, stress testing critical there, and got out of it without getting cracked, I would know.
So in the battle between the cracked teammates, that might favour the Fruit Gang, if the number 7 is still having some problems. Another big lap from Vermilion Fury and Jacob O'Reilly. 7/10 out of the race lead that is now underneath 5 seconds. Since the last pit stop, it has been halved. Bence and Borg pretty equal in this car. Jacob O'Reilly clearly the standout in the number 3. So he might have a lot of more laps to do between now and the end if they are going to stand a fighting chance of taking victory in the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 1000 presented by Next Level Racing.
Yeah, O'Reilly continuing to chip away. Really impressive drive by him, consistently taking big bites out, as Ramiro showed you there. 0.6, 0.7, 0.6 adds up very quickly. And,
Traffic though for second place here, heading down the mountain. Wanted to get ahead before the S's and Skyline, not able to do so.
Yeah, the question becomes, do you take O'Reilly out at the next stop, or let him keep on keeping on here? So that'll be a decision for that team probably in 5 laps or so.
Well, for sure he's got headlights to flash, so whichever side of the road he gets offered, he's going to go there. Jacob O'Reilly maintains his second place, but this lap is not going to help him as much in his pursuit of the race lead. And there will be 2 more stops for our race leaders with 54 to go at the moment, approaching a pit stop window from which they will not get home. Fuel range is 28, 29 laps, 30 if you clutch it from the top of the hill down to the chase. More dramas for Blankensteiner.
And that student driver on the door, maybe a little bit of a self-jinx there. And yeah, despite problems with traffic, look at that gap. O'Reilly's got it down to 4.1, and we might see him get into the 3s here in pretty short order. So again, great drive by O'Reilly.
John Hall's coming back at the Holden Racing team here in 7th and 8th. Towards the chase, they are behind a lapped car that may be frustrating Jeremy Kaufman just slightly. Soon to be window time as well. 26 laps into the stint from your race leader, 25 laps from Vermilion Fury, 23 laps from Team Chimera. And for the cars battling here, it's 25 and 24 laps, 26 and 25 laps into their stint as they cross the start-finish line. Oh, thinking about down the inside at Hell Corner. It's not going to work for Kaufman. He needs the exit up Mountain Straight to dispatch of the 069 Maple Tea Racing Team, Andrew Taphorn of Canada. Oh, and he's had a problem out there as well, just trying to get traction on the slippery line, exiting Griffin's Bend. It closes everything up here in this group of 7th and 8th. Well, things are closing up big time for the race. A lot of time lost for Jason Bentz right now as he heads to the pit lane. That's what's done it.
Yes, saw that interval.
I was looking at the live margin.
Whoa.
I was like, is he had a crash? No. This is this is about on time. Maybe 1 lap early is the call on this stop for the 117.
Yeah, 27 laps on that stint. O'Reilly will continue, and let's see if we get a driver change here out of the 117. Does not appear so. Looks like Bentz is going to stay in. Or no, he won't. Borg is coming back. So get your Star Trek jokes ready, and got to expect that O'Reilly will be in before too much longer and put those cars back together. It'll be interesting to see what gap we end up with after this pit cycle. Was down to under 0.4 when Borg pulled off.
Yeah, Jacob O'Reilly is going to keep trying to lap quick until he comes around to his pit stop. And for Racecraft Simulation, it's the move from Bentz to Flyin' Brian. A couple of other cars coming into the lane as well. 52 to go. You're not getting home from here, but you got to start thinking about how you position your short stop, because 20, it's not to be baseball or anything, but 28 more from here brings you to sort of like 24 to go. So at some point you're going to have a slightly shorter fuel.
Yeah, I feel like I would split this into 2 short fills for 26 lap stints, as long as the fuel would
Borg's
cover
taking the
driver
fuel
changing
tank.
tires.
So Jacob O'Reilly and Vermilion Fury could react a little bit short and try to get track position. Thoughts? Fully Bent gets Joachim Franosch. Holden Racing Team gets James Michael Wallace. Putzu Racing Team Vincente Sepulveda comes into the lane. 20th or 21st pit garage there. They're all helpfully numbered. And he'll make way for Sebastian Maldonado Vega. Vermilion in their box. Tao Sorono gets back in. And I think in a battle, Sorono versus Borg. Borg has the upper hand. We'll see what Team Chimera do when they get to their stop. If Simon Trendell can get back in, then we could be back into a 3-way fight situation.
Yeah, would love to see that, as that number 3 car still taking on fuel. The Racecraft car sat for 52.5 seconds. Vermilion Fury still fueling, keeping an eye on that.
Full tank for them too in the number 3 Vermilion Fury. So the gap before the stop will probably be similar to the gap after. About 5 seconds is the advantage Brian Borg will have over Tao Sorono. Team Chimera still haven't stopped in the 808 of Noel Luneberg. Still hasn't seen another driver in this seat just yet. We've got a couple more laps to go. Luneberg is not going to get to the critical lap number, you know, so that car is still going to need this stop and one more. Whereas Racecraft Vermilion only need one more stop once they reach about 29 to go in 22 laps time. Adding and subtracting double-digit numbers in my head is not easy. Patrick Moose gets in Nexus Esports 38. Racing Forces Hydro Race leave the lane. Ono Bastings getting into the 62. And out of pit lane, off the pit lane speed limiter, the Moose is loose. Time for a commentary change at the mountain with 50 laps to go. Thank you so much for joining me, JR Gregory, and hello and welcome, Ron Morns, to the mountain.
Delighted to be here at Mount Panorama for what has been a fantastic day of racing up to this point. The last time that I was here on the iRacing channel covering a race here at Bathurst was back at the Bathurst 12 earlier on this year. Much different event though, much different challenge, and really good to see how these racers are going to tackle it in the run up to the checkered flag.
It's all about that point. 29, 28 laps to go when the teams can make their final pit stop and make their final selection on drivers to go to the end in search of victory to be King of the Mountain for 2025 in the iRacing special event Bathurst 1000, supported by Next Level Racing. Its headquarters is just about an hour drive from me. I've been there. They gave me a shirt. lost 25 kilos. They need another one a size smaller, but we'll arrange that at some point. Battle inside of the top 10, Nexus Esports. Patrick Moose on the outlap. Holden Racing Team, James Michael Wallace. One more lap of heat in his tyres. One more lap of confidence behind the wheel heading down towards the chase.
As we see these racers running nose to tail, let's see if there is going to be a move down into the chase. There will be a move down into the chase. Look at that, taking the run and sending it there from the 05. Brilliant stuff down into the braking zone, off into the chicane. The one alteration that has been made to this track in the many, many moons that it has been operational. And just to touch on what you said a couple of moments ago as well, David, I think it would probably, I'm not sure how long of a drive it would be for me. I think I would have to have a specially equipped car to cross the Pacific Ocean to get there.
Team Chimera are into the lane. Jamie Wilson, 27 laps in his stint just now. Noah Luneberg will go back into the lead of the race, followed by Alcantech and HR, who owe us a stop shortly. And eventually, in the next handful of laps, next 5 laps, we'll see Racecraft Simulation cycle back to the lead. Jamie Wilson hits the pit stall. Service underway. Can they put Trendell back in? That's going to be their best hope, I think, and they will in the 54 Team Chimera. Lead changes in favour of Band of Others, Noah Luneberg. The first Noah.
As you can see him in a very nice looking race car, careening his way down the mountain straightaway off into turn number 2 of Quarry Corner. Nice to see the pit cycle going on right now. I'm going to ask you this question here, David, in reference to the pits, because the pit entry here at Bathurst, rather notorious for being a bit tricky, especially in these supercars. So I'm going to ask you if you've seen any bits of drama on pit entry. I know a few moments ago there was a little bit of worry about one of the leaders potentially dropping down, only for it to be a rather sketchy pit entry for them. So I wonder if we've had any racers get struck by any pit entry falling anvils so far.
Someone overshot the final corner and then we saw them in pit lane, so I'm not sure what happened there, if they meant to make pit lane and then missed it and then cut across. Other than that, I've not actually seen that much drama. It is its own sequence of corners that you need to attack, like the pit entrance at Baku or some other racetracks. Mini Market Racing, Nidhi Valek in the lane, hands over to his countryman Yaroslav Sinzala, 2 drivers flying the flag of Czechia. And the Sim Racing grid, Raymond Tew, I think, is getting into the number 2 Mustang.
Yeah, so some drivers getting into these cars refreshed as well, especially here at Bathurst. If you are tired, that is going to be a very tough road ahead. So good for all of these racers to get in their brand new refreshed racers behind the wheel of these machines so they can tackle this challenge with a bit more clarity than some other racers would if they've been in the car for, well, it'd probably feel like 50,000 years if they've been in for this stint.
So it's the Dane of Martin Blankensteiner in the cracked racing Camaro, facing pressure from Chilean Sebastian Maldonado, and too much pressure. Braking has been a real struggle point for that cracked racing car, and Martin Blankensteiner, he's pushed wide, found the wall in a couple of places. He's going to find 15th place as Butsu Racing Team go up into 14th. At Murray's Corner.
And you know, I will say, and this is honest, despite the fact that turn that follows at turn 1 of Hell Corner has that name, I feel like it's a bit more fitting, at least from my personal experience, to put Hell Corner as the name for the final turn. Such a tough braking zone to try and nail down. You come off the back of the chase feeling really confident and really strong about your chances, and then you head off into that turn. You have a small little lockup, you end up in the gravel trap, and also the exit curb out of there as well, David. I'm not sure any horror stories that you may have coming out of the final turn around here, but I have plenty. I have hit that sawtooth curve, as I like to call it, on several occasions, and every single time I do, it is never a very fun situation. So unfortunately, the final turn claiming another victim.
still too early to get to the end from here. There'll be another pit stop yet to come. The car that was up in second place, Alcantech NHR. Oh no, drama's on their outlap for Daniel Solo. The Swede has gone straight on at Griffin's Bend and into the wall at turn 2. The 000 might need to ring that as the cold tyre temperature and the long braking distances of an Australian supercar catches out Daniel Solo. There it is.
Ah. It's unfortunate, but such an easy mistake to make down into that part of the racetrack. You just touched on it, David. These cars, you have to really extend out those braking zones by a hefty amount. And plus, you're pretty much at terminal velocity heading down in there, coupling that with the fact that he was on an outlap. Just a really bad set of circumstances down into the turn that led to that being an inevitability more than anything else.
So Lüneburg holding the race lead for the moment. With 21 laps to go. To be a classified finisher, someone else is going to have to get in and drive that car. So far, no one else has. 21 laps, the minimum time. Faces just a tiny bit of lap traffic and faces probably a low fuel light as well. This is lap 23 of the stint, and it's about how long he has been going with the short fuels, short tyre runs. Racecraft Simulations, Brian Borg has a 6-second lead over Vermilion Fury. And Simon Trendell from Team Chimera, 20 seconds adrift of second place, is absolutely flying though. So the top 3 battle will remain interesting all the way to the end. This is a net race leader. He's also facing a little bit of traffic, and from the top of the mountain here down to the elbow is the worst place to be in a jam like this.
Yeah, it really is a traffic jam if you find yourself behind some cars that are battling in their own little action. You just kind of have to go through there and think, okay, how exactly can I go about this? I don't think there are really any cars on the iRacing platform where overtaking heading off through that part of this racetrack here at Bathurst is a realistic possibility. Maybe the Formula V, maybe, and that car is basically the size of a pencil sharpener, so you can't really mark it down too much. And compare that to a V8 supercar, it's basically like comparing a shed to a skyscraper. So trying to go for an overtake there, even if there's a huge pace disparity, you just kind of have to sit behind and kind of wait for it to go on. As a race leader, the 808 of Noel Lundberg has actually made the call to come into the pits.
Yep, it was about time for them. So now Brian Borg will be race leader again. The Lumarank in the windscreen will have to take one more lap to update to demarcate him as the race leader. Just in the very back of that shot, black and orange, Vermilion Fury, Tao Serono, 5 seconds behind the race lead, also staring down a fair bit of traffic in his future. It's the lap time we're about to get from the number 54. They find themselves, time-wise, just a little bit adrift of the top 2. But they have got their star back in the driver's seat, and he remains quicker than the top 3. This is still too early for a final stop for Lüneburg, so there'll be this and one more to come. Racecraft Simulation, Vermilion Fury, Team Chimera heading towards their final stop, the window opening with 29 laps to go.
And some people may look at that 46 to go on the top left corner of your screen and think, okay, yeah, it's not a lot of racing action left to go. This is Bathurst. This is a long track with plenty of opportunities to trip it up. I gotta say, David, and this is honest, you know, I hope this isn't taken with any offense. There's a lot of things in Australia that can kill, and there's a lot of things on this racetrack here in Australia that can kill as well. So 46 laps left to go on some racetracks may seem like a gentle stroll, a walk in the park, if you would. Here at Bathurst, though, it is anything but. There is still a lot of racing action that we have left to go. A lot of things that can go on. We have those pit stops to worry about for many a racer, and have to worry about whittling the laps away and keeping it on the road. We've already seen a high attrition rate in this race, probably one of the more challenging of the iRacing special events. So just keeping it on the road is going to be such a important thing for these racers, that they can't get lost up too much in being starry-eyed, seeing that checkered flag come up. up in the not too far off future.
We're on board with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Raymond Tew hunting down Mini Market Racing. Both of these cars were in pit lane together. They exited pit lane in close proximity. Sindelar versus Tew is going to be the battle for this stint. And they do have that tiny hint of traffic going on. And this battle is in between the race leader and second place. Sorono has managed to trim that gap down a little bit, I think, as he begins to get some of the slipstream. Just keeping fifth gear uphill on Mountain Straight. Sixth gear is purely reserved for Conrod Straight, heading downhill. Yeah, you can see your race leader just ahead of them, so Vanilla is still behind this trio of cars.
Still running close all throughout this field. I gotta say, it really speaks volumes about the competitiveness of this field. The fact that we still have these tight-knit battles all throughout the racetrack. Rather good. As you can see, that is a brilliant camera shot. Looking at Brian Borg just lick the stamp and send it in that Racecraft Simulation 117 Ford Mustang down off through there, just carrying the momentum through the turn. I mean, these cars, as you can certainly elaborate on, David, they are not the most nimble and agile race cars in the world. The braking zones are super tough. You gotta just point it in and basically keep your fingers crossed that the car won't slide off the track. So that really shows the level of comfort that Brian Borg has in his race car. This is a track and a car and a race where if you have a certain level of comfort in it, you can be rewarded in spades.
So trying to put a lap on goes Mini Market Racing in the red Hino, putting a lapped car now between themselves and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. In the battle 12th and 13th, and as that happens, Vermilion Fury, second place outright, is flashing the headlights. Tal Sorono is looking at all of this going, I'm 5 seconds away from the race lead now, but I'm 5 seconds and 3 lapped cars away, and I'm hoping that that 3 lapped cars doesn't cost me too much time. Heading into Hell Corner, Sorono's going to be looking at getting a really good exit from Hell Corner, so he can flash the headlights again, so he can hopefully get to the inside of Griffin's Bend and not spend the top of the hill stuck behind cars that can't match his pace.
And even if he can get 1 or 2 picked off, like it looks like he is going to do, that will help at his cause quite a lot. Now only has 1 more car left to negotiate. It's a slight load taken off of his shoulders. I was just going to raise it in reference to Serrano trying to get those moves done on the lapped cars. You get into the mental side of things as well. If you're stuck behind a lapped car for an extended period of time, you can begin to see that impatience peek through. We saw him flashing the headlights as they headed their way down the start-finish stretch off into turn number 1 just a few moments ago. And around this racetrack, if you're impatient, if you're throwing a little bit antsy behind the cockpit of the car, that's got to be when the mistakes begin to pile up. And this racetrack, which is technically a street circuit, if you have any sort of mistake through here, there's one way that is going to end, and that is poorly. So Serrano doing himself a lot of favors there in that number 3 machine to get that move done. Still has that I wouldn't necessarily say it's a huge gap, but it certainly is a comfortable gap for Brian Borg up in the front. So Serrano, what he'll have to do is get this move done on that lap car right in front and finally give himself the opportunity to stretch his legs a bit as we settle into this next stint of the race.
.44, about to be 43 to go. This is our 12th and 13th. 10th and 11th battling for position as well. Just 5.5 seconds in the gap for the race lead. So, battle brewing for 5th place. Alcantech NHR versus Hydro Racing Forces. There they are, 62. Last lap, almost a second quicker than 5th place Both cars need one more stop in this race to cover the 1,000 kilometers of Mount Panorama.
That is by no means an insurmountable gap. That battling could very much so flare up between now and the end of the stint, and most certainly between now and the checkered flag. We'll have to keep an eye on Ono Bastings in that number 62 car to see if that Hydra Race Racing Forces number 62 machine can reel in that gap between himself and the 000 of Daniel Solo. Close quarter stuff in that battle for the final spot inside the top 5. It's so close all throughout this field, and here is that 5th place running car of Daniel Solo in that 000 machine. We'll keep an eye on the gap. You can see about 2.5 seconds as they come across the line right now, and you can also see a little bit farther up the road Solo having to worry about his own lap traffic situation. That's one more thing talking about this racetrack we just touched on a few moments ago in reference to Tao Sereno in the number 3 car, currently slotted in 2nd, trying to get the moves done on those lap cars. But all throughout this race and all throughout this field, the lap traffic management can be rather important, and making sure you can get through it clean, which you can see a little bit of damage to the front bumper of that 000 car. That will make it a little bit harder to get the moves done on the lap car, because I'm sure that's going to make it feel like he's dragging an anchor through asphalt heading down the Conrad and Mountain Straights.
10th and 11th have swapped places a couple times. Cracked Racing Fruit Gang versus Fully Bent Racing. Joachim Franosch getting ahead of Felix Smoggy. Felix Smoggy getting it back to best placed Germans on track. That's a little bit back from this battle in 5th and 6th, and a little bit ahead of what we were seeing earlier, Mini Market Racing versus Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Raymond Chu is ahead, moving by Yaroslav Sinzala. So Mini Market Racing with a throwback to about 2012 livery. And here's my David Haynes iRacing Bathurst 1000 fun fact of the day. In the Cash or Car promotion, my friend's cousin played the Ford Ranger guy in the TV ad.
I feel like I'm gonna have to look into to seeing this ad. You've got me down a rabbit hole here, David.
He's a very lovely, sweet man, but he's a big fella and he looks like a tradesman. So he plays a lot of rough around the edges tradesmen in TV ads, trying to sell things to rough around the edges tradesmen like Pepsi Max or Canadian Club.
I'm trying to remember any sort of odd like TV and like commercial things that I may potentially know. This was an odd little tidbit from my karting days. I don't think I've ever shared this story on broadcast, but this was way back in the early days of me racing in karts. So this was like 2014, I think the end of the 2014 season after my first championship in my karting career. We were reaching out for sponsorship, and one of the companies we reached out for was Castrol, the oil company, and they sent a letter back to my dad and I asking if I ever had experience appearing on TV. And at the time I was just shy little like 10-year-old kid, so I was like, I'm not sure if I'd want to do that. And then, you know, fast forward 10-11 years later, I'm now making Falling Anvil jokes on iRacing shows. So very funny how the world works like that.
There you go. Ono Bastings catching 5th place. This has already changed hands here in 12th and 13th. I'm not sure, barring a big mistake from Raymond Chu, we're going to see a whole lot out of 12th and 13th. So 5 seconds and a tiny bit of change for the race lead heading towards the final pit stops in 12 to 13 laps time. Yeah, here we go. Ono Bastings just in behind Daniel Solo. Do need to get the speed gun out maybe and see if there is some straight line speed missing from this Mustang after on the outlap, Solo put it nose first into the tyres at turn 2, Griffin's Bend. There is a bit of straight line speed or front grip missing. It's going to make things pretty easy for Ono Bastings to try to move Hydro Race Racing Forces into the top 5 towards Mountain Straight. I think this will illustrate the difference in speed between the two.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the front end of that race car with the left side of that front bumper probably tweaked in about like 5 or 6 inches from what it usually would be. The fender sticking out quite a lot. Not able to get a move done down into the turn is Ono Bastings, but yet again, turn 6, not turn 2, my apologies, not the best spot to get a move done, so he remains in P6 for now, but that damage on the front of Solo's car, it's got to be hurting him badly. I'm not sure if it would hurt him too much in the grip department. There's maybe a little bit of suspension damage on that car because it was a front whack, but certainly some bodywork damage. I wonder if that front splitter has been slightly tweaked as a result of all that. You can actually see a little bit damage onto the front splitter of that race car. Now, how much it is affecting him in that 000 car remains to be determined. But regardless, I think the straight flat-out blast is going to be the real trouble spot. Ono Bastings, what it basically needs to do to get this move done is make sure you get a good exit coming out of Forest Elbow and maybe hope that that 000 car has a slight trip up at the turn. This is the money area. You can see as they head their way down in there. Let's see if he gets a good run out of here. Doesn't really look like he does. I think Daniel Solo knows that if he can just get a good run out of there, he can hang on to that spot and play the defensive game, because moves down to turn number 2 on the other half of the lap, a little bit more difficult to try and manage.
275, 278. Oh, from Alcantec NHR, still missing a little bit of straight line speed. Hydro Race Racing Forces. Really good slipstream, really good run off Forest Elbow, but just not close enough this time to move into the top 5. 40 laps to go. Critical lap number is 29 to go. And it looks like everyone on track will make it there. So everyone has one pit stop left in this race. It appears to be a 2-horse race for the win between Racecraft Simulation and Vermilion Fury. This is for the top 5, heading up Mountain Straight again, 1 car length behind. And slipstream within the car length for Hydro Race Racing Forces. A look to the inside for Griffin's Bend, showing the nose down the inside, getting the camber. Can they get it stopped and stay in the groove? They push up a little bit wide, and they have just gone in there a little bit too hot. The over-under will keep Daniel Solo in 5th place.
Yeah, brilliant defensive driving there from Solo, able to capitalize on that moment as Bastings just overcooked it a little bit down into 2. Just as I was going to say not too long ago, when I saw those racers really begin to close up at the end of the mountain straightaway, you can go for a move in there. It's one of the heaviest braking zones around this lap, so you can certainly make it work, but there's a fine margin between either making it work, not able to get that move done, or maybe even ending up on the wall, or just having a slightly treacherous moment off into that part of the track. I mean, if anybody knows the challenge of turn number 2 in the braking zone down in there, you look at Daniel Solo. He has that damage on the front end of his race car because of turn number 2. Bastings learning a very important lesson to say, hey, look, you may feel confident, but this is the sort of race car and this is the sort of race track that the moment that you start to feel a little bit comfortable, the moment you start to feel like you've settled into a groove and you can finally just start to whittle the laps away and run on autopilot, that's when something's going to get thrown your way that just throws your entire perception of your stint completely out.
Now going to look for the inside of the chase. A little bit of overlap heading into the left-hander. Just a little bit of hip and shoulder through the left-hander. In the right-hander, it's now all about the traction. Daniel Solo is holding his own, heading into Murray's corner. He's not quite going to be able to swoop across for the apex, but he will pinch his rival to a very tight line. And he'll be clear by the time they get to the braking zone. Down at turn number 1, Solo is giving no positions away for free.
Yeah, and you look a little bit farther behind.
James Michael Wallace, Holden Racing
I was just
team.
going to say. He's really closed up that gap, so this 2-car battle has now turned into a 3, so keep an eye on that 05 Holden Racing team. Now, there's a little bit more pressure applied to Bastings. Not only was he thinking on getting that move done on solo, trying to find any way in the book to get past him so he can kind of extend at that gap and start to stretch his legs out. He now has a little bit of pressure from behind James Michael Wallace. After reeling in these racers, he's going to want to get that move done too. So this is a 3-car convergence, one with damage being a bit of a cork in the bottle. That Mustang holding up the 2 Camaros right behind, and now I gotta wonder what's gonna happen first. Are we gonna see Ono Bastings get that move done on Daniel Solo, or is James Michael Wallace gonna be first pouncing on the number 62 car to jump his way up to the 6 and then have an unobstructed view of the 000 car right in front?
Last lap was not particularly representative from cars in 5th and 6th place, a 2-minute 13 as they battled side by side and cost each other dearly. James Michael Wallace had 209.5, so that's his pace. Hastings, if he gets through, might be able to unleash a little bit more, but he's been struggling to pass. It's nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail for the 3 of them, through the elbow and on to Conrod Straight. One of the longest straights and fastest places anywhere, downhill, picking up so much speed, picking up so much slipstream, sensing that Bastings is going to look for another move here again. At 290 k's an hour, then slamming on the brakes. This time he looks around the outside and Wallace gets down the inside and turns around Solo. He goes through for 2 spots maybe he hadn't earned.
And that felt like a bit of an inevitability with how much the tension was raising in that battle. Something was going to break soon, and unfortunately there for Daniel Solo, he's got to drop down well behind the both of them. Ono Bastings remaining in P6 and all that, but James Michael Wallace, certainly the beneficiary in that drama, down into the chase. Got to take a look at a replay, and we'll play it by ear to see what happened. You can see Solo trying to take that defensive line. He blocks off the inside, and then down into the turn goes Wallace, overcooking it a little bit, spinning Solo off into the midst of all of that. The 62 of Bastings having to take evasive action. Very lucky that he didn't collect him in the midst of that drama and give the both of them some very big damage indeed. But yeah, unfortunately there for James Michael Wallace, I think he could have been a bit more patient in all of that. After closing up that gap, he smelled the blood in the water and went for the move, even if it was a little bit ill-advised.
Bastings now closes it back up again to James Michael Wallace. I'd buy ringside seats to that one. 37 laps to go. Racecraft Simulation. Brian Borg and his teammate Jason Bentz have extended their race lead beyond 6 seconds. That's how Sorono not able to continue to close down the gap in the race lead here. I think we've seen this a couple of times. Sorono struggling with the mid to late stint pace in that car, while Racecraft Simulation guys able to keep their pace going. Lead now goes beyond 6 seconds, heading towards a final round of pit stops. A few other battles to keep your eye on. Mini Market Racing and Kudzu Racing team. Kudu have just gotten by. And again, I'm sorry to all of our Chileans whose beautiful language I'm mispronouncing. And Team DWR Sim Coach have gone by. Cracked Racing, Martin Blankenstein is still in that yellow Camaro. Really struggling, it seems, with braking and downshifting. Consistency to the student driver machine. This is that 13th, 14th.
So, you know, I was going to say in reference to that car of Martin Blankensteiner, I was going to say, hey, it's been a little while since we saw him involved in a bit of drama, but knowing Malik, I probably would have jinxed him and would have ended up in the wall in the not too far off future just because I said it. In this battle for P13 at the moment, less than a second separates these two cars. That's going to grow those. You can see that 6 car mega sideways and mega wide as he headed his way off through the final turn, I should say, the force elbow, not even the final turn around this racetrack. See, it used to be the second to last turn before they added in the chase section, but either way, a very costly mistake going to allow that gap to blow up. Sorry, what was that?
Chase added which year and why?
which year and why. So they added it, I believe, I do have the stats on me, so I'll pull those up after this. I believe it was in 1986 when they added it in, and it was because of safety, because I think a driver unfortunately had an accident that unfortunately killed them, I believe. I think they rolled over quite a lot onto that back section.
Oh, this is Never Quit Racing and Tony Klusterman having a problem at the dipper, going nose first into the concrete. The car gets so light and airborne and sketchy at the steepest part of the racetrack there, and he has had a bit of a lose in the Camaro. First year of the chase was 1987, and it was because, for the same reason that there's chicanes on the Mulsanne now, the FIA, the World Touring Car Championship, came to Bathurst, and the FIA took a look at Mount Panorama and said, no, a straight that long is not right. Please put a chicane in it. And then a couple of years later, they said the same thing to Le Mans. His Nexus, Esports, and 999 team, 8th and 9th, Patrick Moose and Ayrton Reutemann. Reutemann flying with an advantage of almost 1.5 seconds. Suggests he smells 8th place as a solid opportunity.
I'm looking at the front end of that car of Patrick Moose in that number 38 car. A little bit of damage on that machine as well. Opposite side to what we saw from Solo a little bit earlier on, so I'm not sure how we picked that up, but there is damage on it. You can see that front right tire sticking out a couple of inches. It may not seem like a lot, but in aero-sensitive race cars, that can really, really hurt you heading down these flat lifts. We run on board with Aaron Reutemann. Let's see if that 222 car will be able to get this move done to jump his way up into 8th. He's tucked firmly in the slipstream down onto the mountain straightaway, cresting the hill. They're going to go under that advertising banner, and let's see if Reutemann will be able to get this move done down into the braking zone. Got to be a little bit squirrely through the braking zone, but he gets it done. I thought we were maybe going to see that 222 car hit the wall and maybe carry too much speed through there, but now keeping it clean, keeping it smooth, and now jumping up into 8th.
That's what it seemed through a couple of corners, that exiting the corners, Patrick Moose was getting just as good traction, just as confidently, but it was in the braking zones that Ayrton Reutemann able to brake a couple of car lengths deeper and closed up into the chase, closed up in various other braking zones, and it meant when he got close and he had that confidence braking that he was able to shoot down the inside of Griffin's Bend and confidently make the corner and get by and up into 8th place. He is 7 seconds behind the struggling and damaged Daniel Solo. So without the intervention of any safety cars or any multi-class racing, we're still going to have a lot of great battles inside of the top 10 all the way to the checkered flag of this one. It could still be a sting in the tail of first and second if we can get Jacob O'Reilly into the Vermilion Fury car. Simon Trendell has been doing his best work back in 3rd place, but the 20-second margin to the top 2 has been too much for even him to overcome in the Team Chimera Camaro. 6 laps away from the pit window for the very final stop in this race.
Once again, having to bring back the importance of the pit stops and nailing them down as well as you can. The pit entry and exit super tough around here, and just nailing down that strategy so you can make it to the end rather comfortably. We'll have to see how it's all going to work as we look at that number 6 car. That's Yaroslav Sindelar, as he's now going to get a move put on him by a P3 runner of Simon Trendell in that Team Camara car. But that right there, once again, we saw a sideways snap not too long ago from the 6 down into Forrest Elbow. Either carried a bit too much speed in there, or what the deal was, just lost out on grip and then got sideways. As here we go, that's a swap-a-roo. Yeah, what is going on there for the 05?
Racing Forces. Ono Bastings has himself back inside of the top 5 ahead of James Michael Wallace, who has now dropped back into 7th. There must be a mistake and damage on the 05. They've dropped from 5th to 6th to 7th in the space of just a couple of corners. So Alcantec NHR back up into 6th. Daniel Solo, despite the damage he's carrying, up in a 6th. This is a look at turn 2. A bit wide, a bit high. Oh, and it's nose first, right-hand side in. That kind of done some suspension damage. 9-9 team and Nexus Esports have also gone past, so it's 4 positions lost just in this lap from that mistake. High side on the curb, on the exit of Griffin's Bend. The Holland Racing team, James Michael Wallace, is going to lose 4 spots, 5 spots, and still will not be able to pit and make it to the end from this lap. Do they have to soldier on for a couple more with that damage?
Oh, I don't think there's any way that they can go throughout this race with only one more stop. Frankly, with how bad the damage is on that race car, they've got to come in. I mean, just in the past few moments, as we took a look at that replay, lost out on about 10 seconds as Ayrton Reutemann and Patrick Moose were able to get that move done. So James Michael Wallace in that 05 car has now dropped down to P9. The time loss has slowly but surely neutralized, but it's because we're in the vast part of the racetrack, we're not having to worry about a lot of turns. So I gotta imagine, yeah, seeing a lot of time lost through into the final turn. This has got to be a pit stop from that 05 car. Yes, it is, and that is really the only call. As much as
Nexus
that right there
wide
was Moose.
At turn 1 at Hell Corner. Patrick Moose goes through the gravel trap in his pursuit of 999 team. Is not able to stay with Ayrton Reutemann, and he got his braking wrong there.
Yeah, unfortunate there, the braking zones, a small braking zone is going to be the biggest loser for some of these racers, as that right there is the 05 Holden Racing team car of James Michael Wallace down in the pits. Some major damage on the front end of that race car. The front bumper was hanging on virtually by its last thread. I'm sure there was some significant suspension damage done to that car as well, as that right there was a moment that took the Nexus Esports number 38 car off the track, nearly into the wall through turn number 1. Patrick Moose still out there on the racetrack, but in the midst of that, lost about 6 seconds to the back of Ayrton Reutemann, and will lose out on a little bit more time here as well. Also brought some more gravel out there onto the racetrack coming out of turn number 1. Doing a race, though, in the midst of all that drama, the gap up at the front, I can't necessarily say it's gone down, but it has plateaued between Brian Borg and Tao Serrano.
Always just a hint of traffic. 26 cars started the race. 21-ish are running. We have lost Maple T Racing Team, and we have Holden Racing Team on the pit lane for an extended stop at the moment, so that could end up being just 20 cars running. It's the last 3 laps. How about lap 126? Just about a dead tie between Brian Borg and Tao Serrano. Borg with his teammate Jason Bent standing by. Tao Serrano with Jacob O'Reilly. Simon Trendell perhaps looking to get all the way to the end of this race if he can. Noah Luneberg is going to be disqualified if no one else drives that car. He's currently in 4th. Runa Bastings we saw get up into 5th place. Here's Luneberg.
This would be an almighty performance if you can go about this race on his own. I mean, granted, he would get disqualified, so it wouldn't be the result on paper, but it'd still be a very valiant effort from that 808 driver. I'm wondering, though, I can't remember who the driver was at the Le Mans 24, who pretty much drove, I think it was like 23 hours by himself, and the 1 hour that he wasn't in the car, he just got out of the car, went to use the bathroom, take a shower, and take a nap or something like that while his son or brother or whatever it may have been got into the car. I wonder if we're going to see another situation like this, Luneberg is out there on the racetrack pretty much until 5 laps left to go, and then somebody else gets behind the wheel of that race car.
Well, the 1979 24 Hours of Le Mans, the one that the Whittington brothers won, and it was raining and they didn't actually feel like driving, and 22 of the 24 hours I think we could their teammate. I'll look at that later. We are just approaching critical lap, critical Mac for the final stops. be a slight fuel reduction required for most to get to the end. Some of them are going to be able to get to about 20 to go before they make their final stop, and therefore they'll only need about 3/4 of a tank of fuel. The place is looking good. The weather looking very icy as well. Air temperature at 20 degrees Celsius, track down at 26. Remains blustery winds from the west at 20 degrees Celsius. And your race leader has got a tiny bit of traffic going into the chase. Needs as many seconds as he can keep in his back pocket in case Jacob O'Reilly gets into the number 3 to try to pursue him in the final stint, and that could be the grandstand finish that the great race, the iRacing Bathurst 1000, deserves.
Let's see if Brian Borg will be able to get this move done on that lapped car right in front as they head their way out of Hell Corner onto the mountain straightaway. That's a Cracked Racing Fruit Gang car. That's the number 10 of the Smoky. And let's see as they're side by side up over the crest they're going to go. Brian Borg very much so going to get that move done comfortably. So that will give him more of a cushion. I'm trying to think of what the next lapped car is farther up the road from Brian Borg. I think he's found himself in a good little window. Not sure if he'll have any more lap traffic encounters between now and the end of the stint, and if he does, that would be a very good thing to have. If you are that 117 racecraft simulation driver, he's going to be able to not worry about much as we get to the end of this stint, but certainly that big threat of a driver swap for the 3 car probably in the back of this team and certainly this driver's mind.
Next half of position's Patrick Moose, about 20 seconds up the road, so not something Brian Borg's really going to need to worry about in the next 5 to 6 laps, I would think. Slowdown penalty is out for Daniel Solo. He's only just ahead of Ersten Reutemann. So there comes Reutemann at speed. Here is Daniel Solo, damage on the front left, and trying to serve a slowdown penalty. And have cut the S's at the top of the mountain. Too much speed over Skyline. Now he's got it cleared. Reutemann's got massive pace into the chase for 6th and 7th position. Get his nose underneath the rear wing of the car ahead. And it's game on.
And as we look at Daniel Solo in that 000 car, I wonder how much the damage is affecting him still. We talked about the damage on that race car already, and then we saw that the coming together that he was involved in down into the chase. I wonder if that's affecting him just a teeny tiny bit, maybe a little bit of damage on the rear end of that car. Either way, though, Ersten Reutemann looking to try and do anything in his power to jump his way up into P6. May not seem like the biggest gain in the world, but any small little bit of time can matter in one of these races. So let's see as Reutemann closes up that gap about 0.3 of a second as they head their way into the braking zone down into turn number 2. He closes it up yet again. Solo. And one thing I will definitely say about that 000 car, ever since he came out of the pits and smacked the wall on the outside of turn number 2, right at the start of this stint, I haven't really seen too much confidence out of that driver of Solo, and I think that's starting to mess with him a little bit as Ersten Reutemann certainly smelling blood in the water right behind.
Cracked Racing, Martin Blankensteiner finds himself with a meatball flag. So there's been more problems for the number 7 student driver. As Reutemann, lap on lap on lap and sector by sector, he closes in. And with that massive margin in the 3rd sector, perhaps that does point towards a little bit of aerodynamic drag into Daniel Solo. So for Reutemann, who's also been very strong on the brakes in all of the moves that he's made, a good run down the straight in the slipstream, and a strong braking performance into the chase could have him up into 6th position. Speed going up already, 5 kilometers an hour faster. I think there is just a tiny bit of extra drag for Daniel Solo. Reutemann will smell the opportunity. He'll look to the inside of the chase, but will have wished to be a car length closer. It's not happening there this time. He does like a move in turn 2, though.
We've already seen that thus far, and I think Solo, on the subject of driver confidence, he may not be the most confident down to the braking zone of that section of the racetrack. So if Reutemann can get the move done to jump his way up into P6 there, that would be a very opportunistic move, as you can see him oh so close as they head their way into the braking zone of 1 and 2, closing up that gap just a little bit more. It's small little incremental gains, but there's a mighty run coming out of turn number 1 onto the man straight away from Aaron Reutemann. You can see that gap now below 0.2 of a second, below a 1/10 and a half. Good dip below a 1/10 as here he comes on the inside, looking to get that move done on Daniel Solo, and he's going to clear before they even think about breathing on that brake pedal down into turn number 2. So there's Aaron Reutemann jumping his way up into P6 in that 222 car. It was a valiant effort from Daniel Solo, held onto that spot for a while, but there's only so much that he could do. It was a mix of the damage on the front end of that 000 machine and the fact that Reutemann just had such a brilliant exit coming out of turn number 1, force elbow in turn 1 around this racetrack here at Bathurst. Super important in terms of how to get the moves done. These cars, they punch a big hole in the air. The drift is rather strong, so you can get a move done with the slipstream, but you need to get it with a good run onto those flat out plays as well. As we are in that pit window, I've seen a couple of racers already make that call to come down pit lane, but will be a little bit longer before we see more other racers come in.
So it's the final roll of the dice when you get to the final pit stop. Which driver do you put in? What adjustments do you make to your tyre pressures, your anti-roll bars? What's going to give you the best chance, the best results heading towards the checkered flag? Things have gone just back and forth, status quo in the lead battle. Brian Borg versus Tao Sorono. Racecraft Simulation versus Vermilion Fury. 6 seconds has been the margin, it's felt like, between the both of them for the last 10 laps or so, just trading 1/10 of a second here and there. And they'll get to the final pit stop, and it will be for all of the biscuits. Simon Trendle, Team Chimera, hasn't been able to chip much away at them either. 1 lap away, really, from that pit window opening. I'm not sure you're going to see them jump early for that final stop, given the gigantic fuel tank in these cars means that running a bit longer, burning a bit more fuel, will keep you lighter, and that will give you more advantage than jumping for the new set of tyres preemptively.
I think this final pit stop going to be very vital for these racers, for their teams, and their opportunity to do well here in this race. Will they come in to try and be a bit more conservative on that fuel? It comes with a mix, because you can try and be a bit more aggressive towards the end. You can be light on the fuel and try and push it at the end, or maybe you could just give yourself that little bit of extra comfort. You know, it's like putting a mattress topper on the top of your mattress. May not be the most important thing in the world, but a matter of comfort can go a very long way. So we'll have to see if these racers are maybe going to choose comfort, or maybe choose a bit of antiness as we get to the end with the benefit of some speed.
Alex Pilbeam ahead of Matthew Levine, 2 UK drivers. About the history of the Bathurst 1000, there's been a number of drivers from the UK who've done very, very good showings. Who's the British touring car guy that I'm thinking about? Derek Warren or something like that. But these 2 cars are getting towards the end of their stint, and they will be able to get to the end from here. 25 laps into the stint for Team DWR, the purple Mustang that leads. That is a very tidy, very clean looking S4S racing car behind. The inside's covered off at turn 2 as they get close. There's something to be said for still having a pristine looking car this deep into the race heading into that final step.
Yeah, it really is. This is one of those races where just to be there at the end, to make it through a long and tiresome race for both man and machine alike, to get through with a totally clean race car, maybe a couple of scrapes every now and then, but with all 4 wheels details on it, no bits of body work strewn all across this racetrack. It really speaks volumes about these racers if they could just keep it clean, keep it on the road, and stay with it throughout this race. Sure, you may be a couple of laps down. Sure, you may not have had the race that you had in mind, but it is still a mighty achievement to make it to the end of one of these races.
We've crossed the magic point. It will be a one stop to get home, but no one has yet made that critical final stop. Cracked racing number 7, maybe, just maybe. Viewed from on high of 11th and 12th. We've seen Puda Racing Team here be able to take some positions as they go. Last lap very equal with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. So it is Vietnam versus Chile. 11th and 12th. Third place just ahead of them, a lap further ahead. Who have you got here in the Mustang versus Camaro?
There you can see Raymond and Sebastian involved in this fight. Who's going to be able to pounce on who first? Who's going to get that move done first? Right now, they're in that top end of the racetrack, so they can't really go for a move just yet. As Alex Pilbeam and the number 8 car is made to call to come down pit lane, I should say. My apologies. In the number 15 spot right now. So that'll be just one of the latest racer to come into the pit lane. Not really firmly in that pit window just yet. Just a small sprinkling of racers coming into the pits lap after lap.
One of the things that really sets apart the fastest drivers from the really good ones in this car is the braking, and it's where Shane Van Gisbergen learned to be such a 3-pedal menace. The traction, I guess, also sets them apart sometimes. I have to say that Sebastian Maldonado Vega, his braking was looking very strong across the top of the mountain. He's really pushed the limits. Up into 6th gear he goes, and Raymond Tu's good exit from the elbow is going to protect him at least this lap, this time around. I was expecting to see soon. Probably the in-lap for the race leader racecraft simulation. Probably the final lap for 19 at Reutemann. And then we'll get a sprinkling of others for their final pit stop. Track temp is down at 24 degrees Celsius. That's the coolest I've seen it in a long time.
Yeah,
that's
that track
minute will stop.
Yeah, I was gonna say that track temp has been on a free fall ever since I got into the commentary booth. I think when I got in, it was around 2019, now down to 24. Probably gonna drop down even more. You raised this a few moments ago, David, how the wind is howling around this racetrack, and it's rather strong. And with that sun slowly but surely dipping below the horizon and the track slowly but surely getting darker, it's gonna get cooler as well, and these racers have to stay with it in terms of managing how their car is going to change. These cars not driving anywhere like they were, even at the beginning of the stint for that matter. Of course, the tires have fallen off. They've burned up a heck of a lot of fuel. The car weighs a heck of a lot different. There may be a little bit of damage on the cars as well. Just down to the track temps, it is a very big swing that we've had in this stint and this stint alone.
Bit wide underneath the tree for Raymond 2. So the pressure is back on once again, and Sebastian Maldonado get tidy exits to really be able to press for this top 10 going towards the final stint. Last lap was a 10th of a second away from a personal best for Racecraft Simulation Brian Borg. So 26 laps on the tyres, and he's still able to extract near race best pace from them. You could see the fastest lap of the race fall in the cool evening temperatures in this final stint. Racing Force, Ona Bastings is in. This is going to be their final stop with coming up to 25 laps to go. What about the race leader? Are they coming in? Yes, they are. So 999 team in. Alcantech NHR in, and the race leader, Brian Borg, is in. We're about to see the pit stop, and the question will be, will Borg take this to the checkered flag, or will he hand over to Jason Bentz? Same question can be asked for Vermillion behind.
I was just going to say the 3-car in as well. So your top 2 in this race coming into the pits. A driver swap in the 000 cars. Eric Blixt has come in, and Jason Bentz going to get behind the wheel. The 117 car. Will Tao Serrano stay in that number 3 car? No, he will not. We've got driver swaps aplenty here in this final stop of the race with 25 laps left to go.
It's going to be a dash to the end. Jason Bentz is feeling fresh. Jacob O'Reilly freshly in. Simon Trendell is going to extend. He goes into the race lead for Team Chimera for the moment. Still owes us a pit stop, and when he makes that final stop, it might put him about 20 seconds behind these guys. Not expecting a full fill of fuel. They can go 27 laps normally. They've only got to do 25 more to get to the checkered flag, the end of the 161st lap of the iRacing Bathurst 1000. The revs were rising, the car dropped, and away goes Jason Bentz. How much closer behind will Jacob O'Reilly be? The margin is still about 6 seconds. New tyres are on. They're going to be cold and difficult when you get to the braking zone at turn 2. But for Jason Bentz, he knows what he's got to do. He's got to keep that orange and black Chevrolet in his mirrors in this final stint to become a Bathurst champion.
Yeah, and preferably he would want him out of his mirrors entirely, as that gap is rather large between those racers. We see a moment here with the Mini Market Racing number 6 car down to the final turn. Bit of a wiggle on into the gravel trap he is going to go. But to wrap up the point that I said a few moments ago, for your at 1 point race leader, the race leading team of Jason Bentz slotted in 3rd as it stands still in the midst of this pit cycle. If they could just hold on to this gap and keep it at about 6 seconds, that would be the dream scenario. Thankfully for these racers, they don't have to worry about lap traffic at the moment, so they have an uninterrupted run out of the pits. They have a car a little bit farther up the road from Jason Bentz, though, so we will have to worry about lap traffic soon. For now, though, he does have that grace period to get his tires up to temperature, settle it into a groove, and get himself back into a groove as well. It's one thing getting the car up into a good swing of things. It's another thing to get the driver into a swing of things as well. Some of these racers getting into the car for the first time in quite some time, and just getting themselves back into the swing of momentum to be able to execute around here can be another different, very important thing.
So the Racecraft Simulation Mustangs, the highest running car that's made its final stop. Team Chimera still need one more. Noah Luneberg still needs one more. Nexus Esports still need one more. Fuji Racing team are gonna get their final stop. Then the Sensei Sepulveda comes in to replace. You lose no time making a driver swap, so long as you're taking at least 30 seconds of fuel, which is about half a tank in these cars, so very easy to swap the drivers at every pit stop if that's what you want to do. After the pit stop, that gap, Racecraft to Vermilion, still about 6 seconds. But I think it's Vermilion Fury who've had the biggest driver upgrade. Bentz and Borg, I think I rate relatively equally. But Jacob O'Reilly has hands down been the fastest driver in this race all day when he's able to unleash an uncork.
Yeah, now that he's behind the wheel of that number 3 machine through to the end of this race, it's in his hands. Can he get the job done? Can he close up that gap? 6.5 seconds is the difference between those two in net P1 and P2. If he can reel in that gap in the final 24 laps of this race, that would be very impressive. It's not a lot that he has to gain, frankly, and plus with lap traffic going to be a consistent factor throughout the rest of this race, we can see a big swing of pace go on between those racers. It wouldn't be huge for Jacob O'Reilly to reel in that gap. In terms of the averages, I think he'd have to reel him in at the rate of about 1/4 of a second every lap between now and the checkered flag, which may seem like a lot, but there's so much that can go right and so much that can go wrong for a racer in one lap alone here at Bathurst, that to make up 1/4 of a second in a 2-minute 10+ long second lap, that is not the biggest of gains that he can make.
Fastest lap of the race could also fall here. We've got cool track temperatures. We've got light cars because they just took about 3/4 of a tank of fuel. They all went about a couple of seconds short. Oh, and Jacob O'Reilly's overcooked it. On his first flying lap down at the chase, he cuts the grass. He gets a slowdown penalty. We're probably going to see the lead increase. He was giving it all, and he's given it too much into the braking zone at the chase. Noah Luneberg pits. He gets out of the way. Team Chimera still need to make a stop, and then we'll see Racecraft Simulations and Jason Bentz back at the top of the board, and we'll see them 7.7 seconds clear of Vermilion Fury, about a second lost with that off-track excursion from Jacob O'Reilly.
Yeah, that right there was what I was mentioning just a few moments ago in reference to how quickly things can turn on their head. It's not even the biggest lockup. It's not even the biggest mistake that we've seen thus far in this race heading down to the chase, but it is a very costly one. Now Jacob O'Reilly on the back foot even more than he already was to try and reel in that gap to himself, and Jason Bentz will be even more of a tough climb between now and the end. Doing a race though, Noel Lundberg down in pit lane hasn't gone out of that car, so unless he's gonna have a last second run it down into the pit lane, looks like he's going to run lights a flag in this race, pick up a DQ, but props are due for him to stay in that car all throughout this race.
Significant traffic over the top of the mountain though for your race leader Jason Bentz through Skyline down towards the Dipper. Attempted to pull out the chrome horn in situations like this, but it's a battle for position between Mini Market Racing in 9th and 999 team in 10th. They don't want to get out of the way for the race leader. They want to fight for every position that they can get. The 999 team have already made their final stop. Mini Market Racing haven't yet. They're actually not fighting for position. They're fighting to disrupt the leaders. Jason Bentz gets alongside 999 team. Zinbox would be very spicy if he did get the chrome horn out there against 999 team. Now he's just got to worry about Mini Market Racing, and it's costing him time. He's going to give them a hello at the chase.
Oh, and that was very sketchy stuff down into the braking zone. Now that number 6 car got pull over to the side of the road, let Jason Bentz go by around the outside down into the final corner, but that could have been disastrous as they headed their way down into the chase. Bentz, we saw it a few moments ago into the exact same section of the racetrack, how quickly these races can turn on their head. If Bentz made contact there, the swing of momentum that we saw favor the 117 could have gone back to the 3 just in the span of one singular lap. Bentz very lucky to avoid making contact in the midst of all of that, and he was able to negotiate that lap traffic without too much of a hold up. He did get held up ever so slightly, but we've seen worse thus far here today. But the swing of momentum still going back and forth. It's a rocking chair between who's gaining time and who's losing time in that battle for net P1 and P2.
Everything that O'Reilly lost 2 laps ago, he gained back that lap, but he's also got to encounter some of this traffic. Luckily for him, it's probably getting close to in-lap for Mini Market Racing team. They might actually pull into pit lane and out of the way of Vermilion Fury in not too long. You've also got Cracked Racing just ahead, but they've not been much of a problem. So 208.1 last lap from O'Reilly is just 0.2 of a second away from being the fastest lap of the race. He is schmoving right now because it's do or die to be an iRacing Bathurst 1000 winner.
I would get
no more strategy, no more posturing. One stint to try to take that race win.
Yeah, it is just a flat-out run through to the fall of the checkered flag. I was going to try and give a definition to schmoving, but I think the last big word I learned like that was mayonnaise, so I can't.
No issues with the traffic on Mountain Straight for Jacob O'Reilly. It's Team Chimera pit for the final time in the race. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix pit for the final time this race. It's going to cleanse the board on your timing column. Jason Bentz and Racecraft Simulations are going to go to the top, and that is where they aim to stay for the next 21 laps. Mini Market 999 thing is still going on back there, and that's going to be ahead of Jacob O'Reilly. He's still about 200-300 meters back.
Gotta say though,
equalized between first and second. Only 0.3 taken out by O'Reilly that time.
Yeah, I was going to say, though, in reference to Jacob O'Reilly, that gap has gone down a little bit, now to 5.9, about 6 seconds between those two, compared to that 7.7 second gap that we saw shortly after Jacob O'Reilly went off the track down into the chase. It is a big gain if he can keep that momentum rolling and be able to reel him in more and more lap after lap. He can really help himself out in this race and give that 3 car the golden opportunity to get involved in that battle for the race win here in the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 1000. It'll still be Jason Benz in that 117 car's race to lose, but O'Reilly trying to give them a bit of a headache as he still stays close to them, not losing out a lot of time, and the time that he does lose, it's small, it's microscopic. I make this point a lot in reference to closing up a gap, especially at the end of a race like this. You can hack it with a chainsaw. You just have to slowly and surely whittle away at it with a nail file. That will usually be when the most amount of productivity can be done.
On board with Carlos Muesca. I've forgotten how to pronounce it, even though I got schooled twice. My bad. And he will be hoping that this is the in-lap for Yaroslav Sindelar ahead. And it'll open up and move him up into 7th place. Fierce defense from Mini Market Racing. They still got to stop to make 999 team are fueled to get to the end of this one. It's the factory Ford livery with their flag across the banner, and it's that staying to the left. You bet it is, because that's the pit entry. That frees things up for 999 team, but it also frees things up for Jacob O'Reilly. He's 5.6 seconds away from the race lead. One piece of lap traffic now no longer needs to worry about fighting. One piece of lap traffic has hit pit lane. It's 208.4. So 6/10 taken this lap from second place versus the race lead. 20 to go. Still a long way here at the mountain.
Yeah, a whole lot of racing action left to go for those two, but O'Reilly has the opportunity to reel in that gap and give this 117 driver of Jason Benz a bit of a headache as we get to the end of this race. Benz does have a slight reprieve. Don't think he has to worry about lap traffic, at least for the rest of this lap, maybe even a couple more afterwards. I can't see any cars a little bit farther up the road for the 117 car. O'Reilly, meanwhile, I think he still has a small little bit of lap traffic to worry about, but these racers going to be in a small, I grant you it is a very small, but it is still an important window of non-lap traffic laps. They can just keep their nose to the grindstone, run at their true pace, and not have to worry about cars that they have to overtake on. That will be the true test. If Benz can shake off that challenge on those clean laps where neither of them have to worry about lap traffic, that would be a very big feather in their cap and put a lot of wind in their sails as they get to the end of this race. As we can see, oh, look at Jason Benz nearly shaving off a little bit of bodywork off the left-hand side of his race car up at the top of the hill.
The final stop for Mini Market. Getting Valek gets in, so he'll have the opportunity to take that car all the way to the end. And now I see everyone has made their final pit stop. 5-stop race for almost everyone, except Noel Luneberg, who really liked the taste of fresh tyres and running on a light fuel tank. He ends up in 4th position. Your key top 3 all race those Racecraft Simulation, Vermilion Fury, and Team Chimera split apart at about the half race distance when Racecraft put the foot down. Vermilion pulled away from Team Chimera, and we found ourselves in the state of play that we have now. Looking at Chimera, Jamie Wilson's back in for the final stint here.
And running effectively in no man's land at the moment in 3rd. There's a lonely end to the race for Jamie Wilson, but they're going to probably be one of the few teams in this race. Thank you, I like that. That's we're on point with the other movie references. You know, JR had a pretty good reference to Monty Python right before I popped in the booth when the fuel tank bathtub discussion popped up. He said an African or a European fuel tank. I got that Monty Python reference as soon as he threw it my way. No, Wilson feeling like he's lost on an island at the moment, but still a pretty good end to this race. Probably one of the only few teams out there on the track that is going to be somewhat stress-free as we get to the end of this event.
So we were teased with the small possibility of rain for this year's iRacing Bathurst 1000. It did not eventuate. But iRacing dynamic weather still in play. It's meant that on this mostly cloudy day, the sun has come and gone. The wind direction's moved around a little bit. The track temperature has moved from highs of 40 degrees Celsius down as low as 24. Has a big effects on tyre longevity, car balance. Let's look at the weather right now. Racing into the late afternoon, 25 on the track. A little bit gusty, and that's modest humidity as you expect from out here away from the coast.
That temperature swing, that is massive. I'll have to get the numbers up in terms of Fahrenheit, so my itty bitty American pea brain can fully compute it all. But that's a huge swing of temperature, and it keeps these teams, it keeps these drivers certainly on their toes. I know there was times back in my karting days when I would have one run where the track was fully enveloped in summer sunlight, and another where it was completely cloudy. The whole track was dark. As much as it would feel better in the cockpit because you'd feel a brief sense of coolness, out there on the racetrack, it would feel like a dog trying to run on a freshly polished wood floor. So it's been another thing to keep these racers on their toes all throughout today's race. The rather vast swings in track conditions, even though we haven't had that rain, the track temperatures have just been enough to keep these racers ever so slightly nervous throughout.
Pace has plateaued for second position. At one point, they were able to, at will, take 5 tenths out of the race leader. It's not Jason Bentz really picking it up too much. It's the peak of the pace for Jacob O'Reilly perhaps dropping away. Over the last couple of stints, with the different drivers, I feel like this is what we've seen. The Racecraft Simulation Mustang able to just bang out the same lap times for a whole stint of 27 to 28 laps, with Vermilion Fury Camaro with the peak ultimate pace advantage, but more difficult to drive deeper into the stint. Perhaps O'Reilly's beginning to find a little bit of this, but still, it is, in the grand scheme of a 1,000 kilometer race, tiny margins, 5 seconds between first and second, neither of which can afford a mistake or to hit the wall or damage.
You know, there's got to be an odd comparison talking about the gaps at the end of this race. It's like the old Top Gear races that they would do going from one end of whatever place it may be to another with Jeremy in a car and Richard and James in public transport. How those would be close finishes where they're covered by about 15 minutes or so at the end. We're very, very close, despite the fact that we've been racing for multiple hours up to this point, well over 140 laps into this race. The fact the front two are only separated by 5.3 seconds really speaks volumes about the talent and the competitiveness here in this race today. You would think, oh yeah, with how much racing action we've had up to this point, that there would be multiple laps and multiple miles separating some of these racers. They're on the same straightaway at the moment. As much as it could be closer, it is still pretty darn cool to see how close these racers are after so much racing already in our rearview mirror.
Back in the day, this was a race that would sometimes be won by margins of multiple laps. The 1979 24 Hours of Le Mans, where Klaus Ludwig did most of the driving, Don Whittington and Bill Whittington stayed in the dry. They won by 7 laps of Le Mans that year. So this, comparatively, is incredibly even pace between our first and second position. The temptation for me is to rate Jason Bentz's pace is a 9 out of 10. Brian Borghi's teammates' pace is a 9 out of 10. We're looking at the Vermilion Fury car, saying that Jacob O'Reilly's been a 10 out of 10 and Tao Sorono has been sort of an 8 out of 10. And so when you average the two drivers in both cars, they've come out very equal, with perhaps a tiny bit less consistency to this black and orange Camaro that currently runs second place, but is just chipping a tiny bit away from the race lead to prevent Jason Bentz and his teammate from being able to rest easy.
Yeah, just keeping them on the hot seat somewhat, keeping them lightly uncomfortable, I think would be the best way to describe it. It's like sitting down on a roller coaster before the ride starts. You know, you're not going through the undulation, you're not feeling the G-force, so you're not fully like getting rattled around. But it's not the most comfortable seat in the world. I don't think there's any roller coaster in the world that has Tempur-Pedic seat cushions, so you're just faintly uncomfortable. That's basically what it's like for Jason Benzer, thinking, okay, I just need to make sure I don't have any trip up, make sure I can get through this lap traffic as smoothly as I can when that lap traffic does come up between now and the end of this race, and just hit your marks as well as you possibly can. If Benz can do that, that's going to be good. Really, at the moment, all Benz can do is just try and not make an error, try and not make a mistake. O'Reilly, meanwhile, has all the work to try and do.
Well, we discussed how close it is between first and second. I'll draw your attention to the fact that the next car, the race leader, will come up to lap is 6th position. So the pace between first and second incredibly equal. Team Chimera's also been able to go with that pace at times. But your top 3 must have an advantage over the rest that is going to see them lap most of the field. And I'm looking at this pace difference there, so they're going to lap 6th, but might not lap 5th. Sun getting low, orange hues in the sky, and as they pop over skyline, it is starting to look absolutely gorgeous. This is 5th place, Kenzie Newhoff. He is a minute 51 behind the leader and 57 seconds behind the next car for position, Noah Luneberg.
Another racer in this field that's running effectively in no man's land. A tame end to what has been a wild end of this race for that Hydra Race Racing Forces number 62 entry. We saw them involved in some drawing down to the chase not too terribly long ago during the last stint before this one, but trying to have a clean and calm run to the end of this race. Just needs to hit their marks fine. Otherwise, the car, they're blitzed in the 000, may be able to reel them in if there is a series of mistakes for Kenzie Newhoff behind the wheel of that number 62 car. We could very well have a battle for P5 at the end of this race.
And again, as I cast my eye through the pit stop times and the last pit stops, no one needs a pit stop. No one on track needs another pit stop, except maybe Jeremy Kaufman in the very last run in 05. They made their pit stop because of the damage that they had on the 5 car. Everyone else go into the end, including this car. Nice little drift with the change of direction underneath the tree, heading up the hill at Reed Park, Sulman Park, Metal Grate. Philamy over the crest of the hill. Low grip initially on the way in, gives way to a fair bit of grip at the apex. Lap 209 flat, very competitive.
That's a very good lap time there, as I am still mesmerized seeing these racers head their way off through the tight twisties at the top end of the circuit. These cars, I'm not really sure the best way I can describe it. It's like putting a polar bear in ballet shoes and telling them to dance. It is not a car that likes to be pointed in any sort of given direction, but these racers are able to tackle that challenge super well. I love these cars. They're so much fun. I wish I followed Supercars a little bit more closely in real life, because these cars, absolutely phenomenal. I love the way they look, and plus, let's just listen in. The sound is just absolutely phenomenal. That's one thing that has been catching my attention more often than not. Definitely another case of the American key brain here. I'm like, I need to hear how the engines sound, dadgummit, and they sound absolutely majestic, echoing through the halls of this racetrack.
The manual blips on the downshifts, always something different each braking zone. You can listen to how each driver does it. Are they taking their downshifts late to try to steady the car? Are they taking the downshifts early to get more engine braking, more turn in, more rear bias to braking that way? Follow just a little bit as he runs in 6th position. He's taking the car back from Daniel Solo. They haven't had a great opportunity to pull the fender back out on the front left, but you know what? I think they did do just a little bit. I think it's a tiny bit tidier there. The way the pit stops work for this car, at the start of the pit stop, fuel's going in and tyres are changing. And after 10 seconds, once the tyres are done changing and only fuel is taking place, you can get a small amount of damage repaired at a reduced rate by the mechanics who've been freed up after the tyre change.
Yeah, I think that car has had an improvement in the situation up at the front. It's not perfectly seamless, factory fresh, and smooth, but it looks a heck of a lot better than it did not too long ago. I will say, David, and this is honest, I think I've bought die-cast cars that looked a little bit more awry than that. As we take a look at the very start of this race for the current race leader, Jason Benson, the jump that he got off the line.
Yeah, the standing start almost 1,000 kilometers ago, and immediately on lap 1 you see your main 3 cars that have been at the pointy end and in the picture. Racecrafts ahead of Vermilion Fury. Chimera were looking for the inside line there, turn 2, and that's currently our top 3 through all the swings and roundabouts of the race. And look now at the live margin. Some laps 3/10, some laps 2/10. This lap maybe a little bit more that O'Reilly will pull out of Bentz. Have you got your calculators to do the sums? What do they need now? Approaching 13 laps to go.
I was just about to pull up the calculator at myself. I will break it down with lucky number 13 laps left to go in this race. We'll just call it a 4.5 second margin across the line. That's going to work out to about 3.5 tenths of a second needed to be gained every single lap. I will err on the side of caution and say that you'd have to gain about 4 to 5 tenths of a second just to give yourself the time to not only close up that gap, but also have the shot to get a move done. As they say in the world of racing, catching up is one thing, passing an entirely different thing. So for Bentz and O'Reilly, it's very much so still advantage Bentz in that 117 car. O'Reilly can pull that gap between now and the end. 13 laps left to go on a normal racetrack would be not a lot of racing, but here at Bathurst, it is still a big mountain to climb, no pun intended.
Well, the lap pace has picked up again. They put on new tyres at their last pit stop, but they only took on board about 3/4 of a tank of fuel, so they're beginning to run light now, approaching 10 laps to go. 08.2 last lap for Jacob O'Reilly is only 3/10 away from the fastest lap of the race that he holds at 207.925. So a little bit more cloud cover, a little bit more fuel out of the car. The tyres will still be fresh because they've been asked to do less in this final stint than they have in every other stint. Instead of saying 27 laps, 28 laps, it's only sort of 24, and the whole run with less fuel on board as well. You reach a point where the car is very light on tyres that are still a couple laps newer than at the end of previous stints.
So O'Reilly licks the stamp and sends it once again down into the chase, blowing by the camera and still trying to hold on to any sort of advantage they can gain now. 4 seconds at the end of this lap. This would be a decently sized gain from the number 3 car. Will it be enough though in this race? That is a big chunk that it will be taken at the end of this lap. That is going to work out to be about 6/10 of a second gain on that lap alone. And part of the reason why that is the case, Bentz has had to worry about that lap traffic a little bit farther up the road.
Exiting the chase, he couldn't take the racing line. He had to be shallow out of the corner, compromise his exit, lose just a tenth or 2 there. But what can happen to Bentz can happen to O'Reilly.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now it's O'Reilly's task to try and deal with that lap car in the best time, in the best spot as well as he possibly can. When it comes to the lap traffic, sometimes it's not entirely in your hands. If you catch up to them in a bad spot, let's say the top end of the circuit, you're going to be really at a disadvantage. Bence, meanwhile, can go through this top end of the track where he has been pushing the limit all throughout, and you can see from that camera shot there, just pushing the limit of control, running that car at 10/10ths, the limit of adhesion. O'Reilly, meanwhile, if he has to worry about that lap car in this part of the racetrack, he'll have to take it easy and lose out on a boatload of time. It's those corner exits that I think are the most detrimental if you're involved in lap traffic, as you raised a few moments ago, David, in reference to O'Reilly, Bence losing out on a lot of time to O'Reilly as a result of a lap traffic encounter coming out of the chase. If you have a lapped car that you have to deal with either coming out Forest Elbow or onto the mountain straightaway out of turn number 1, that is going to be a really big detriment to you. I think O'Reilly may get good luck of the green, though, as it looks like he is right behind that lap car heading onto this Conrad straight.
You would have thought the chase would have been a pretty easy spot to get by, but that isn't what Jason Bence found. So for Jacob O'Reilly coming up towards Tony Klusterman, the Never Quit Racing. He's 5-6 car lengths back right now. And towards Murray's Klusterman. Backs off. O'Reilly goes through, no worries. 11 laps to go. Gap stood steady at 6 seconds for quite a while. Now dips underneath 4 seconds.
Now with 11 laps left to go, what can O'Reilly do? What will O'Reilly do? What is in his hands? What isn't in his hands? Can he close up that gap between now and the end of this race? I gotta wonder how those two have been able to manage their stuff. Has O'Reilly maybe taken a bit more out of those tires compared to Bence? There's so much that these racers know that we don't. Just running in their race car, they know what they can do heading off into these turns. They know what they have underneath them in terms of the race cars that they're running around this track in still. I wonder how it's all going to work out between Bence and O'Reilly. Who's got the better tire life? Who's got the better pace at the end? Can O'Reilly reel in that final 4-second gap? It's a push that he has to make for sure, but one that can be done. Bence, meanwhile, as I said not too long ago, he just needs to keep it clean.
Jamie Wilson in the third place Team Chimera car for his second stint of the race. His teammate Simon Trendell doing 4. And this being effectively a 6-stint race for almost everyone except Noah Lundberg, who decided to make it 7th. He is that driver back in 4th place. From Wilson to the lead, extends past 30 seconds. Does not look like the white and teal Team Chimera Camaro will be a factor in the battle for the race win. Continues to close underneath 3.5 seconds. Bence needs everything in this final 10 laps because Jacob O'Reilly is doing what it takes to give us the Bathurst grandstand finish that we deserve. Sit closer to the TV, get trackside, empty out that esky, because this could be an all-time 1000 at the mountain.
And I gotta wonder how the nerves are for Jason Bence behind the wheel of that 117 car. He's gotta be feeling at least slightly terrified just seeing that 3 car slowly but surely reel him in. The gap slowly but surely trickling down. It's not huge gains and huge swings that O'Reilly is taking, but if he did that...
This lap.
Yeah, it was a very big swing that lap. O'Reilly, all in all, it's not like he's shaving a full second off of that gap lap after lap. And I personally, from my perspective, when it's a small little gain, that's when it's even more terrifying, because it feels like watching a tsunami come into a shore. That's basically what it feels like.
Perhaps inside the final 10 laps, a little bit of an inevitability about it. The gap ever closing between first and second place, soon to be one of the closest battles on track, and if you were going to have it anywhere, you'd want it for the race lead. Recapping our top 10 racecraft simulation lead from Vermilion Fury, Team Chimera in third with Noel Lundberg's Noel Lundberg in 14th, Hydro Race Racing Force in 5th, Tech back in 6th place, Eric Blitzen is driving to the end. 999 team are in 7th, only just a couple seconds ahead of the Tracked Racing Fruit Gang Liam Giles in 8th. Nexus Esports, John Hall in 9th. And Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Matthew Mallieur completing the top 10 at the moment. 2 closest battles for position, 7th and 8th. And the race lead, another lap where the race lead shrinks. And the pressure returns to Jason Bentz.
Yeah, Bentz feeling that pressure increase lap after lap. The gap has roundabout stagnated here on this lap of the race, but it is still much closer than Bentz probably had in mind when they came out of the pits to begin this final stint. It was, what, about 6.5 seconds? Ballooned out to about 7.5 to 8 seconds after a mistake from O'Reilly, and it's been teeter-tottering ever since. But now, for the first time in quite some time, it's below 3 seconds. O'Reilly taking another swing of things. Now, the lap car a little bit farther up the road as well. I wonder how it'll swing the momentum once again in this battle for the race lead.
That is 6th place Eric Blixt. Alcan Tech NHR by Nyman Racing. Now, what's the pace comparison there? 2:08.7 last lap from Blixt, 2:08.4 from Bentz. So he's actually only catching the lap traffic 2 or 3 tenths a lap. This is the number that matters, and last lap, a 2:08.085 was only a tenth away from being the fastest lap of the race with Jacob O'Reilly. Every lap, he burns more fuel, about 4 litres, about 3.5 kilograms. And it seems on this cooling track, he's keeping the tyres in. The car's getting lighter, it's getting faster, he's getting closer towards his target. You'd want to be there and knocking on the door with still 2 or 3 laps to go.
And just put yourself in the right spot. You know, you can't 100% assure a victory right at the end, but if you can just put yourself in that positioning to do well, it's like getting in line at the grocery store. You may not be at the top of the line right at the start, but you'll be there eventually. If you can set yourself up well at the end, that's all that matters at the end of the day. That's all you can do at the end of the day. Just assure that you have the best shot at the end of this race. I gotta say, we raised this a little bit earlier on, a bit of a sidecar from that discussion. After such a long race, the fact your top 2 are covered by 3 seconds really speaks about the competitiveness, as Bentz having a big moment all through the chase. That's going to be another bite taken out of it by O'Reilly.
Tiny bit of a slide, put him a tiny bit wide at the first part, and a big slide exiting Murray's corner for the final time. The tyres are not quite there for Bentz at the moment, while O'Reilly continues to nail in the laps. Half a second this lap means if he keeps that pace up, he will be in position, 3 laps to go, to try to take the race lead. It is Australians in the cars running 1st and 2nd. They know what this place means. They know what it means to be an iRacing Bathurst 1000 winner. And I dare say they both want it so desperately, but Bentz might have just found a cliff because that car is moving around. He's giving everything and not getting it back from the car, getting it back from the tyres. The rear slides out of turn 2. It slides out of the cutting. With a change of direction underneath the tree, it looks pretty planted there. You're seeing signs that Jason Bentz is just asking for 101% of the tyre and not getting it.
Yeah, it's more and more hair-raising as we follow this 117 car all throughout this racetrack, and you can see as he heads his way out of Skyline down the hill how much of a slide he has off into every single turn. You can ride on board with that 117 car. You'd probably be able to see him sawing at the wheel, trying to keep that car wrestled in. These cars are rather woolly handlers by themselves, but when you find yourself in a situation like this, it can get even more of a terrifying moment lap after lap. So as we see these racers get to the end, you're going to see them get a bit more of a wiggle on. You're going to see those braking zones, even though they're such a hard challenge, even at the start of a stint, they're going to be even more so as we get a little bit later on in this race with only a smattering of laps left to go. These racers having to push their cars to the absolute limit of control when the car really doesn't want to do that. It's like getting woken up early on in the morning when you're in school and your parents having to tell you that you have to go into class. You don't want to do it, but you kind of have to. You don't have too much of a choice. These race cars don't want to be at the limit. They want to have a cruise to the end, but these racers having to juice every single bit of pace that they can out of them.
And that is going to be an equal fastest lap of the race from Jacob O'Reilly. 2:07.895 laps, and underneath 2 seconds between himself and the race leader. Once it gets within about 1 second, the slipstream on Mountain Straight and Conrod Straight will start to come into effect as well. The Ford Mustang leads the race, the Chevrolet Camaro in pursuit. Still a tiny question about traffic with 7 laps to go for Jason Bentz, as he might come close enough to putting a lap on 6th place of the brands. The Toyota Supra coming to Supercars next year. Is it coming to iRacing? Fingers crossed.
Yeah, there is a slight comparison to be made between the Supercars and the NASCAR stock cars here on the state side of things, and the Supra, the Toyota of choice in the NASCAR Xfinity, soon to be NASCAR O'Reilly Series, and I always adore the look of that car. I would love to see it in the Supercars on iRacing. That would be so cool for the 2026 running of this special event, but we're still in 2025. We've got a chase on their hands. As you can see, Benz yet again getting a little bit of a wiggle on down into Forest Elbow. Every single time we see him head off through that turn, he has to put more and more opposite lock down in there lap after lap. That car has gone from driving on rails to him feeling really comfortable to now he's certainly on edge behind the wheel of that race car. I can't say O'Reilly isn't either as he gets to the end of this race. I wonder who's feeling the more pressure. Is it the chaser or the chasee as we get to the end of this special event?
Well, in 2025, is this about to be the O'Reilly Series? Jason Bentz is, he's looking more out of control, but he's still going quickly. Last lap 208.3, this lap at 208.1. So he's pushing that limit and he's finding speed. And for 2 laps in a row, it's underneath a 2:08 at 2:07.965 from Jacob O'Reilly. 2 laps in a row where he only takes 2/10 rather than the half a second out of the race. 6 to go, 36 more kilometers. And both of them need to be perfect. If Bentz isn't perfect, he'll get swallowed up and this lead will have been for naught. If O'Reilly isn't perfect, he's going to run out of laps to have an opportunity to move for the race lead.
As much as time is something that is very much so riding in the minds of both these racers, with the time running out for O'Reilly to close up that gap and the time running out for Bentz and the pressure that he has building as every second ticks by, they also have to worry about the timing of catching up to that lap car of Eric Blitz in that 000 machine. He has a little bit of damage on that race car. We recall the drama that his teammate got involved in as he came out of the pits at the start of the second to last stint in this race. The damage has been mostly repaired, but it's not fully repaired. That car is slightly wounded, and if these racers can catch up to him at a good spot, it's going to be music to the ears of Bentz and maybe music to the ears of O'Reilly, depending on when he can catch up to that lap car as well, as we see him heading their way down into Forest Elbow. If Bentz can time out this, what looks to be the final lap car encounter from this running of the iRacing Bathurst 1000, if Bentz can time it well, he's going to come out of it smelling like a bed of roses. That lap car may very well be what puts these two either out of reach of one another or puts them right on top of each other. We can't really tell just yet.
The maths says with 5 laps to go, Jacob O'Reilly has enough speed to get there and make an attempt at taking the race lead and the win for the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 1000. One of many iRacing special events that are so popular, so well attended. There's more to come this year and next year, so you can be a part of this and other great events going forward. For this great event, we're about to find out who has what it takes, who's the best team and the best driver combination. Is it Brian Borg and Jason Bentz for Racecraft Simulation? Is it Jacob O'Reilly and Taro Sorono for Vermilion Fury? 5 laps to go, 1.5 seconds, and Jacob O'Reilly is charging because he can smell lifting the trophy and a Bathurst victory.
The taste of the champagne may be alluring to O'Reilly. It most certainly is, but he's going to have to put in a lot of effort to close up that gap. 1.5 seconds with 5 laps left. That is by no means insurmountable, but he does have to put in some effort for sure. As
has gone, the track is cooling off, the fuel tanks are just a little bit lighter as O'Reilly runs wide out of McPhillamy Park, wrong side of the curb, kicking up the dust. Just as Jason Bentz has looked out of control and beyond commitment, Jacob O'Reilly knows that's what he's got to do as well. And maybe he's reaching some of his best and his limit as well. Oh, he goes sideways and scrapes the wall, coming out of Forest Elbow as well. We've seen 101% commitment from Jason Bentz. We're seeing 101% commitment from Jacob O'Reilly. And 2 great drivers from 2 great teams are going to duke this one out, giving their all the way to the end. 6th place Eric Blixt knows what's happening, and he won't get in the way of a good fight. In fact, he is going to plonk himself courtside for the final round, gloves off.
And now it's in Bentz and O'Reilly's hands, both of them having the fate decided by them and them alone. But to touch on what you raised a few moments ago, as I think O'Reilly had another snap coming out of the final, turning out very flirtatious with that inside wall. I think he may have lost it on the outside curb. Both these racers not even going to have to be faintly uncomfortable. They're going to have to be severely uncomfortable at the end of this race, pushing their cars to the limit of control and testing that grip where there really isn't any.
For the first time in maybe 20 laps, Jason Bentz has a quicker lap time than Jacob O'Reilly. A couple of little errors. McPhillamy, Forest Elbow, and exiting Murray's corner, he got the wrong side of the curb into the grass. Got a big tank slapper that he had to save using all of the width of the track. The lead extends past 2 seconds, bit of the apex curb, tiny bit wide, tiny bit of grass on the exit of the corner, and it is those fine margins that he's pushing every millimeter to the barrier to get every 10th of a second that he can get to try to take this race win. But maybe he's pushed too far, and maybe with those mistakes it's crept away from him. 4 to go, and they could not be closer to the concrete walls over the top of the mountain. This is 2 drivers pushing as hard as they possibly can. If they can deliver their best, they'll be champions. If they stumble, they won't be.
They're going punch for punch. They're going tit for tat. They need to push each other to the limit every single turn, every single lap. O'Reilly has had to push it a little bit more than Bentz, because we think of how they started this stint off with a 6.5 second gap. O'Reilly has always been the one on the back foot, having to chase, having to push a little bit harder to catch up. If he's been able to burn up those tires too much, this may be advantage to Jason Bentz. But if O'Reilly can snap back into the groove now that the lap car is slowly but surely dropping back, this could be O'Reilly's final charge, his final attempt to close up this gap and jump into the race lead.
You don't come this far, 982 kilometers of racing, to not give it all in the final 3 laps. Jason Bentz slides sideways out of the final corner. His lap time, a 2:08.2. Jacob O'Reilly, a 2:07.9, pulls another 3/10 back. He's got the pace. He might just have the time, if not for that previous lap beforehand where he lost a couple of crucial tenths. The magic margin is going to be 1 second. If there's 1 second between them exiting Forest Elbow, Jacob O'Reilly will get the slipstream. That'll help him close yet more, and he'll be close enough on the final lap. You bet everything you own, he'll give it a go.
At the end of the day, for Jacob O'Reilly, there's not a whole lot to lose at the end of this race. You're in P2 with a rather comfortable cushion back to your 3rd place runner, Jamie Wilson, who's 43 seconds back of your current race leader, Bentz, right now. So for O'Reilly, he's going to send it on that last lap. No matter what the gap is, he's going to push that car to the limit of control, try and find any way in the book to get into the race lead. He's closed up the gap once again as they head their way through the top end of the circuit, now below a 1.5 seconds, even though he was mega sideways as they had their way out of McPhillamy parking, very flirtatious from that outside curve.
We had a top 10 recap not all that long ago. Well, you can't take your eyes away from this. There is a battle for the top 10. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Matthew Milliot has been caught by Fully Bent Racing's Carter Hutchison. So without any safety cars, anything to artificially compress the field, this lead battle is as close as you could hope for with the pursuit on, and there's battles elsewhere through the field. I really hope every driver that we've seen in this top split of the iRacing Bathurst 1000 by Next Level Racing in 2025 has enjoyed themselves, because I am on the edge of my seat. You should be too. 2 laps to go. We're looking at first place. Second place is looking at first place. And we're looking at a margin of 1.2 seconds with 2 laps to go. 2:08.1 is the lap time from Jason Bentz. And a new fastest lap of the race from Jacob O'Reilly is a 2:07.865. He will leave nothing left in pursuit of that top step that currently eludes him.
Jacob O'Reilly is peaking at the right time. I'm sure the nerves are unbelievably high for both of these racers. They see the opportunity to win an iRacing special event, and they're going to push their cars to the limit of control to try and get it done. But O'Reilly, slowly but surely reeling in Bent. He's super close to that slipstream Goldilocks zone as well. Not too terribly far from now. If you can reel in this gap just a little bit more at the top end of the circuit, he may get a nicely strong draft. As you can see him sawing at the wheel through this section of the track. No expenses spared, as that 3 car is burning up his stuff. He sees the opportunity to win this race, and he is not going to leave anything on the table.
The gap comes down underneath 1 second for the race lead. You are witnessing greatness right now as 2 quality drivers at the greatest racetrack in the world give their all in pursuit of the top step or nothing. This is how strong these 2 teams have been. They're 45 seconds clear of 3rd place. They've lapped all the way up to 5th, and Jacob O'Reilly is running out of opportunities because the lead is still 0.8 of a second approaching the white flag. Bentz was just a tiny bit wide of the apex through Forest Elbow. That could have compromised him down Conrod Straight here. You need another 0.6 if you're 2nd place between now and a lap's time, if you're going to be able to fire down the inside of the chase in pursuit of the trophy. Breaking so deep in there for the chase and the change of direction. There will be less than 1 second separating 1st and 2nd place as they begin the final lap of the iRacing Bathurst 1000 in 2025. There's wheel spin for Jason Bentz, and he knows 6 more kilometers to keep that Camaro behind, to keep his Mustang in the lead, to be the winner.
And you can see him getting more and more unconfident. That big snap out of the final turn not going to help out his case one bit. The gap rather neutral right now, but still so close. Jacob O'Reilly going to try and put in the performance of a lifetime on this final lap. The top end of the circuit may be what makes or breaks it for these racers. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
At the final pit stop, Tao Sorono handed over to Jacob O'Reilly. Brian Borg handed over to Jason Bentz. There was a 6-second lead for the Racecraft Simulation Mustang. Bentz knew he needed to maintain that margin in the final stint. Jacob O'Reilly, the fastest driver all race, knew the margin that he needed to close down, and he has done it in perfect time. Half a second on the final lap, over the top of the mountain, drenched in beautiful Australian afternoon sun. A Supercars Ford Mustang versus Supercars Chevrolet Camaro for all of the biscuits in Australia's greatest race on iRacing. Down the hill, over Skyline, through the dipper, massive compression, and O'Reilly's doing it. 0.3 back, heading towards the elbow. He'll be close enough down Conrod Straight. They'll get to 300 kilometers an hour, and the person who breaks last could win this race, but there's massive wheel spin. He tried to give everything, and Jacob O'Reilly might have just blown his best shot. Jason Bentz is off the hook, a second clear.
That may have just done it. O'Reilly with a big snap. We were thinking that Bentz was going to be the one under pressure into that acceleration zone, but he's going to be off the pressure as it looks like he's only a few moments away from winning this race.
O'Reilly's opportunity goes begging, and it becomes Bentz's boon at Mount Panorama Racecraft Simulation. Brian Borg, Jason Bentz are the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 1000 champions. Under the most pressure you could imagine, they did not crack, and they deserve all of the credit. Perfect winners in an intense, close race going down to the wire after 1,000 kilometers of Mount Panorama.
And well done to the both of them. It takes two to tango, and it takes two to give us one of the best finishes that we have ever seen in this race. But congratulations to Racecraft Simulation, Jason Bentz, and that entire team. He had to withstand a world of pressure, multiple worlds of pressure, frankly. He had so much to worry about at the end of that race, and you could see him slowly but surely tripping up. He had to juggle chainsaws at the end of this race between a car that was slowly but surely falling away from him in the handling department, and a driver that we outlined even before he got in the car for this final stint as one who was gonna give us a grandstand finish. Well, he gave us a grandstand finish, but Jason Bentz was the one that came out on top.
Stand and applaud what you have just seen. Two amazing drivers giving 100%, and it came down to who could hold their nerve. Jason Bentz, while he lacked a couple of tenths of a second, held his nerve in a final stint of 25 laps, being caught, being hunted, being pursued, and he said, I will not crack, I will make you work for this. And Jacob O'Reilly, for all of his speed, for the fastest lap of the race, for hunting down the race lead, could not make it happen on the final lap. Team Chimera joined them on the podium. Jamie Wilson and Simon Trendell also amazing performers. Everyone has now taken the checkered flag after 1,000 kilometers of the iRacing Bathurst 1000 in 2025. Jason Bentz, Brian Borg have done it in the 117 Racecraft Simulation Mustang. Jacob O'Reilly, you have to say, what a fighter, what a champion. Never say die. And he made all the greater the glory of your race winners. Jamie Wilson joining them on that podium. Noah Luneberg, unfortunately, by iRacing, going to be disqualified because he was the only driver, didn't meet the fair share rule. But what an awesome effort from him. 6 hours solo to finish still in the top 4. Last car on the lead lap, Hydro Race Racing Forces, Kenzie Newhoff and his teammate Eric Blixt made sure that when he went a lap down, he did not impede the lead battle. He knew what he was witnessing. 999 team finished 7th. Cracked Racing Fruit Gang finish the best of their teammates in 8th. Nexus Esports in 9th. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix complete that top 10, just holding off Fully Bent Racing at the end. Hudu Racing Team, and then Mini Market Racing, S4S Racing, and Team DWR Sim Coach Setups finish 1 lap down. 2 laps down for Project Valorius. They actually disconnected with some technical problems at one point. Maybe could have done better than that with better luck. Cracked Racing in 17th. The Weakest Links in 18th. Wizards Team FE in 19th, and Never Quit Racing did what it said on the tin. Tony Klusterman brought that home in 20th. Last cars that saw the checkered flag was Holden Racing Team and Jeremy Kaufman. Late retirement for Maple Tea Racing Team. Jim F Team out 101 laps down. Not pronouncing that one, I'm not sure, in 24th. And Daniel Gray in 25th. Byron Falcon in 26th. My oh my, I don't know if those fellas know to find us over here on the Discord for RaceSpotTV. Just talk us through what we've witnessed in that final race while I see if I can pull some Australian contacts.
What we saw at the end of this race was 2 drivers so comfortable in their driving, so comfortable in their race cars, and so comfortable in the most uncomfortable of conditions that they're able to go tit for tat in a long battle through to the end. That battle pretty much lasted throughout the entirety of that final stint. Those racers matched each other when it came to lap times. They closed up that gap. It ballooned out again. It went back and forth so many times like a seesaw that nobody nobody really knew what to expect as we started that final lap. But well done to the both of them. As I said before we grabbed that checkered flag, it takes two to tango, and those two gave us one heck of a dance to talk about at the end of this race. It was fantastic to be a part of the music to call the end of that. But what a race from the both of them, and what a drive, withstanding that pressure and putting in an almighty performance at the end from Jason Bentz to walk away from this race as the winner of the 2025 Bathurst 1000 here on iRacing. What a performance from the both of them. What a drive from our race winning team. Just some absolutely amazing stuff at the end of this event.
No dice, because there is nothing I'd love more than to hear from some of our podium finishing drivers after just the most pure, amazing, high-pressure, nail-biting finish you could ever expect from the iRacing Bathurst 1000 by Next Level Racing. Another awesome iRacing special event in the books. This was top split from Mount Panorama, but many other drivers participated, and that's what's so good about these iRacing special events. We highlight greatness, but everyone gets the chance to have their day in their own races. It's only 1 week till the next iRacing special event, Petit Le Mans.
Ooh, that's gonna be a fun one. I love that race. That is gonna be a very fun event to look forward to.
Well, when you need a great race, you get one from Mount Panorama Circuit. Winners from Racecraft Simulation, Jason Bentz, Brian Borg of the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 1000. It has been our absolute pleasure here from RaceSpotTV to bring you coverage on iRacing and RaceSpotTV channels across YouTube, Twitch, and other platforms. I've been David Haynes. Earlier in the coverage, we had Arjuna Kankapati and William Chadwick, and JR Gregory also joining me in the middle hours. Ron Morns alongside me at the end here. Producer Ramiro Augustin Cisneros. Lion's Share bringing us awesome camera angles, replays, highlights, and graphics to bring this race to life. From RaceSpotTV, we'll see you at the next iRacing special event next weekend for the Petit Le Mans.